Good morning. Good morning and welcome to the first session of the second day of the conference. And the first presentation will be about reception and translations of Western modernist literature in Brežņeva era. And the presenter, Sigita Ignatjeva, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Zanda Gūtmane. Zanda Gūtmane regretfully cannot be here today, but I'm here to present our paper. We know very well that translation policies in totalitarian societies are regulated. Translation policies in totalitarian societies are regulated to strengthen the ideology and power of the state. As Professor Andrēs Veisbergs puts it, the translation of the text depends on the party line that actively hinders and manipulates the translations. As a Lithuanian publicist and writer Tomas Venclova concluded, since period of Stalinism, the Sovietization and Russification process was carried out in brutal, obvious forms. An attempt was made in a brief time to totally change the cultural orientation of the nation. If we do not talk about illegal ways of obtaining foreign literature with the help of dissidents, samizdat publications, and the smuggling of literature, which progressed under the influence of the double moral culture of Brežņev's time, we can see two main sources from which it was officially possible to learn something about Western literature, including modernist literature. Of course, the first source is translations into Latvian, but the second source, the presence of Russian literary space in Latvia, is of particular importance. We can see a paradoxical trend in the attitudes towards Western culture in the first 3 decades after the occupation. In 1940, the Soviet power forcibly separated the Baltic states from Western culture and turned them east. But since the late 50s and 60s, the center of the Soviet world became the gateway to the West for the Baltic states. Tomas Venclova characterizes this tendency as a desire by the rulers to demonstrate a fake liberalism. But he recognizes that the doors to world literature opened somewhat wider in Moscow. So Russian literary periodicals became one of the main channels of information about processes in the free world. Иностранная литература, a magazine published since 1955 and dedicated to the translation of foreign literature, played a particularly important role in this turn. This periodical very quickly became one of the great promoters of the art of translation in the Soviet tradition. According to Brigitte Menzel, researcher of the history of Иностранная, the magazine had 250,000 to 300,000 subscriptions in 1960 and up to 590,000 in 1970. Of course, most of the translated authors were from the socialist bloc and ideologically acceptable, but there are many surprising publications of modernist and contemporary literature. In Latvia, the magazine Иностранная литература was in great demand. It could be found in libraries and received via subscription. Because the magazine has been so popular, libraries readers have even had to wait in line for 6 months. The popularity suggests that the magazine was a very influential creator of the Soviet intelligentsia worldview. Already at the beginning of the Soviet period, Latvian literary periodicals Kārkla and Literatūra un māksla contain many references to иностранная литература publications. We can also read many translations of publications of иностранная in Latvian magazines, most of which are dedicated to foreign literature, but Latvian magazines are much more careful about ideological violations. Although the policy of translating Soviet literature was somewhat facilitated, and Western classics and some works by contemporary foreign writers were translated, if they complied with the principles of progressivity, there are no translations of all these examples of Western modernism and postmodernism literature in Latvia that could be read in Russian. To continue, I would like to illustrate the situation in the translation of modernist and late modernist literature into Latvian and compare it with the situation in Russian during the stagnation. On the slide you can see the translations of the most important texts of high modernism. So James Joyce Ulysses, some chapters of it were translated and published in Russian already in 1935 and 36 in the magazine Internationальная литература, but the entire translation appeared only during Perestroika in 1989. In Latvia, fragments of Ulysses were published in 1968 in the article by Zita Kalniņa par romānu un antiromānu on novel and antinovel. However, the novel A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man was published in 1933 and also in 1976 in the magazine Иностранная литература. But in Latvia we can read this work only in the 21st century. Proust's novel In Search of Lost Time was also translated into Russian in the 30s, but since 1973 all 7 parts have been translated. In Latvia, translation began in the 1990s and has not yet been completed. A very intensive acquaintance with Kafka's works began at the end of Khrushchev's reign. Many works were published in the mid-60s. They reached Latvia at the turn of the millennium. But there are some earlier publications in the Awakening Time literary magazine Awards. Faulkner's significant novel, The Sound and the Fury, has been translated into Russian during the years of stagnation, but not into Latvian. Also, the writers of the Lost Generation were more recognizable. Their works were published in Latvia at that time. Hemingway was the most translated Western writer in the USSR. Although his works contain elements of modernism, he is positioned as a realist in Soviet literary studies. The next slide shows examples of late modernism, which was the contemporary literature at the time. In this respect, the situation in Latvia is much better. At the turn of the 60s and 70s, the works of Camus, Salinger, Vonnegut were translated into Latvian. The doctrine of existentialism was popular in Soviet Union, probably due to the left-wing orientation of some thinkers. Camus' works were intensively translated during the stagnation, and soon they were translated in Latvia as well. Salinger's novel was translated probably because it could demonstrate the dark sides of capitalist society and their effects on young people. Vonnegut's irony became known to the Russian reader in the early 70s, but only one novel was translated into Latvian. According to Katrina Clark, the novel 100 Years of Solitude by Marquez was one of the publications that had major impact on Soviet literature because it, I quote, influenced several writers, including Chingiz Aitmatov, whose day lasts more than 100 years, became a trendsetter of the early 80s, end of the quote. We can also notice the influences in Latvian literature, the search for roots, family history, magic realism in prose by Alberts Bels and Zigmunds Skuiņš. A special event in the Brežņeva era is the publications of modernist poetry books. The publication of Western poetry during the stagnation also took place in Lithuania, where an anthology, the 20th century Western poets, was published that helped to introduce such poets as Thomas Stearns Eliot, Dylan Thomas, Paul Valéry, Guillaume Apollinaire, Rilke, Paul Celan to the Lithuanian readers. As the selection of French poetry, es tevi turpinu, I will continue you, arranged by Maija Silmale and published in 1970, introduces the Latvian reader to the development of French poetry during the last 100 years. Along with the poetry of Baudelaire, Rimbaud, and other outstanding authors, an extensive preface by Silmale was included in the book, and Silmale was oppressed after this publication. Rarely, the poetry of Western modernists was also published in Latvian literary periodicals. For example, in 1975, there are 3 publications of Thomas Stearns Eliot's poems, and those poems are later included into the collection of American poetry, Visiem jums Amerikas vārdā, to all of you in the name of America, along with some other modernist works. The collection's introduction by Tamāra Zālīte provides information on the trends in American 20th century poetry and characterizes each poet's work practically without bowing to Soviet ideology. And now I would like to focus on descriptions and explanations of modernism in Latvian literary periodicals. Of course, modernism is not in the center of interest, but attitude towards this influential literary phenomenon is unambiguous. A big part of constructive publications on modernism in Latvian periodicals are translations of articles and books published in Russian or reaction to Russian publications. Nevertheless, there are also original publications written by Latvian authors. The most important being those written by Tamāra Zālīte and Zita Kalniņa. In translated publications, the attitude towards modernism is mostly negative. It is considered an opposition to realism or critical realism or even proletarian literature. Then modernists are called decadents and formalists with pronounced negative connotations. The same writing techniques are negatively evaluated in case of modernism, but positively in realism paradigm. Nevertheless, sometimes the information published is of broader scope, neutral and analytical, and some publications even include positive evaluation of modernism or its aspects. One of the most substantial sources about modernism for Latvian readers is the book in Russian, Зарубежный роман сегодня, Foreign Novel Today, by literary scholar Tamāra Motiļova, published in 1966. A part of her book was published in Latvian translations as a series in Literatūra un māksla. The fragments in Latvian provide information on Proust, Kafka, Joyce, and others, their works' role in the development of novel, the content, style, writing techniques of modernist novels. Although the superiority of realism is also mentioned. Motiļova has also given lectures at the State University of Latvia and Writers' Union. The magazine Karoks published a review of Motiļova's book by Zita and Kalniņa emphasizes Motiļova's impressive knowledge and international experience, but also reveals contradictions, discrepancies, and shortcomings of the book, including those regarding modernism, as well as groundlessness of some statements in a wider context of the development of Western literature. Sometimes Latvian press publishes translated articles from other Russian periodicals, not in Istrānē literatūra or Vaprosi literatūra, which tend to be more ideologically biased and consequently contain extremely denying view on modernist literature. The slides you saw illustrating the publications of translations indicated that few Western modernist and early postmodernist works were published in Latvia during the Brežņeva era. But what is the reaction in the cultural periodicals after those publications? It is very different. For example, the information about publication of Selinger's The Great Gatsby can be found only in the lists of published books, but there are no reviews by literary critics. Only in honor of Fitzgerald's 80th anniversary, a short article without the author's name is published, highlighting those aspects in Fitzgerald's works which comply with the ideological position of the USSR. Fitzgerald, I quote, outlines the tragic side scenes of American lifestyle, emphasizes the idea that post-war generations have no perspective in America, etc. The reception of Latvian Catcher in the Rye by Selinger is different. Although only a review by Tamāra Zālīte analyzing the novel and its translation is published, the popularity of Selinger's book in Latvia can be observed in interviews with various personalities, information about the book in regional periodicals, highly appreciated Holden's monologue by Varis Vētra in Dailes Theatre Studies graduation performance, a recommendation for future teachers to read the book, and also the variative use of the phrase uz kraujas Rutu laukā, as the title of the book was translated, even without mentioning Selinger or literature. And there are two Latvian literary scholars whose contribution to bringing Western modernist literature to Latvian audience is the most significant. One of them is Tamāra Zālīte. Zālīte has published several articles on modernism. For example, in 1974, she introduces Latvian readers to Thomas Stearns Eliot, and also Eliot's essay with the title Matching Soviet Attitudes to Art, Art's Social Function is published. In her publications, Zālīte analyzes the 20th century Western literature, features and importance of modernism, introduces Latvians to Ulysses by James Joyce, to Franz Kafka, Marcel Proust. Another literary scholar important in this period in regard to modernism is Zita Kalniņa. Her publications are devoted mostly to German modernist and postmodernist writings, and Kalniņa was also the one who published the first fragments of Ulysses in Soviet Latvia in 1968. It can be concluded that for the Latvian audience, the main source of knowledge of modernist literature during the Brežņeva era was the translations into Russian. Besides, during the years of stagnation, the number of significant translations of modernist works into Russian increased. This progress cannot be observed in Latvia, where there was a real stagnation in the field of translated literature. High modernist literature was rarely translated in Latvia during the period. There are more translations of contemporary Western, late modernist and postmodernist works. However, during the stagnation, there are few particularly important publications for the Latvian cultural environment, namely some examples of Western modernist poetry publications. Translations from Russian periodicals and original articles by Latvian literary scholars provide analysis and characterization of modernist literature, and attitudes towards modernist texts range from negative to neutral to even positive. Most original articles on modernism were published in the late 60s, early 70s, and again in the 80s, and mainly by two Latvian authors, Tamāra Zalīte and Zita. The reception of modernist books in the periodicals and amongst those interested in literature varied greatly, and most likely during the stagnation, the real reception of Western literature took place in the informal conversations of the Soviet intelligentsia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Sigita. Please, now it's time for questions.
Maybe it was not exactly your topic, but when I listened to you, I felt some gap because in Lithuania you talked about Tomas Venclova, and even in Russia the same thing told me Natalia Gorbanevskaya. One of the main sources to know Western literature was Polish language and Polish translations. You don't think that it was important for Latvia also?
Definitely not as much as in Lithuania. No, maybe there were few translations from the Polish language.
No, Gorbanevsky and Venclova told me very directly, we learned Polish for to know more about Western culture and Western literature, because Poland was more free and there were more translations, and modernist literature of the Western world was better known there. Latvians didn't do that? Learn Polish or
No,
something?
not to such degree. No, definitely not. No, Latvians too learn Polish language, but it was more rarely that case. So Latvians mostly look to translations from Russian, not from Polish. There are a few translations of Polish literary scholars too, but not so many as in Lithuania, and Latvians did not learn Polish language as far as I know, as Lithuanians did.
Because it's not about translations from Polish, but about Polish language as
about Polish literary space. And
yes,
its impact
about
in
translation into Polish, which Lithuanians and Russians read, because there were much more of modernist Western literature translated into Polish.
I haven't specifically looked into this question about Polish literary space and its impact onto Latvia, but I don't think it's so important as in Lithuania. No.
Because when I talked with one or another person, they told that very, very quickly and directly.
And I have one question. For me, it's interesting when the translations of Western drama plays begins in Latvia and Western modern drama in Latvian theater when begins.
Sorry, I cannot answer about drama. I'm afraid I will be wrong. I will say something wrongly. So it's more for drama specialists.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I perhaps just add a couple of sentences to what Donata said and to what you, Aušra, asked. I think, Sigita, it's really important that thank you for the paper, which was, I think, very good. But when you expand it, it's really important to see these things in context, also with theater context. Because modernist plays like Tennessee Williams, for example, he was very influential in 1960s. Arthur Miller's All My Sons were already on stage in 1940s. So I think this is really an important context. The plays were not necessarily published at that time, but many people went to theater. And this theater context that might also fill some gaps. For example, if you speak about Faulkner, The Sound of the Fury was staged in early 90s by Daugavpils Theater, this group of students. So I think that context is really important. And for me, would be also interesting, very interesting how to see when first translations of the same texts were in Lithuania and Estonia, so it would make an interesting comparison. But as for these Polish connections, Donata, no, its situation is completely different, I think. And already early in 20th century, Lithuanian modernism was in touch with Krakow, with other centers in Poland, but not for us. And I think for Estonians, I think maybe you can comment on this, but I think Finnish cultural space was important at some point at least. But for Latvians, I believe that's it. It's really Russian language publications that not anymore German as it used to be, but Russian publications were important.
I can add some information about theater because there are in Latvia some people who knows Polish, and one of them was actor Juris Stranga from Dāles Theater, and he read much of Polish theater magazines, and he gave information for Latvian stage directors who after found information in English or in French, as Peters Petersons did it. And but the first source was information from Polish theater magazines. So you can think about Polish impact to Latvian theater also.
Yes, I wanted to say about Estonia that I already checked at least some of the books that we have the same translations in the same decade with slight differences. For example, not only The Great Gatsby, but also Tender is the Night. And I was very curious which text from Günter Grass is in Latvian from that period. Because the tin drum we had only in 1990, after the almost after the Soviet period, but we have yes this a bit more of this Finnish influence. Thank you.
I think that Günter Grass was translated into Latvian only in the 90s of the 20th century. There was information about Grass, maybe some fragments, I'm not sure, but books came out, I think, only in the 90s and the beginning of this century. And thank you, Benedict, for your suggestions. This was only the beginning of research into reception and translations of modernist literature, and we definitely need to put it into context of Lithuania and Estonia and theater also.
Yes, I'm interested in translation, and I've been having lived in the West since age 3. I noticed observing the Baltic space, or at least Lithuanian space, that many of the translations were not from the originals, but from Russian. And I wondered whether you had noticed anything or had any answers to how much of it was from the originals and how much was from, not percentages or anything, but did you notice that?
Of course, I cannot say about percentages. But in the 60s already started this trend in Latvian translation that translations should be made from original language. Of course, there were translations through Russian too, but mostly Latvian translators tried to translate from originals. Of course, translation was not always let's say, proper translation, as with Hemingway, for example. If we compare Latvian translations published during 60s and 70s of Hemingway's works, we can see some slight changes in content, some omissions, for example, of historical facts, some omissions of persons mentioned, such kind of changes. But mostly they translate from original languages.
So there was some kind of censorship, because I noticed that many of the works you said there was, translated in the 30s or 40s or later, and then new ones in 73 and 80s, 90s. Yeah.
In Russian itself.
Well, thank you very much. It was an interesting paper.
Thank you, Sigita. And now we are moving from translation to zoopoetics. And Ruta Kurpniece, a doctoral student at University of Latvia, will give a paper on zoopoetics, Latvian short fiction during the period of stagnation.
Good morning. As mentioned, today we'll talk about zoopoetics and about animal studies. And I will try to analyze two short fiction works, one from Regina Ezera and the other one from Zigmunds Skujņš prose. So the modern world of research, full of different theories and methods, is joined by another set of theories. Animal studies, also called human animal studies in some other materials. These studies fall under the scope of humanities and social sciences and were defined as a separate approach at the beginning of 21st century. Animal studies are a new and very broad research principle, therefore they are rather split and complex in approaches. Before the appearance of the notion animal studies, including all the theories and methods related to these characters, there are already existing studies on animal characters in literature. A notable boost in the direction of animal studies was made by the 1934 Jewish-German literary critic and philosopher Walter Benjamin. Benjamin's essay, Franz Kafka, on the 10th anniversary of his death, which speaks about the use of animal characters in the writer's literary work. However, animal studies were not regarded as a separate grouping of research until the beginning of the 21st century. Alongside animal studies, the term zoopoetics is also used, first coined by Jacques Derrida in his 2002 book, The Animal That Therefore I Am. Zoopoetics can be regarded as one of the research methods in animal studies. Walter Benjamin also talks about the idea, but does not name a specific term for it. Both scholars talk about animals and zoopoetics in the context of Franz Kafka's stories. It is likely that Derrida used Kafka's stories to exemplify the term zoopoetics, since those are some of the first works in world literature which could consistently use animal characters to achieve poetic goals. Kafka's poetics can be called zoopoetics not because they are about animals, but because animals which appear in the text is an irreplaceable element of the narrative. Literary researchers Kari Distrol and Eva Hoffman, in their book What is Zoopoetics, address the issue through the perspective of different texts, but emphasizes that different approaches to literary texts are of vital importance in zoopoetics. However, it is just as important to understand that animal studies and zoopoetics do not study texts about animals, but rather they are, I quote, texts that are in one way or another predicted upon an engagement with animals and animality, end quote. I already mentioned that the studies are split in opinions. There are different stages of unclarity. For example, the studies do not have a specific direction. Some scholars think that the studies should distance themselves from biology and physiology, concentrating less on the animal as part of nature, except in cases where the literary texts demand it, and more on the interaction with human characters in the literary piece. In the book compiled by literary researcher David Herman, Creatural Fiction and Human-Animal Relationships in 20th and 21st century literature, scholars address animals in literary works through narratology, hermeneutics, semiotics, post-colonialism, and others. Thus, observing the impact, interactions, and connections with with human characters, scholars focus on the plot of the literary piece as well as the symbolic meaning and what the animal reflects and where it can be regarded as a sign of the time. Other scholars encourage going towards a new interdisciplinary approach, ecology and literary research. Researchers Dominic Orem and Roman Bartoš say in the preface of their book Beyond the Human-Animal Divide, Crucially Lives in Literature and Culture, I quote, current research in the humanities tackled the question of animals in ways that bring together historical, philosophical, philological, and theological stands of in fruitful and productive ways. In the context of the broader critique of the anthropocentric preview of the humanities and attempts at moving at the direction of a post and environmental humanities in challenges us to rethink disciplinary boundaries, drew on the potential of interdisciplinary changes. End of quote. Divide views are observed also in the name of the studies and terminology. For example, whether the main object under analysis should be called an animal, creature, or non-human. This study uses terms animal studies and animal as the main object of research. Latvian literature could be said to feature animal characters rather frequently. The roots of it can be found in Latvian folk tales and folk literature, which often portrays animals who can talk or even influence a person's fate, choices, and so on. In Latvian prose, animal characters are prominent in 1920s and 1930s in writers Jānis Ezeriņš and Mirds Bendrukas zoological novellas, and later they appear in works of Zigmunds Skujiņš and Regīna Ezere. But those are just few of writers who use these characters. Animal characters in literature can fall under 3 categories. First, the animal is a human's companion. Second, it is a beast and a person at the same time, forming the central character of the piece. And third, animals as a metaphoric device through which historical situations or society's opinions are channeled. To characterize the function of animal characters in Soviet time literature, this study focuses on 2 very different instances in the author's short fiction from the 1970s. Zigmunds Skujiņš novella Zirgs uz sienas, A Horse on the Wall, and Regīna Ezer's story Slasts, The Trap. Regīna Ezere is one of the most well-known Latvian authors in genre of psychological prose. Her works included short prose, novels, and autobiographical prose. Ezere began writing in the 1950s, and her first collection of stories, Un ceļš vēl kūp and The Road is Still Steaming, came out in 1961. In the 1970s, she tried her hand in zoological novellas. Ezere's works always included animals, since they were important for her in the real life. In 1970s and 1980s, Ezere's most important large-scale works, her novels, were published. Also, her writing peaked in the 1970s when she wrote some of her best novels, Aka, The Well, and Zemdegas, Underground Fires. At the time, animal characters entered her prose. The first collection of short stories which could fall under the category of zoological prose is the 1975 Cilvēkam vajag suni, A Man Needs a Dog. But in this paper, I will talk about her short story Slasts, The Trap, which is included in short fiction collection with the same name, The Trap. The title of the story, Slasts, which was written in 1977, talks about seemingly mysterious creature which is not named anywhere in the story, but it's clear that the creature is a rat. Rats are made the main characters in the story. It could be even considered as a description of a rotten species. However, it contains stylistic devices which reveal details of the time through the characters. The beginning of the story provides a detailed description of the origins of the species. I quote, "She came from an ancient tribe of the world, travelers and robbers. She was beaten and poisoned, sophisticated and drowned." End of quote. It shows the long existence of rodents in the world and their ability to survive in different times and places. The inability of external sources to destroy them. If other species can die from starvation, I quote, "She couldn't be starved because she ate everything that was edible. She also ate everything that was inedible." The quotation points to the main principle of rat's life, the readiness to do anything it takes to get the stomach full. Morality in comprehensible things like eating children alive or even other rats. This can be compared to the Soviet occupation, the colonizing country being ready to do everything to obtain a territory. Metaphorically, this could be called a devouring of a region. It is worth noting that the rats cannot survive alone. The story mentions that they only live where humans live. I quote, "She lived everywhere where men resided. When the man moved, so did she. When man crossed oceans, so did she. When man discovered continents, so did she. She tried and longed to live under one roof and eat at the same table with the man." End of quote. This quote is also comparable to colonialism as all explorable territories are already inhabited by humans. The ending of Slust is rather unexpected. It is firstly revealed that the only enemy to rodents is a trap, where they have no chance of surviving. Secondly, it is the last paragraph that rat character transforms into a human character, a woman who wishes to call a store to say that there is something wrong with their price tags, since the inspection is coming. Here one can speak about the impact of colonialism on human mind and way of thinking. In the Soviet times, there are deficit products which often cannot be obtained. For instance, sausage is mentioned in the story. The plot uncovers that these goods are not price tagged and likely sold for a higher price, so the cashiers can pocket some profit. But as an inspection approaches, everything needs to be fixed. The cashiers now feel trapped. A trap can also be related to the existing government regime, due to which people seek sustainable methods to earn more, to obtain deficit products and similar. There are consistent anti-state activities and therefore punishable, so it is done secretly, only covering up as the inspection comes. Again, Cesar's story, Trap, through the rat character, tells the society's fear of punishment of illegal activities on the one hand, but on the other, it shows the anti-state activities that people pursue to improve their quality of life. The story unveils the resilience of rats as a species, their ability to survive in all conditions and times, which can also be attributed to the people's behavior in Soviet times. Zigmunds Skujiņš is one of the most prominent Latvian writers in the second half of the 20th century. Skujiņš got into writing early in life, but his first publication came in the magazine Bērnība, Childhood, a story Pāri sētai, Over the Fence. In 1954, Skujiņš's first volume of short fiction, Ceļi un krustceļi, Roads and Crossroads, came out. However, he only got wider recognition after his first novel, Kolumba Mazdēli, Columbus' Grandsons, were published. Animal characters appear in conspiracy in the writing of Skujiņš, most often acting as metaphors or as guides, namely characters that are always adjacent to humans. The most notable short fiction works in which animals appear are Novela par Čingis Khana zirgu, the novella about Čingis Khan's horse, and Zirgs uz sienas, the horse on the wall. These both novellas are published now in 2016 volume Dziļurbums laikā, A Borehole in Time. And this study will analyze the novella Zirgs uz sienas, the horse on the wall. The novella Horse on the Wall tells the story of a young couple born and raised in the city. I quote, Zanda and I were born in the city. My first childhood memory is the noise, end of quote. And now they are living in shared communal apartment in Riga. However, the passages talking about the past reveal their happiest times as the 2-week-long vacation on a boat trip on the Salata River and staying in a country cottage. Skujiņš uses animal characters to describe the country landscape, like, for example, cows, chickens, birds, wild animals, and others. The novella begins at the birthday of the protagonist, whose wife Zanda has painted a horse on the wall of the communal apartment as a gift. The story reveals that it is a horse named Chigans, Gypsy, whom the couple had met in and got attached to in the countryside. Gypsy is described as dreamy and very peaceful. I quote, "Peace flowed from him, from the look he was casing in the world, his heavy eyelids low from the lazy movement of his tail, sweating flies, from the soft lift that reached forward and as if kissed the straw. Even dogs did not bark at him. He had a habit of putting his head on a man's shoulder and blowing a warm breath amiably." End of quote. As mentioned above, animals often serve as guides for human characters in Squinch works. That's exactly what the horse Gypsy is. A horse is physically present for a short time in the flashbacks of the past, but throughout the course of the plot, it is a mural on a wall that consistently reminds of itself. The horse acts as a companion when a man, the novella's protagonist, needs emotional support in everyday life. I quote, "When grim through, were thickened, and his eyes began to show everything in hopeless colors, Gypsy was present and in a low voice reminded him of salads shimmering in the moonlight." End of quote. The Soviet regime is also presented in the novella. By the ending of the plot, workers arrive at the apartment who are tasked with installing central heating. It is planned to install a radiator on the wall with the mural drawing over it in blue chalk. Asked whether the radiator couldn't be fitted on another wall, the answer is cast in stone. I quote, "Are you kidding? The plan has been confirmed, materials calculated, no offense." End of quote. On the next day, Zanda and her husband cover the mural in white paint. It could be said that this is fictional piece. Similarly to others, the metaphorical function of the animal appears. Peace and stability taken away from the person. Squinch ends the novella with hopes that life will be peaceful after all, I quote. "But he will definitely return, and I don't doubt it. And he will again stand in his spot by the poles of his enclosure, covering the moonlight and silence." Thank you.
As far as I know, you are preparing your PhD on this topic, right? So I believe your scope of research is much wider than you presented today. So my question will be more about what you didn't say. So I was just wondering, what kind of animals appear most often in Latvian prose, and is the function of them very different in different works of literature? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Actually, in my PhD, I am focusing on Regina Ezer's prose mostly. So maybe I can answer about her works. So yeah, it is different through the decades. In most ways, there are these metaphorical characters, but let's say in 1990s fiction, she mostly focuses them as companions. So I would say that there are differences.
Thank you for your interesting paper. And my question is about mammoths. In Lithuania, we have a very famous play, Mammoths Hunt. And can we find in Latvian literature metaphorical image of mammoths?
Oh, I can't recall right now.
Yeah, thank you. This may be just my personal quirk or my personal problem that I see everything through the gender studies lens, but I wanted to ask, as you read this excerpt from Ezra's story in English, the gender aspect stood out to me, that the rat was a she who was living amongst men. So is there a gender-specific interpretation possible, in your opinion?
I would say, yeah. There are, but I haven't looked upon these things. But I would say that, yeah, there could be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ruta. And next presentation will be on postmodernism, Latvian prose. Kaspars Zalāns from University of Latvia will present the relationship between postmodernism and socialist realism in Marģeris Zariņš works.
Vienkārši priekšu. Kurš šitā uz priekšu? Okay. Yes, thank you. Technical difficulties. So good morning, esteemed colleagues and fellow researchers. Thank you for having me today. My name is Kaspars Zalāns, and the subject of my research and presentation is the relationship between postmodernism and socialist realism in Marģeris Zariņš works. The thesis is that postmodernism during the Brežņeva era as a genre and literary form in itself could function as criticism and deconstruction of the Soviet regime and the socialist realism art frame that was prevalent during that era. The research paper explores two Marģeris Zariņš novels, namely Viltotais Fausts, pārlabota un papildināta pavargrāmata, which was published in 1973, and in English the title will be Counterfeit Faust or Corrected and Supplemented Cookbook. And also the second book is Trauksmene 33, The Frantic 33 in English, which was written and finished in 1978, but only published in 1988 due to ideological reasons. Both books are used as case studies of what postmodernism meant as an ideological change in literature during that era, as well as how their relationship with the occupation regime was deconstructed through the author's irony and reinterpretation of cultural tropes and references. For example, the archetypes of Faust and Mephistopheles in the book Counterfeit Faust. But before diving deeper into the research itself, I'll give a few quick words on the author and his works I've examined. Marģeris Zariņš was an influential Latvian composer and writer who is seen as one of the pioneers of the postmodern genre in Latvia. As a composer, he was known for the great variety of his musical work, which ranged from opera scores and music for the church organ to compositions for the theater and soundtracks for 18 Latvian films. Just like in writing and music, he would test the borders of what was allowed in composition and songwriting of that time. The characteristics of his writing were novel phraseology, uncommon linguistic style, and unorthodox word choice, as well as the mixing of fantastical, realistic, comical, and theatrical elements. His prose was also oftentimes grotesque and/or humorous. His relative creative freedom in both music and writing could be explained by the fact that from the 1940 until 1950, he held the position of the musical director for the Dailės Theatre in Riga, and that he also wrote a large number of pro-Sovietical compositions during the 50s, the chief of which was the opera Uz Jauno Krastu, or To the New Shore, for which he received the Latvian SSR order. As for the books themselves, Counterfeit Faust can be seen as a retelling of Christopher Marlowe's version of Faust, one in which the role of Mephistopheles is played by the aptly named Christopher Marlowe, a young composer and writer, and the character also shares some live facts with the real Christopher Marlowe. And the equivalent of Faust in the novel is the alchemist and pharmacist by the name Trampedux, who lives in a small riverside town. Marlowe offers Trampedux the chance to regain youth in exchange for the rights to rework and republish Trampedux's cookbook, hence the name of the novel. What follows is an exuberant and vivid, albeit short-lived adventure where also the beautiful and alluring Margaret is involved. She is the novel's equivalent of Gretchen from Goethe's play Faust. Eventually, it also turns out that a cookbook has been reworked by Trampedux from a previous author, continuing an endless line of reinterpretations. Meanwhile, the Frantic 33s can be seen as a sequel to a previous book, Kapelmeester Kociņš Kalendars, or the Calendar of Chapel Master Kociņš. And the Frantic 33s follows the lives of artists and writers during the 33 years of Soviet occupation from 1945 until 1978. It is the story of strong personalities trying to come to terms with the new social and political realities, making compromises to both their art and political conformism, compromises between idealism, which is often exchanged for careerism, freedom of expression, exchange for not risking one's own personal freedom. It also, behind the irony and satire of this book, is an ode of the author's belief in humanism, as well as a warning for future generations not to make the same mistakes as the previous ones. The hypothesis is that I would argue that the use of postmodernistic stylistics and tropes in Marģeras Zariņš work are used as both deconstruction and critique of the socialist realism literary style and of the Soviet regime as well. For this hypothesis, 3 additional research questions will be asked. First, how is the language used to go against the socialist realism grain? What is the aim of it? Secondly, what decadent and modernistic cultural references and tropes are used? How do they contradict the socialist realism standards? And thirdly and lastly, what socialist realism tropes and archetypes are reinterpreted and satirized? With what aim? But of course, before moving further onto these questions, it is important to reestablish the boundaries of the socialist realism and postmodern literary movements, even though I'm sure almost all of my colleagues present are pretty much aware of the definitions of each. But to be short, socialist realism was an officially sanctioned theory and method of literary composition prevalent in the Soviet Union from 1932 to the mid-1980s. Socialist realism follows the great tradition of 19th century Russian realism in that it purports to be a faithful and objective mirror of life, but it differs from earlier realism in several important respects. The primary theme of socialist realism is the building of socialism and a classless society. In portraying the struggle, the writer could admit imperfections, but was expected to take a positive and optimistic view of socialist society and to keep in mind its larger historical relevance. A requisite of socialist realism is the positive hero who perseveres against all odds or handicaps. Other necessities of this genre were highly formalistic plotting, including characters overcoming all odds through strength of will, and ultra-positive depictions of Soviet life and regime. As for postmodernism, again, not to make up too much time, perhaps it's best to point out a few of the more widespread and noticeable characteristics. It eschews absolute meaning and instead emphasizes play, fragmentation, metafiction, and intertextuality. The literary movement rose to prominence in the late 1950s and early 1960s as a reaction to modernist literature's quest for meaning in light of the significant human rights violations of World War II. It also often employs unreliable narrators and intertextuality. Now on to the research questions, starting with the language. What indeed was the literary language of socialist realism? During the so-called era of stagnation, which was from 1966 until 1985, that also coincided with part of Brežņev's rule, the Central Committee of the Communist Party ruled on the 7th January 1969 that the editor of a given work would be more responsible for the work's ideological content. Thus, during this time, the ideological battle between the censor and the author that happened within the subtext of a book was magnified. But throughout the Soviet regime, editors and censors worked to eliminate overly noticeable individual stylistics. For example, nonce words, which are original words made up by the author, were almost always exchanged for literary ones. Archaisms used almost only as specifics of an individual literary character's speech. Furthermore, various literary designators were oftentimes made more encompassing or specific. An example, if a book used the word baron to describe a character originally, it was oftentimes changed to masters in plural, or the smile of the people exchanged for the smile of the working people. As for examples of unorthodox language in the novels of Marģera Zariņš, three main categories could be pointed to. The first one is a plethora of dialect words. For example, paģeps, which means fool in Latvian, obaža, misfortune, āmeklis, buffoon, bemberis, a small fat person, and so on. He also had plenty of original nonce words, such as zintanība, which stands for wisdom or magic, griklis, which is a type of food, fascists, which is a intentional misspelling of the word fascist, and so on. Also, there are various barbarisms and colloques throughout his works, such as Tafelmusik, which is a direct translation of the German Tafelmusik, which is music played at feasts and banquets, Alkoholisti, which comes from the Russian, which means alcohol addicts, and Jūrkaķis, which is also a direct translation from the German Mierkatze. And the abundance of unofficial literary devices and words was, in a way, presented as a game by Marģera Zariņš. But of course, it could also be seen as excessive, if subtle resistance to the stiff literary language of the time. This leads to into the next research question, the use of decadent and modernistic cultural references and tropes. Examples of this, for example, are Cubist depictions of food in paintings at the start of Counterfeit Faust, or a discussion about expressionism and futurism between Christopher Marlowe and Trampedach, during which the former paints these styles in a positive light by saying, "All the admonishments you push onto the new German movement I see as the core of modern expressionism and futurism, not to showcase life, this deceiving farce, but the unfathomable new movements and senses of the soul," says Marlowe. Furthermore, throughout the frantic 30s, there are discussions about the life and work of the Russian poet Vladimir Mayakovsky, who was a controversial and unfavored author by the Soviet regime by the end of his life. Additionally, there are multiple examples of characters sacrificing their ideals and artistic aspirations for the comforts of Soviet life, such as a character, a painter by the name of Julia does. Thus, the legitimacy and truthfulness of non-socialist realism art styles and movement is re-established through the contrasting with the absurdities of an artist's life in the Soviet life, in the frantic 33s, and contrasting with the possibilities of the full range of expression given in Counterfeit Faust. Finally, due to time constraints, I will give just a few examples on how Marģera Zariņš reinterprets and satirizes socialist realism tropes and archetypes. In Counterfeit Faust, in the ending of Counterfeit Faust, despite the death of Trumpedax, the main character by suicide, Soviet soldiers celebrate Victory Day with Christopher Marlowe eating hot show soup and singing songs. Yet the scene in this context is so overblown and overly positive to seem almost like satire. The homeliness and simplicity of the soldiers are a direct opposite to Marlowe's and Trumpedak's pompous modernistic expression before in the novel. In Frantic 33, one of the necessary improvements for a planned theater staging before it can be shown to the public is that the title characters would not be illuminated in a scene, for they are World War II soldiers and the lights could attract German warplanes in the play. And the critic of the staging says, the director is acting like an enemy agent, making the lighters throw the lamp rays right onto both lovers, as if to say, let the enemy get a clear shot. Isn't that quite nice, no? Thus, the satire of soldier characters, typical socialist realistic book endings, or the daily workings of the Soviet art scene unavoidably leads to re-evaluation and rethinking of the Soviet regime, as well as the modernistic art movements that were spurned by the Soviet Union. Furthermore, the common language used, as well as depictions and discussions of what was then seen as decadent art, is also a subtle yet indisputable challenging of the socialist realism style without directly criticizing or disparaging it. And for the full publication, for the full research paper, I will also add a reception in critique and in the public consciousness of both of these Magyar Zalāns novels. Thank you.
Please, comments or questions? What about Estonian and Lithuanian literature when the postmodernist features in Estonian or Lithuanian literature appeared?
Thank you for your paper. My question is is about Faustus interpretation in Latvian literature, and can you include the play of Mara Zālytė, Margarita, because it is also a postmodernic interpretation of Faust.
As part of my research, you mean, or just I mean, it would be a possible comparison, but currently. For this research, I'm planning to focus mainly on these two books by Magyar Zalāns because the focus isn't as much on the character of Faust, but on the postmodern aspects.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, thank you. And the next presenter is Solveiga Daugirdaitė. I don't see Solveiga. Yeah, she was just here, but I don't see her at the moment. Solveiga Daugirdaitė is from Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore, and her presentation will be about Simone de Beauvoir's memoirs, the 1960s in the USSR as reflected in those memoirs. And here's Solveiga.
PowerPoint presentation here. Okay. And then So good morning, everyone. 12 years ago, there was a conference at the University of Latvia dedicated to the centenary of Simone de Beauvoir. My spontaneous decision to participate here later ended in the book on visit of Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir to Lithuania in 1965. This paper is my return to long-abandoned author as a source of information about the 60s in the Soviet Union. Although Simone de Beauvoir is famous for her groundbreaking books on women and elderly people, as well as fiction, she also contributed to travel writing with books about her journeys through the United States, America Day by Day in English, and to China, The Long March. Although 4 other de Beauvoir's ego-documentary books published from late 50s to early 70s are usually referred as autobiographies or memoirs, travel writing comprises an important part of this book, especially of the last volume, all said and done in English. It's above all an account of de Beauvoir's activities as a grande dame of French intellectual life in the 60s. According to feminist researcher Toril Moy, the text of this book, in contrast to the intimate confessions of the previous volumes, I quote, often reads as an account of de Beauvoir's and Sartre's public engagements. On their trips to the Soviet Union, Japan, Egypt, and Israel, the 2 writers were treated like royalties, end of quote. But on the contrary to Sartre, she did not like official events and called the boredom of committees and sessions unbearable. Sartre, who was de Beauvoir's lifelong companion, was widely invited to and eagerly participated in various political and social events. While their celebrity status had some advantage during their travels, it also inevitably hampered their ability to freely move as private persons, thus reducing their possibility to see the less official sides of the country. Western intellectuals are often reproached for not being sensitive enough or even blind to the crimes of communist regimes. In particular, it's often applied to France, although the positions and attitudes of the left-wing intellectuals varied greatly. And what is even more important, change over time. The French Communist Party after the World War II was the largest political party in France, and many influential thinkers such as Sartre flirted with it, but he never joined the party, contrary to Camus. In fact, the reaction of French intellectuals to the crimes of communist regimes, especially during Stalin's time, varied very greatly. As British historian Tony Judd points out, the post-war French intellectuals' reaction to the crimes of communism ranged from radical rejection to simple acceptance, the position of active members of the Communist Party. The most challenging approach was that of intellectuals such as Sartre, who were acknowledging honestly, as they saw it, the realities of communist experience in all its horrors, and yet so explaining the latter as to be left with an experience and project worthy of dreams and defensible in their own political and ethical language. The changing situation in the Soviet Union affected the positions of pro-communists abroad. The so-called thaw period not only disclosed the existence of labor camps and purges within the high-ranking party officials during the Stalin regime, but also made Western intellectuals increasingly aware of the dissident trials and anti-Semitic campaigns taking place in the later decades. Sartre's relationship and rhetoric towards the USSR kept changing constantly. The 60s were his most intense years of collaboration with the Soviet writers as well as with pro-Soviet organizations of peace. De Beauvoir acknowledges that, I quote, "As for our relations with the Communist Party and the socialist countries, there I followed Sartre in his fluctuations," end of quote. During the period from 1962 to 66, de Beauvoir and Sartre started to visit Soviet Union regularly, spending several weeks in different parts of the country, usually during their summer holidays. Contrary to Sartre, de Beauvoir left a written account of the political and economical situation here. However, being not formally committed, she was able to focus on the preparation for the trip. De Beauvoir not only loved traveling, she also saw travel as an opportunity for her personal growth. In all of her autobiographies, de Beauvoir describes herself as being inquisitive since she was little. She attributes her passion for traveling to her character. In All Said and Done, she wrote that she used to read everything possible about the country she visited. Judging by how detailed the writer's descriptions of the countryside were, one can assume that she kept notes during her journeys and used them while writing books later. Before coming to the USSR, Beauvoir was already familiar with the works revealing the reality of the Soviet labor camps, such as Evgenia Ginsburg's Journey into the Whirlwind, Krutoy Marshruut, and Alexander Solzhenitsyn's works. She viewed the latter unevenly. She liked very much One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich and Matryona's House, but claimed not to recognize his voice in their first cycle. It is worthwhile noting that she indicated her reasons as to why cancer ward gripped her right away. Even though she was already well informed about life in the Soviet Union, her knowledge was only an abstract knowledge, whereas Solzhenitsyn's was immediate and concrete. Some names, objects, and places arouse her sympathy a priori. For example, now Ukrainian city of Lvov impressed her with its elegance, beautiful singing in churches. She had heard a lot about the city from an immigrant from it, her friend Stefa Avkikovich, the wife of their friend painter Fernando Gerasi. Since de Beauvoir did not speak Russian, she had to rely on writers, also referred as our friends in the Soviet Union, such as translator Lena or Lenina Zonina, liberal art critic and journalist Yefim Dorosht, and Ilya Ehrenburg, whose novel Thaw inspired the poetic name of the Khrushchev's period. De Beauvoir writes very warmly about the translator Lenina Zonina, admiring her strength as twice divorced mother. Zonina's parents were revolutionaries affected by Stalin's purges. Through the fate of her family, de Beauvoir shows the history of the USSR and in part the situation of women. It goes without saying that all these people who interacted with foreigners were in one or another way connected with the Soviet special services. De Beauvoir should have understood this, but seemed to accept this fact as a part of the game that did not preclude sincere communication. De Beauvoir captured the breakthrough from the thaw to the stagnation that occurred during that decade. During the Beauvoir first visits, the atmosphere in the country was still rather liberal, and a desire to communicate with the West was still present. Khrushchev asserted the necessity of a coexistence based upon peaceful competition. Although aware that she was among the elite, after the New Year celebration in 1962, the Beauvoir marked as a sign of progress that Soviet people wear beautiful clothes and listen to Western jazz. Only a few of the Beauvoir's interpretations reflect the official Soviet government's view, unlike the historical truth. For example, she states that the Crimean Tatars had been deported for their collaboration with the Germans during World War II, when in fact this was the consequence of the Stalin's repression, which occurred in order to eliminate the possibility of opposition. It should be kept in mind that Muscovite Zonina, who provided information to the Beauvoir, did not always comprehend the complicated historical nuances of national minorities. However, the Beauvoir was sensitive to cultural diversity, which the Soviet regime tried to eliminate. When the Beauvoir claims that she was interested in the evolution of the USSR and that she, I quote, was attracted both by variety of its landscapes and the beauty of its former cultural wealth, end of quote, it is possible to infer that formal cultural wealth was destroyed by current regime. Every time she visited Soviet Union, she would discuss cultural situation, slightly changing every year, regarding, for instance, what the censorship allowed to be published. Her first visit is described optimistically. I quote, "The liberalization of culture went on during the autumn of 1962. In October, with Khrushchev consent, Pravda published Yevtushenko's poem Stalin's Hairs." I skip a little bit. Khrushchev also allowed Novy Mir to publish Solzhenitsyn's books One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, which described his experiences in the Stalinist camps. In his memoir, which were coming out in the same magazine, Ehrenburg spoke freely about Western art. Although Khrushchev had already cursed modern artists at the exhibition in Manège, the Beauvoir saw the exhibition and enjoyed modernist artists such as Falk, Tischler, sculptor Ernst Neizvestny, whose works soon were withdrawn. I believe that she intentionally mentions names at the moment of writing in order to make more publicity for these people. In 1963, she presented an overview again. The cultural situation had deteriorated since the winter. I omit a bit. Khrushchev made a vehement attack on formalism and abstraction in writing and the fine arts, firing several broadsides at Ehrenburg, Nekrasov, Yevtushenko, and even Paustovsky. Friends told us of a film about the conflict between generations called The Lenin Barrier, Zastava Ilyich, that they had seen at a private showing, and they praised it very highly. Khrushchev tore it to pieces. Of all the writers, Ehrenburg was picked out of the severest criticism. A year later, de Beauvoir presents developments. I quote, "The Lenin Barrier was still under the censor's ban. The film only came out much later, and then in deformed and mutilated version. Tarkovsky was making a film about Rublev. They compelled him to rewrite the scenario, and he foresaw that there were going to be great difficulties. The accursed painters no longer exhibited. Some few of them made a meager living by selling their pictures to foreigners who were allowed to take pictures, ancient or modern, out of the country so long as the Tretyakov gallery certified that they had no commercial value." De Beauvoir also touches upon changes in translation policy. So in 1964, she noted, one of Kafka's stories, A Report for an Academy, had been translated, and there was talk about publishing the trial, talk that came to nothing, however. In 1962, Brecht had been suspect. He strayed too far from social realism. In 1964, the theaters were opening to him. In Leningrad, there was an excellent production of Arturo E. Lena had translated Sartre's words. A year later, she stated, Kafka was still not translated, although indeed he was now presented as a victim of capitalism and not as a decadent pessimist. And Tarkovsky still could not get permission to make his film of Rublov, but he did seem hope was allowable. What I like most in these notes is that she notices a constant change, contrast to today's many young people who imagine the Soviet era as something monolith. The change at the top of the politics in the autumn of 1964, when Brezhnev took over the leadership of the country, initially gave the hope for the best. The war wrote about possibly fortunate consequences for culture. Solzhenitsyn and Akhmatova and Pasternak were published. Probably Brodsky's improving situation was also encouraging for some time. As early as 1964, Ehrenburg told for Brodsky's case in detail. Beauvoir cites his speech in court emphasizing the anti-Semitic and anti-intellectual nature of the case. In 1965, Sartre, together with other intellectuals, signed a petition to Mikoyan, chairman of the Supreme Council of the USSR. Brodsky was released. However, other anti-Semitic dissident trials soon began, notably of Daniel and Siniavsky, who were accused of having published anti-Soviet works abroad under the pen names. De Beauvoir devotes considerable space of their trial and the phenomenon of samizdat. In protest against the trial of Siniavsky and Daniel, Sartre and de Beauvoir refused to attend the Congress of the Writers' Union of the USSR in 1967. But, I quote, it was events in Czechoslovakia that determined us to break with the Soviet Union for good and all, end of quote. She expressed regret that she would no longer see this country and some people whom she calls our friends. Beauvoir discussed not only everyday life of ordinary people, the food supply situation, shortages and queue, but she also resented the absurd bans on foreigners to travel free without country. Yalta, Eastern Coast was forbidden for foreigners. Beauvoir and Sartre were not permitted to take taxis from Vladimir to Moscow, and in the Baltic countries, tourists were allowed to visit only capitals. However, an exception was made to them, and they crossed Lithuania from one border to another. And also, she was not happy about mandatory bosom of government-procured chaperones. The only way the two French philosophers could get glimpses of the obscure Soviet reality was by traveling on their own while using public transportation. Of course, they were allowed much more. For example, although psychiatric institutions in the USSR were inaccessible, and de Beauvoir was aware of prohibition of psychoanalysis because of its Western origins, the guests were allowed to visit the Psychiatric Institute. In addition to Moscow and Leningrad, de Beauvoir and Sartre, accompanied by Lenina Zonina, visited the Crimea, Kiev, Estonia, Armenia, and Georgia. To sum up, half a century has passed since the Beauvoir travels to the USSR and since All Said and Done was published. This book still remains a valuable account of the 60s. As a documentary narrator, Beauvoir does not show any empathy or compassion for people whose lives she is describing, maybe with the exception of those whom she considers her close friends. That's, for example, Ehrenburg, Lena Zonina. From all Soviet republics, she liked very much Estonia. Again, as it was told yesterday, it was too good to be Soviet, and she wrote that it seemed that they moved into a different world, but what they loved especially that there were people who accompanied them, the charming couple of the Semper's family, Johannes Semper, the writer, and his wife, a musicologist. What was extremely pleasant, they were always at hand when we needed their help, and they left us alone whenever they felt that we should like to be on ourselves. She does not place blame for troubles of Soviet people, nor does she question the sense of creating the communist society. This is due to her narrative style and worldview. Nevertheless, de Beauvoir's account of the situation in the 60s basically is very close to the situation presented by local memoirists, and thus negates the stereotype that Westerners, especially the left-wing ones, were not able to access the complexity of the Soviet life. Thank you.
For an interesting presentation, and maybe there are some questions or comments.
Thank you so much for his presentation. I know that the Estonian writer Ülo Tuulik showed them around in Estonia, and he's still alive. Maybe I should ask him what they did in Estonia and what he remembers.
They met some writers, but they mention only some names. For example, in Lithuania, they mention no name at all. They just expressed their unhappiness to be chaperoned everywhere. In Estonia, she mentioned Stempers. One person who is Professor B, just a letter B, in Tartu, whom he met, and also they met a very grim person, a writer, Lenin's Prize laureate, who was interested in Antarctics, so it's probably Johann Smul. And they didn't like him because Smul said that he didn't like Solzhenitsyn's One Day in Life of Ivan Denisovich. That's almost everything.
Okay, I can ask Ülo Tuulik if he remembers something about this visit. And I came across a monument of Sartre in Nida this summer, and now I understand this monument a bit better when I only thought, why only Sartre?
First of all, there's a problem with left-wing intellectuals. For example, till now there was a memorial plaque where Joseph Brodsky had stayed in Vilnius, but still no plaques for Sartre and de Beauvoir. So the sculpture in Nida is not called the monument to the Sartre, is called the monument to the photographer Sutkus's picture. There are a lot of controversy about this particular sculpture because it's made out of metal, while there is an idea then in the Huronian spit, no solid objects should be placed. So, and of course, there is a reaction against Sartre, as some researchers called him a useful idiot who just improved the image of the Soviet Union in the eyes of Western world. And in fact, that decade he traveled from one Congress to another, defending Soviet position. So he worked for that country. It's not very easy now to judge. But anyway, at least Lithuanians, what I know for sure, at that time and even now, considered this visit very important. They were very pleased. Of course, they expected that Sartre will somehow help to promote Lithuanian culture abroad. They were naive.
Thank you so much.
I was just wondering whether, apart from Sutkus's photographs, which I was just wondering whether there was any contemporary reception beyond Sutkus's photographs, which are very well known, articles in Lithuanian or Estonian press about these visits, translations of some of the works, or was it all very silent and just personal meetings?
When? In 1965?
60s,
Oh,
1960s.
no. There were a lot of interviews with Sartre, mainly. Beauvoir was asked only questions about women's situation in France, like always. Yes, and what is important, there were a lot of other photographers, not pictures, not Sutkus's, who was just young, 26-year-old. He accompanied this group and made unofficial pictures, but editors sent their photographers to take pictures. So there were, and still there are, some pictures made by other photographers. While Sutkus's pictures were not so exposed as it is now, especially after 1968, when Sartre was no longer appropriate here. Sutkus simply put everything somewhere hide it somewhere in the shelf and didn't show too much as it is now. And now the view is absolutely different. We do not remember pictures that were published then, and we know only Sutkus's. So he was lucky to live long and to promote himself, in fact. And of course, I do not argue the value of the pictures. But yes, magazines and newspapers published more official pictures made by correspondents of other newspapers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Solveiga. I remember your paper on Sutkus's actually photography where Simone de Beauvoir was erased from the picture and only her shadow was left. So this was
So the same famous picture that was presented in sculpture in Zita was edited. In the original picture, there is Simone de Beauvoir following Sartre. So Sutkus thought that it's simply because of his aesthetics. It's not so beautiful to show two figures. So he simply cut Simone de Beauvoir. But if you watch carefully, there is a shadow under the Sartre's legs of Simone de Beauvoir. And Sutkus once told that he was asked if there is KGB following, KGB's shadow following Sartre, not Simone de Beauvoir.
Thank you, Solveiga. And now we have a coffee break, and the coffee break will be till 11:15, because we have in the next session only 3 speakers, so we can have a little bit longer break. Thank you.
So we start our session on drama, and the first presenter is Aušra Martišiūtė-Linartienė from the Institute of the Lithuanian Literature and Folklore. Aušra, floor is yours.
Hello everyone, and I would like to try my slides. So my paper will be more visual, and I choose many photos by various performances. I will start with one strong tradition in Lithuanian drama and Lithuanian theater, historical drama tradition. So after Khrushchev's coup, Lithuanian theater and drama found a new direction, and productions of historical poetic dramas which suited and attracted different theater personalities. And important turning point was the season of 1956-1957. And you can see in 1956, theater director Romualdas Juknevičius stage play by Lithuanian writer and poet and drama writer apie Aušra dalia, The Fate Before Dawn, at the Vilnius Drama Theatre. In 1957, theater director Henrikas Vancevičius directed Juozas Grušas Herkus Mantas at Kaunas Drama Theatre. From then on, for almost 3 decades, the historical drama had become the most significant drama, from artistically and socially, and performing a defensive function, and dramas written by Juozas Grušas, Justinas Marcinkevičius, Juozas Glinskis were very popular, and historical drama still received the most attention from the drama and theater researchers, from Jonas Lankutis till Reda Pabarčienė, Gražina Mareckaitė, and others. Modern quest of playwrights and theater directors have received much less attention. However, young theater and literature researchers have started researching it in various aspects. And you can see the Paul Yevseyev article, Rimantas Kmita articles in interesting Mo Museum project, The History of Culture, and 2 examples of doctoral thesis, Godas Dapšytės impact of Soviet censorship on the development of Lithuanian theater discourse, and Ginta Čingaitės doctoral thesis, Communication Strategies in Kazys Saja's Plays, The Aspect of Genre. My presentation focuses on the context of modern foreign and Lithuanian drama, in which the first 2 plays of the Theatre of the Absurd were staged. So in the spring of 1968, the play Duobė, The Pit, was performed at the Corridor Theatre by the students of the State Art Institute of Lithuania. The Pit was written by poet and dramatist and painter Arvydas Ambrasas and Regimantas Midvikis, and performance was directed by Arvydas Ambrasas. At the end of 1968, play written by Kazys Saja, Mamutų medžioklė, The Mammoth Hunt, directed by Jonas Jurašas, took place at Kaunas Drama Theatre. It's interesting that there are some new aspects in performances, because in Jonas Jurašas performance participated pantomime troupe Modris Tennyson, Latvian artist Modris Tennyson pantomime troupe transferred to Kaunas Drama Theatre, and they performed as shadows of the main characters. So like a shadows, like a alter ego of main characters. So this was between us some communication. So in according to Lithuanian history, Lithuanian theater history, only a few plays based on modern drama were staged in 1940s, 1956. You can see one example. So this example is Arthur Miller play Salemo Raganos, The Crucible, or The Witches of Salem. And this play was staged at Vilnius Academic Drama Theatre, and this theatre was in Stalin Avenue, and director of this play was not a professional director, but actor Vladas Jurkūnas. But after 1957, we can see more foreign modern plays in Lithuanian theatres. So we can see some examples. Theatre director Juozas Miltinis introduced plays by in Panevėžys Drama Theatre. Juozas Miltinis introduced plays by Arthur Miller, Death of Salesman, the first performance in Soviet Union. So the Death of Salesman was written in 1949, and Juozas Miltinis staged this play in 1958. Another example, Wolfgang Borchert, The Man Outside, written in 1946, Miltinis staged in 1966. And Friedrich Dürrenmatt, two plays, The Physicists, written in 1961 and staged by Miltinis in 1967. And Dürrenmatt's Frank the Fifth, written in 1960s and staged in 1969. So the foreign modern plays was quite quickly transferred to Lithuanian stage. And Juozas Miltinis staged modern plays by Juozas Grušas. So The Secret of Adomas Brunza in 1966, and Fatal Intoxication, this is name of Juozas Grušas play Love, Devil and Jazz. Miltinis called Fatal Intoxication, staged in 1967. So this place, especially Grušas place, was turned to new drama language and to new theater language. Another interesting example, you can see the stylistic of these performances, and we can see that there are man, woman, chair, but this is, we can recognize realistic people, realistic personalities. There are some photos from Miltinis performances. And another young director, Vytautas Čibiras, also presented new modern dramas in Lithuanian theatre. So there are some examples of Vytautas Čibiras. So in Vilnius Drama Theatre, Vytautas Čibiras staged Nazim Hikmet, Forgotten Man, Milan Kundera, The Owners of the Keys, and this interesting example because Milan Kundera play was written in 1962, and in 1933 Vytautas Čibiras staged this modern play in Lithuania. And Vytautas Čibiras liked also Friedrich Dürrenmatt, The Visit of Old Lady, staged in 1966, and John Osborne, Look Back in Anger, written in 1956, staged in 1967. So And in this slide, you can see some examples of directors from different generations. For example, Arthur Miller, Death of Salesman, directed Juozas Rudzinskas, Nazim Hikmet, young director Vytautas Čibiras, Tennessee Williams, Orpheus Descending, Romualdas Juknevičius, and so on. But directors was from different generations. So, and we can see the last example, Jonas Jurašas performance stage on Leonid Zorin's play A Warsaw Melody. So now I can choose 4 examples, and these examples is very important because for many theater goers, these performances became, how to say, an important turning point, and these performances signaled a transition to a new theater language. The directors rejecting the traditional realistic rendition of a play and creating a conditional theater of metaphors. And from these 4 performances, from these 4 plays, the young generation of theater directors, Dalia Tamulevičiūtė, Jonas Vaitkus, Eimuntas Nekrošius, Gytis Padegimas, made their debut in the 1972, 1980s, but they also developed the metaphorical theater. So I can say that Jonas Jurašas performances was very important for all drama writers and theater directors generation. And now we will start with 2 examples from 1968. So the first example is from Vilnius Lithuanian Theater, Lithuanian Institute of Arts, and young poet and director and artist Arvydas Ambrasas had written and directed the first play of the absurd in Lithuanian theater history, Duobė, the Pit. So the play was written looking at the example of Beckett's play, and Arvydas Ambrasas can read in Polish, and he read Beckett plays. The first translation in Lithuanian appeared only in 1969 after Ambrasas' performances. So Ambrasas read Beckett plays in Polish, and after that Dovydas Judelevičius translated the last type of Krepo and published in 1969 in Literature magazine. So in this slide you can see the photo of Arvydas Ambrasas and self-portrait, portrait with 3 eyes, surrealistic image, and in this slide you can see the esquisse, and this was interesting example because the creators of this performance was painters, so they can imagine and they can write text in new way. So Ramunė Reimerienė, the sister of Arvydas Ambrasas, remembers the turning point in society was maybe at the year 1966. The news about the hippie movement reached us. We could already listen to rock music and vinyl records, get a glimpse on contemporary art magazines, have long hair and wear jeans. At the time, avant-garde things were very few in Lithuania. If anything happened, it happened only in underground. And the State Art Institute was famous for being liberal, and it was in this place that the place of theater of the absurd, hardly imaginable on the stage of state theater, could have appeared. And among the how to say, audience was many important people. Drama writer Kazys Saja, poet Marcelijus Martinaitis, Antanas Venslova, theater director Juozas Miltinis, and so on, so on. But poet Marcelijus Martinaitis shared his impressions about this theater. So the corridor theater was in corridor. So the corridor was so crowded that you could barely find a place to put at least one foot. The close contact with almost unfamiliar audience alone reminded me of standing in a square to purchase a herring, a doctoral sausage, or blue chicken called broiler on the eve of various propaganda holidays. No performance today can give that impression of such collective participation. I'm afraid to say that this was such a one-time and maybe the last theater in Lithuania in which I also participated, standing on one leg as it is fitting the theater of the absurd. And even after a few decades, I remember it very vividly. So poet Marcelijus Martinaitis was publisher of Arvydas Ambrasas small poet book. But in Marcelijus Martinaitis archive, I found 3 drama plays of Arvydas Ambrasas, and with the help of my student, we published these 3 drama plays only in 2009. So in 1974, for Martinaitis was too dangerous to publish this plays with Arvydas Ambrasas poetry. So, and what is interesting that plays of Arvydas Ambrasas and Regimantas Midvikis contained no direct political and social allusions. They operated only on the most general images: pit, clown, and train, white city, and so on. So they operated on the most general images, which were more existential than political. The action of the plays take place in a hard-to-define space. The place is characterized by intertextuality. The gravediggers came from Shakespeare's Hamlet. We recognize a reference to this tragedy from the choice of the name of a tragic figure, Ophelius. Ophelia, who was turned into a man, has the antagonist, Caesaris, Julius Caesaris. The heroic personality of the Roman Empire is degraded in the play by turning him into a clown. In the pit, the characters are intellectual, who quote Hamlet. Once the characters get into the grave pit, they cannot or do not want to get out. They are living in pits. Some stranger, nepažįstamasis, who falls into the pit, climbs out immediately. But the other characters, they are living in the pit. They buy train tickets to the White City by phone, but they never leave the pit. There are grave diggers walking at the top. They fill up the pits and at the same time dig new ones. And you can read the dialogue of first grave digger and second grave digger. So, and the shoveling and filling up of the pits monotonously repeat in the play. Once the characters climb out of one pit, they find themselves in another pit. As in many dramas of the theater of the absurd, a never-ending repetition of the same situation is implied. It is expected that the arrival of Godot solved the problem. So, and the second play You can see the photos only from second and third play of Arvydas Ambrasas and Remigijus Midvikis. This play is called Marathon, and all characters are running all the time, but they can't find the finish line of marathon. And this is another view of the theater of corridor. So, and a second example is from Kazys Saja and Jonas Jurašas. You can see Eglė Malinauskaitė painting, and we can see the images of this Soviet people and map of Soviet Union, and we can see the self-images of creators of this performance. So we can see Jonas Jurašas with black and self-portrait of Modris Tennyson, and very interesting photo of Kazys Saja like a Hamlet. So this was creating of self-image, and the mammoth hunt was important because there was not only the situation important for absurd plays. The people was going to fiesta, but they can't find this fiesta. And you can see the problem of identity. The characters have alter ego, have shadows, but they are like people with not real identity. And for example, there are two groups, one group with balloons, another group with umbrellas, but in this we can see the gypsy woman. She's like a hippie woman, and the god. When they cling to the resin, God is a short dialogue. God, not so much a god as a mammoth hunter. I hope you were introduced to my principle. Everything for a man and zilch for a mammoth. Gypsy woman. We aren't mammoths. We found a way out. God, is that so? So what are you waiting for? Provide it. Get out. Make me happy. How much time do you need? Gypsy woman. Leave us alone for another short hour. But they can't go from this resin, and they can't seek freedom. So after these two plays in 1968 was some changes in Lithuanian theatre. So after premiere, the Mammoth Hunt was very popular, was like a cult performance. But after season, theater director Romualdas Trumpa and another person, Comrade Pupienis from Lithuanian Communist Party City Committee, declared that the Mammoth Hunt points the finger at and knocks down the trust in our party and government. Some strata of society who are still to Soviet society enjoy it and use it for bad purpose. Today, where the ideological struggle is especially acute, this play is untimely. So this performance was forbidden, and in students' theater, they performed the two new performances, but after death of Ambrasas, the theater was closed. Jonas Jurašas in 1972 had written a letter about censorship, and in 1974 left Lithuania and moved to United States of America. So this spring of Lithuanian modern drama and spring of Lithuanian modern theater was very short, but very important for our culture. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let's start our questions. Do we have questions?
Ambrasas was ill by cancer, and he died at age 23 years old. So was very talented, very intellectual young man, but he became, as Vytautas Mačernis, Arvydas Ambrasas became the symbol of this generation, and 2 years ago was a rebirth of rock group, The Witches. This was one of the first rock groups in Lithuania in 1960s, but after that many of them moved to Israel, and 2 years later they created a new CD, and they created songs by poetry of Arvydas Ambrasas. So he is like a symbol of this hippie generation, rock music generation.
More questions?
I really like the poetry of Arvydas Ambrasas. Do you think we need somehow to renew the opinion about him poetry nowadays, maybe to print new book, small book of poems? What do you think?
Oh yeah, after 2009, when we published quite big book, in this book there are poetry, drama plays and memoirs about Arvydas Ambrasas. Yes, we are planning with Ruta Juodelienė, my student, to publish a small book, because the book in 1974 was very popular, and this small format is very, I think, for poetry readers is very pleasant. Yes.
More questions and comments?
I think it's really so that late 1960s was a period of a renewal of theater language in Estonia, in Latvia, and in Lithuania, in different forms. I was just thinking and looking at one of your images from the Mammoth Hunt. Do you think that also religious imagery played part in Lithuanian theater, and because I know, I recall Grušas Barbora Radvilaitė, which was, I think, banned due to some religious imagery. So was it important, and did it change at that particular period?
Thank you. Yes, of course. And in the second play, the Marathon, the last scene was like Christ in the end of this corridor. And in student theater, this religious images was not cut from this performance by censorship. But this was very interesting that about 1 hour, the actors were running. This was physical theater. And they were running, and after this long running without this finish line, they were like Christ at the end of this performance. So also religious images was very important.
More questions?
Thank you.
So, no, I have a question. You talked about the repertoire of Lithuanian drama theater. What was maybe you know, what was the repertoire of Russian drama theater in Lithuania? Did they also produce modern plays, or were fixed on Russian repertoire? Thank you.
Yes, this, my paper is part of my big research for long program in Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore. So for this paper, I looked very carefully only repertoire of Vilnius Drama Theatre, Panevėžys Drama Theatre, and Youth Theatre. So about Russian theatre, this will be my next step, but I think that the situation must be the same.
So thank you very much, Aušra. And we proceed to our next presentation, Ieva Struka from University of Latvia. Her presentation, Peters Petersons, Gunnars Priede, and Self-Censorship in Their Place about World War II.
It works. Nice. So, begin. At the center of the paper are two significant plays written by two outstanding playwrights and Latvian intellectuals, Peters Petersons and Gunnars Priede. The short drama Centrifuge by Gunnars Priede was written in 1984. The poetic drama Only Musician was written by Peters Petersons in 1986. Both plays depict a very complicated autumn and winter of the year 1944 in the so-called Kurland pocket, or blocked territory at the Baltic seaside, where lengthy and deadly battles between Soviet and Nazi armies took place until the end of the war. Both plays were staged in theatre shortly after they had been written. There is only 2 years difference between the two plays. However, 2 years are remarkable because of significant changes in the social and political life of Soviet Latvia and the Soviet Union. As a result, changes in society required more open and honest artistic productions. We could presume Peterson's play, written in 1986, was more courageous in representing the situation of Latvian civilians and war refugees, as well as captives in Kurland pocket, especially after Priede's play Centrifuge was published in the literary magazine Kārkla with 43,000 copies and staged in the Jazz Theatre by famous theatre director Adolf Shapiro. However, the situation was just the opposite. Priede's play in 1985 opened up a new debate about art reflecting the history of Latvia, while Peterson's play repeated Soviet cliches about Second World War. In 1998, shortly before his death, Peters Petersons openly spoke about it in an interview I did for my book about his creative work. With this paper, I am interested to look for the reasons why Petersons, who remembered the forced independence of Latvia much better than 5 years younger Gunnars Priede, was more afraid to write about his experience in Kurland during the last year of the war. Due to a set of lucky circumstances and some researchers' luck, I have had the chance to get to know all of the archival documents left behind by both artists. During his life, Gunnars Priede wrote a diary from which we can get an idea not only about his creative life, but also many events of Soviet life, the collapse of Soviet Union, and how many well-known people reacted to those political changes. I also took part in the Baltic Road. Also, my view of the world drastically changed when the archives were opened and all the cultural press was flooded with articles about all things that were forbidden or forgotten. For me, as a young person, I had nothing to lose and only to gain. Peters Petersons and Gunnars Priede, even so their accomplishments and contributions to Latvian culture were remarkable, had something to lose. Both of them were members of the Communist Party. Gunnars Priede was even the first secretary of the Latvian Writers' Union and a member of Soviet Union State Prize Laureate Committee, which allowed him to travel the world. But regardless, both writers took an active part in the awakening process. Both were figures of authority whose opinion mattered. For more context, it's important to note that both artists during the Soviet regime had experienced repressions because of their creative work. In 1967, Gunārs Priede writes a play, Smaržo sēnes, Mushroom Smells, which is set during the celebrations of high-ranking official at the party. The Ministry of Culture finds the play politically dangerous and bans it. Gunārs Priede no longer can publish, and his plays go unstaged for 4 years. This was the only banned play during the whole Soviet regime in Latvia. On the other hand, Pēteris Petersons, who is the creative director of Dailas Theatre from 1964, in 1970 is let go from his position by decree from the Ministry of Culture due to difficult inner situation, even though later the official reasoning is tied to political disloyalty. He then is unable to direct plays for the next 2 years. 1985 is the 40th anniversary of Soviet victory during the Second World War. In the Soviet Union, the tracking of time is not only in decades, but also in celebrations of Great October Socialist Revolution and victory in the Second World War. This could be a topic worth researching on its own. In 1985, the Grand Monument of Victory in Riga is unveiled. I think we can see it this side. But in theaters, 1985 is an incredibly free-thinking year because during the anniversary months of May, none of the theaters have staged a play in honor of Victory Day. Only upon closer inspection one can find works linked with the theme of Second World War in the whole season at any theater. Neither Priede's Centrifuge nor Peterson's Only Musician are works that were directly ordered from above. The inspiration behind Centrifuge is Gunārs Priede's trip to his childhood places around Ventspils in the early summer of 1984. After he already knows that he has to leave his position as the first secretary of the Writers' Union, after he has been ill for a year due to previous heart attack, and after he has buried his mother. Therefore, it was a very personal trip back in time to his teenage years that happened to correlate with the end of the war. The inspiration for Only Musician was news that the Ministry of Culture is preparing to sign contracts with authors for new plays. June 1st, 1984, Gunārs Priede writes in his diary, I quote, Petersons came. We told him about the plans of Ministry of Culture to make contracts with playwrights, and he shouted that he is ready to sign on the spot because he wants to write about Kurland Pocket. And the play will be called Agony. How long can he just mumble around philosophy and poetry? It's time to write a real play about things he has seen. All the characters are clear, especially one interrogator, a Baltic German. Interesting. Knowing him, a play like that might appear in about 5 years. If it happens sooner, then it's really interesting. His Kurland Pocket and mine. Of course, I stay at Thailand. The end of quotation. Objectively speaking, Kurland Pocket is still a white spot in the landscape of Latvian art. And that's not good for the generation that lived through it. Their years is reaching 90 and passing away. For both writers, this was a personal experience. Gunārs Priede writes about the things that he saw. Pēteris Petersons writes about the things he went through. Perhaps this is one reason why Priede's play is more honest and sincere. He doesn't have to weave in his own subjective story through his characters' thoughts and emotions. Part of this is detaining by Gestapo, perhaps physical torture, that he indirectly mentioned in his diary. Peterson's main character, a musician called Klaus, who involves himself in the front theater is actually himself. The budding actor Pēters Petersons, whose father is a well-known playwright Julijs Petersons, and who got involved with the drama theater studio during the war. The only thing that changes is a field of art represented by the main character. Klaus is arrested. He is accused of forging documents to avoid being drafted, and the form of his torture takes place as injury to his hands, making his future career as a pianist impossible. Petersons also gets arrested, also accused of forging documents and tortured, but his injuries don't impact his further creative work. After the war, he decides to stay in Latvia and goes through a filtration camp. So it's true that he spent there a short time. He never spoke about experience in public, and even during our interview, I did not have the necessary information to ask about this specific fact. I guess that due to one or another challenge during that time, he was mentally wounded and knew very well that a different era had begun in Latvia. And if he desires to work in his profession, he has no other choice but to adapt and work with the authorities. After all, he is 22 years old. His father, while he is in Kurland pocket, has been arrested, deported, and passed away, and his sister Anna first became a refugee in Germany and later, in 1949, moved to the United States. He had all the right circumstances to be constantly watched by surveillance. Where in the play Centrifuge can we find one author's courage, and where in the play Only Musician can we find the other's fear? A sign of artistic greatness of the Centrifuge is concise nature. The tension that grips our last winter of war in Kurland makes words trivial. There are examples in the play of passionate eruptions of emotions due to stress, but most people understand each other with any words. Because of the war, within one farmland, you can find both German soldiers and Russian war prisoners, as well as the actual owners of the house. Latvians are not the only ones who have to bear with Germans and Russians, but Germans and Russians have to deal with each other in an enclosed space as well. It's life on the edge, both literally and figuratively. And in conditions like these, the true nature of humanism really comes to life. All people can be people, but they also might not be. There are a few conditions that show us the bravery of the play. First, the main character of the play, Irma, a schoolteacher who is added to the deportation list for simple reason of German soldiers inhabiting her house. Her student warns her, and as a result, she leaves for Russia to work as a teacher there. And only after the death of Stalin does she come back to Latvia. We know about it because the play is framed as a retrospective, and the winter of 1944 seems a good distance away. At the time, no one has written anything about Stalin period deportations. Second, German officer Gotthard is shown as an intelligent person who hasn't come here on a personal quest to subdue other nations to the power of the Reich. He longs to go home, but at the same time he finds a kindred spirit in Irma. Third, among Russian war prisoners, there isn't just brotherhood and solidarity. Because of the jealousy of Marussia, Nikolais, who keeps in touch with the partisans, is put in mortal danger. And finally, Latvians are not portrayed in the best light or as the poor war victims either. They are a diverse group, including ones that are only preoccupied with their safety and welfare. In his diary, Gunnar Spriede writes that never before has it been less important for him if the play will be staged, but never before has he been happier with how it was staged. If not for the very first play in the distant 1955. Now speaking about the play Only Musician. The structure of the play is complicated. The main hero encounters through Kurland pocket are abstracted with meeting with partisans, German officers, heads of refugee organization, and interrupted with peculiar inserts of text, the life lessons of Führer, the documented plans of Hitler during the last year of war. The text swings between a delicate line of sanity and in production is extravagantly performed by actors Dirts Jakovļevs. But some performances were done by the author himself. In the meantime, the linear nature of the play is further interrupted by choir singing poetic song lyrics by Petersons. The composer was Raimond Pauls. Reading the play now, for me, it's possible to find important and brave clue that 90% of the people who were familiar with the play during its first run would not have seen at all. And that is, the play mentions the effort by the Latvian Central Council in 1944 to get out the memorandum declaring occupation of Latvia and the demand and appeal for the free world to act and restore the independence of Latvia. I quote the character named Shep. Most grave is the fact that the local self-government has stirred up. Their representatives are getting ready to depart for Berlin as they claim. They want to appeal for the independence of their land. It's time for it, they say. The end of quotation. In real life, the signature on the memorandum turned out to be fatal for Peterson's father. And I believe that very few people at the time could decode this information. But most people could decode another piece of information with no problem at all. That it was Red partisans who so charitably devoted themselves for the chance for Latvia to return in the friendly embrace of the other 15 republics of the Soviet Union. Critics openly write that when it comes to interpretation of history, the play is a step backward because of its half-truths. And it is critic of the newer generations that write about this. At the time of 1987, Edita Tiškaizer and Normunds Naumanis were among them. January 5th, 1998, during our conversation, Petersons tell me, I quote, I admit, though it doesn't paint me in the best light, I was exceptionally cautious in this sense. Perhaps a new point of view was possible, but I simply didn't go for it. The end of quotation. I thank him for his honest response. I accepted it in 1998 and I still accept it today. But Petersons kept talking and said, I quote, but we can't pretend that there were no partisans as such, for they were honest people. Talk with the historian Will Sampsons who worked at the Academy of Science. Can you argue that he is not an honest man for the fact he fought Germans in the forest? He didn't betray. He didn't murder anyone. The end of this quotation. And this continuation was hard for me to accept both in 1998 and still today. Therefore, I believe that the real war, just like a real Soviet occupation, took place in people's minds, and we still feel the ripples from it today. And the collapse of Soviet Union during the late 80s still begs for much more in-depth research. In the context of this essay, it's interesting to consider that the seemingly faint-hearted Petersons was among the first to leave the Communist Party, while the seemingly brave Gunārs Priede took part in the historic fraction of the Latvian Communist Party on April 6, 1990, and even held on as a member in the national wing of the party. It's simply because of the different temperaments of the artists. For Petersons is sanguine, while Priede phlegmatic. After all, it could have been the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's start our discussions on depicting of our past on the stage. Do we have some questions or reflections? Or just memoirs from 80s?
So long ago, nobody has memories.
Yeah, thank you. This was really a wonderful journey back in time, and knowing how much time you have spent working on both Priede and Petersons. It was also very interesting to hear your reflections. I have one relatively easy question and another one which is more based in my own really memories of Peterson's staging, not that much of the play itself. But the easy or more easy question would be, would you put in this line of writing about 1944 also Jan Krusel's Colors of the Clouds, which Priede saw, I think, before he thought about his own play?
But the question is about Krusel's...
About Krusel's Colors of the Clouds.
Te mikrofonā nevar dzirdēt īstenībā.
Nevar, yeah? The question is about Krusel's Colors of the Clouds. How would you characterize it in this context? That's the easy part of my...
I think it's very similar play or production with Centrifuge, and is this attitude to leave or not to leave your own country in the end of the war, if you very well know what will be happen next years. And I have seen this production a long time ago when I was a child, and I think it's also dedication of Valmiera Drama Theatre in this time, 1985, and I know from history of Valmiera Theatre that it was connected, of course, with this demanded dedication of the victory in the Second World War. But I know also in context of Latvian theatre that this stage production of Pēters Lūdzis was very popular because between lines, of course, you can see and think about Latvian in the same situation. And if honestly we have to then catch dates of first night premiere, because I think it was in the same time, but maybe it's very important for researchers to find which was the first one. I can't tell. Maybe it was difference in 2 weeks or 2 months.
Yeah, I was thinking also about this original production at that Zalāns Drama Theatre, which I haven't seen, but I just think that Krusel's text is even more merciless, like almost nothing. Everything poetic is excluded. It's just two old people getting older with a couple of months. So I think it's very interesting comparison, at least from literary point of view. But as for Peterson's play, it's my personal impression what I had from the production, and I don't know whether you want to comment or not, because I fully agree with your arguments. I think it was really good. For me, that was and of course, Petersons was not writing in terms of like realist theater or whatever. And for me, the topic was the problem of artists. And of course, you had all these choir on stage and Raymond's Pulse and all these things and wonderful actor playing. Contrasted to both the absurdity, which was of course much more expressive in but the absurdity of the Nazism, and especially when Petersons himself played that role.
Have you seen this?
Yes, yes, I have seen. I have seen both Yakovlev's and also Peterson's play. But on the other hand, I think these partisans he put on stage, they're also quite faceless. They're not real people. They're like some people going around, but still they do not belong to this real problem, which was the problem of the artist. So that's my impression that I had in 1870. They still have it in 2021 to an extent. It's just a comment.
No, yeah, I think it's comment more, but I remember also this production very well. But for me, as for young person, this time the most impressive thing, of course, was this young musician who is contra after all world. No, all people, all other people of any governments, and cliches. This time, I understand very well that Edita and Normans Naumanis were not satisfied with this interpretation, but for children of this time, it was very normal to see red partisans in such kind of interpretation. So information about all events is coming a little bit later. But yeah, it was very impressive production.
Questions or comments, or have we drawn some parallels? What was in Lithuanian theatre? Did we have we something of that kind from late 80s? No.
Short comment. Interesting that this jubilee of finish of Second World War in Lithuania wasn't remembered maybe, but we haven't maybe in theater we haven't any event dedicated to this to this event. So, but I think that we can have a parallel with musicals, with music plays in Lithuanian tradition, but this is not connected with the history of Second World War.
Thank you. More comments or questions? No. So let's follow our curriculum. And last but not least, presenter is Heili Ainisto from Baltic Film Communication and Arts Institute of Tallinn University. The presentation, Changes Demanded in My Murdamas Ballet, Master and Margarita, 1960. 86 as indications 85. Of the stagnation period fear.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here with all these interesting themes and topics. And I was thinking I give a little bit background which is not in the slides. My Murdma was part of the kind of 60s generation. She was born in 1938. And as a child, not because she was deported, but her mother left for Soviet Russia in 1941 to escape the war. And so she had real hardships as a child, poverty, and she actually went to study ballet because the ballet school gave stipends to children. That's why a lot of older generation dancers, also male dancers and female dancers, became students of ballet school. And because of injury, she had to choose another career, not as a dancer, so she went to GITIS, to Moscow, to study choreography. And in the late 50s and early 60s, she saw a lot of Western companies, Western directors, Western music orchestras, and also ballet companies. So that had a strong impact on her way of choreography. She was very innovative for those times in terms of both movement, but also in terms of what she chose to deal with. So one of the kind of red tapes through her creation is this tension between individual and the mass. So the individual, whether it's an artist or just a person with strong desires, sexuality sometimes, whatever, but it is a personality who is somehow standing out of the crowd. And then there is this, the rules of the society, and very often represented by what she calls nameless mass or inertia. And this is very strongly depicted in this ballet. So, and Bulgakov's novel was translated into Estonian in 1968, published, but we talked in the coffee break that what was interesting, in the translation, parts of the sentences sometimes were cut out. So those parts that refer to kind of KGB actions, and also part of the chapter. So we actually got the Bulgakov's full translation only after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So here is a scene from the ballet. What is interesting is the photos are earlier version than the clips that were recorded and filmed. So you see slightly different things on the photos than on the video recorded performance. And why I chose this one as the first one is the Yeshua's figure, because it was the first one that was required to change its appearance. So Master and Margarita, music, Lazarev, Maimurdma. And what is important, again, we speak about the times. It was 1985, but already late 1985. And I think that the changes that were required by the Communist Party members show their anxiety. So it is a case where we have already the kind of new, I think that it couldn't have been produced a year earlier. So it is already a Gorbachev era ballet, but on the other hand, the changes that I'm talking about reflect some kind of the Brežņeva era anxieties. And Murdma herself, in her autobiography, said that for her it was this, she wanted to get all this hatred of the Soviet system out. So for her, these kind of movements and scenes with a crowd were very important. And less important was the love line of Master and Margarita, and maybe also, and the Yeshua theme actually, I think, introduces a next phase in her choreography where she deals a lot with the religious themes, especially in the 90s. So this is the picture. And again, I point out the costumes have the black, and then the stripes are red. Originally, actually, the costumes were half red, half black. But they were painted just before the control of this artistic council showing into this kind of half, mostly black. And most of the changes in the ballet actually referred to costumes and makeup. and then appearance, but didn't touch the choreography. Again, what is interesting here, I saw the ballet. I worked in the theatre at the time, just after my secondary school. I worked in the theatre in the decoration department, and so I could see all the dress rehearsals on stage. I also could hear some of the talks or rumors, and I could go and see all the performances. I watched, I think, until '87, most of the performances, because I was just so excited. So I could see also what changes were made from performance to performance. Not all the changes were done at one go, you know, but they were like gradually. What is also interesting, so I have my memories of it and my recordings. I recorded what changes were done when. But when, for my Murdma's autobiography, I interviewed dancers for other things, but also including that ballet, it seems that many of these talks with the party, Communist Party members were putting their memories into one box, but I think that there were more and not one. So we have this interesting thing, how our memories can be very deceptive. Also, what is important here, I think, is that we have memories, but we don't have recordings in a way, because most of the censorship things were done by phone or by oral kind of communication. So afterwards, you know, there is no record of that. No, only if you remember. So I say that please interview people. If those memories are lost, all that knowledge is lost. Can I show the clip? Yeah. Okay. So this scene is from the first act of the ballet, and I think that this shows well Mai's feeling about the crowd. I hope it shows decently. Yeah. Can you see it? Okay. At least I see it. It's dark. So these are the Azazello in yellow, in violet, Behemoth, and what was the crane's name? But you don't see Vola. And that's the crowd. But you see already, costumes are totally black, no red anywhere. Yeah, green is Gorobiev. So that's a very short clip. Okay, and is that the other one? Yeah. So these first two clips I wanted to show in order to justify my Murdma's comment when she said, it is interesting that actually the party members were not really worried about all this social commentary in the choreography. Though one of the Moscow party members who was asked to see the ballet, to see whether it is appropriate for the stage, whether we should ban it or not, she said that this ballet offended her as a Russian. They still had these red stripes also there. And that scene of drunkenness was dangerous. But then Maidid herself was not in that meeting. Tiiu Randvir, who was a Communist Party member and prima ballerina in Estonian theatre, she went there because she said afterwards in her recollection of this, I knew that if Mai would go, then everything would be, she would get so upset and there's no point of it. So I went there and I said, okay, but, already Gorbachev spoke about drunkenness and that this is an issue, so it is nothing, political anymore. This is already out. Then here in this scene, and I'm going to see that's a longer section, is the critics. And they have these militia caps, or you could even say the KGB caps. And those were removed after the third performance. So they just compared it. And these are critics, so the critics and is the association with, that these are the really party members. And they are the ones who tie Yeshua with the ropes, and the ropes were also removed. 3 after the premiere. So there is just movement, but no tying up of him. So this is a longer scene. It's not the very end of the first act I cut out, but this is the end of the first act. So you see the critics demolishing the book about Yeshua, but also treating the master. And in the original version, the critics are those who put master into this shirt for the crazy. But again, this was found to be too direct, literal, so the party decided that no, this is not in the novel, where do you get that? So now Master puts the shirt on himself. But I'll show you the clip. I don't know how well you see, but let's hope. So you see, it's kind of like taking the stones from the ground and throwing. So it's the stone throwing. Let's... An interesting fact maybe for Latvians, actually, one of the performers of Master was also Gennady Gorbachev from Riga's opera house. But here it is Yuri Yakimov, our own dancer. That's Pilot there behind. And you see he puts this shirt for the crazy himself on, but it was before the critics dragged it on him and kind of took him to the madhouse. So here, as I said, the costumes. So Yeshua, you could see him, was the first one actually to be changed after the this artistic council that took place before every premiere, where it was decided whether it could be shown or not. They found this is too Christ-like. He had dark hair, long hair, and beard. So yes, really. And then the beard was taken away, and the wig has shorter hair and is kind of red head. So not too similar. And then cross was replaced by this X figure from December the 5th, and was sustained until December for 2 years. Do I have? Yeah, okay. I'll show this across, nailing to the cross. This is a brief section, just to. I don't know how well you see this. But you don't see it really like a cross, but. Våland here. So, as I say, primarily the changes that had to be made dealt with religious context. And I think that this is because religion was still kind of a theme that you didn't want to touch, though we had already a lot of things opened up in terms of socially. So Yeshua's appearance and cross. And then anxieties about using the color red. For some reason, it was too connected with Russian Sovietism, at least, let's say that no costumes with the black, there is no association with Soviet people, and references to the drunkenness, but no. So the ballet was hugely popular with the audience. I would say that it was one of the I can't say full houses, but it was almost full houses. And in 1987, it won an award for its choreography. And Mord Marie staged it in Yoshkar-Ola in Maryland in 2015, where she felt that it still had a resonance. But for me, again, the interesting thing here is that, you know, in the after the premiere, there were still several committees, and there is a case when one of the dancers complained to Moscow, to Yuri Grigorovich in Bolshoi Theatre, that this is too political. Maybe he could come and check it out, whether it's appropriate for national or Estonian ballet stage. And they both, Grigorovich saw the ballet in January '86. He felt that it's okay. They went actually to have some drinks and ended up in this sobering house. Both, so that was kind of talked in the theater as, wow, oh, they got so drunk. So, and these are the references. Also, the videotapes were taken from the Estonian theatre, not Estonian theatre, but Estonian Broadcasting Company video archive. So I'm greatly thankful to them. Thank you for listening and seeing.
I even felt like I missed ballet during lockdown. So do we have questions or comments on this particular presentation? No, no ballet specialists here.
No, but what I think when I listened to my previous colleagues this about theatre scene, and I felt that there is actually so much that connects these times. My Murtma's choreographic style was, of course, strongly impacted by the happenings in the 60s, theatre and everywhere. At the time, people were actually, going to each other's performances, and there was not so much, so people were much more aware of each other's works than I think nowadays, where everybody tends to work in their narrow niches, which I think is a kind of a sad thing. And then the 80s also, it is interesting to see how quickly things changed within, let's say, even sometimes months, and the attitudes and the kind of opening up, and really try to get people's memories, because sometimes you might get some important thing that is not recorded anywhere.
And how long was it included into the repertoire?
I think that it went like late 80s. I don't really remember, but I have to check 88 or 89, something like that. So it was a long time.
So more comments? Memories?
I think that it's nicer to talk, when everybody is having a cup of coffee.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And let's meet after the lunch.
I will be very glad to chair the last but one session. Although I'm very sorry that this wonderful conference is approaching its end. And the first speaker will be Edgars Raginskis from Hong Kong Baptist University, with a very intriguing title, The Wind That Was Not Meant to Blow, the censorship incident of the opera Gūtmane by the Soviet Latvian composer Felicita Tomsone. Please.
Thank you for your introduction, dear chair, and dear members of the audience, fellow colleagues. I wonder why am I echoing so much? Mēs tāds pats eko ar citiem arī bijis, ja? Ar kuriem ir jācīnās. Okay, so that's a normal thing. Okay, let's reverberate. First of all, I'm very happy for the actually first time in 2 years to be in attendance at a conference and present my paper for a live audience, not in front of Zoom screen, but I think it goes for all of us. I am a PhD candidate at the Hong Kong Baptist University. I have already concluded my third year of studies, and it's a 3-year program, so I am already exceeding that by several months, but pretty quickly in my PhD research I understood that it is a very tall order to manage to write a dissertation in 3 years, and I will certainly be no exception in this respect. I'm researching music censorship in former Soviet Socialist Republic of Latvia, and I am focusing my studies on Latvian Soviet Composers Union. However, I'm expanding it also to a bit of a wider scope and touching all Soviet Latvian Republic in general as well. So I had the great pleasure of viewing a presentation by one of the students, master's students of Jāzeps Vitols Latvian Academy of Music, Aija Kupjanska, and Ms. Kupjanska presented this very intriguing incident of Felicita Tomsone having a tough time getting her work performed at the Latvian National Opera, or at the State Opera, as it was called back then in 1960, and I noticed that it overlaps with my research, so I went a bit further and I tried to investigate this, and I'm still continuing this investigation, and I hope to share the results I have come up with you. Already in the title you can see that I doubt if Felicita Tomsone was actually a Soviet composer, although summarily she did participate in the Soviet system by simply living at that time. So what was Pūtvējiņi? Pūtvējiņi is a famous topic, as you might well know, in Latvian literature and playwright tradition, and it is by one of our pillars of literature, Rainis, or Jānis Pliekšāns. And it was certainly not the first time when someone had attempted to focus their attention on this topic of brutality in light of tenderness, of coercion in light of, or as opposed of true love, and also quite aptly we are here in Latvian National Library because a few symbols of the opera and of the play itself are also present. We have Daugava here, and at least some time ago wind was also blowing quite harshly, so we can get in the sentiment of this opera or play, I think without too much tension. So the opera has been written, well, we don't know actually when, because the trouble with Felicita Tomsone is that she did not date her works very diligently, and depending on which source we are referring to, and no source is authoritative enough to say it confidently, we can try to navigate through those dates and pinpoint to approximate period of 13 to maybe even 15 years when Felicita Tomsone wrote her opera, because while graduating from the Latvian State Conservatory, she presented one of the scenes to the opera and got encouragement from her professor to go on and continue doing that. And she did exactly that, and opera was produced and performed at the Latvian State Opera. And the success of this story is that Felicita Tomsone became the first female Latvian composer who managed to get her work performed at the Latvian National Opera. No other female composer had this luck or had this fortune or other word or noun before. So that was the positive thing, but only after running for 11 performances, this was taken off the program or repertoire of the Latvian National Opera and fell into obscurity. And I tried to understand what happened and why did it happen. So who was Felicita Tomsone? She is a totally obscure figure by now in Latvian music, and I feel very unfortunate that I have not learned about her, but I also understand the logic of that, because she was totally erased from Latvian music history books. She was never mentioned there to begin with, but she was no bystander or no accidental figure in Latvian music, not at all. She was born in 1901, and she studied in Petrograd or St. Petersburg with very proficient tutors in pianism, Mikhail Klimov to be one of them, and he also studied with Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov. She had a very good pedigree, although she started out as a pianist. She returned to Latvia and she worked in Latgale region in Daugavpils together with her beloved husband Theodors Tomsons, who was her companion and colleague and great friend throughout her lifespan. And this is why I mentioned that she was also a loving wife, and she was loving sister to a very great artist of Latvian nationality called Sigismunds Vidbergs, and her maiden surname was Vidbergs, actually. And tied with her brother is one of the biggest problems in her life, in her creative biography. I will tell about this a little bit later. And also, she appears to have been a very silent person, an introverted person who did not try to oppose anyone very resiliently or aggressively. She just did what she did and did not make a mess or fuss about it. Maybe just briefly to understand what are we talking about, was this person to your liking as a composer or not, we can listen to a brief excerpt of one of her songs. Short, but as you can hear, the well-developed piano accompaniment and the melodic line of the vocalist suggests that this was no amateur composer. And actually, she was not an amateur composer. She graduated in 1950s from the State Conservatory under the professorship of Adolf Skulte. But how did she end up with her opera Pūtvējiņi on the stage of Latvian State Theatre? Well, one key aspect might be her personal ties with chief conductor of the opera, Edgars Tons, who was a double bass student while she was studying for piano performance during the first independence time of Latvia. And he was favorably disposed towards her and maybe even friend, but that's a speculation. But from the protocols of the creative board of the Latvian National Opera, we can deduce that he was defending the artistic ideas and choices of Felicita Thomson quite ardently. And the other aspect that might have contributed was that although we know that in Soviet times repertoire for big theaters, for concert halls was vetted either by Culture Ministry or more often by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Latvian Soviet Socialist Republic, as in other countries of USSR, there were some miscommunication issues with Composers Union, which was due to interpersonal problems, tensions, pet peeves and qualms of executives here and there. So it might have been that Composers Union was not fully aware that this opera would be performed. Why I am saying this is because in course of my PhD research, I have been studying the fund of Latvian Composers Union at the National Archive quite extensively, and have never encountered neither mention of Pūtvējiņi nor even mention of Felicita Thomson in the protocols of those meetings whatsoever. And she was also not a member of Composers Union, but we'll come to that back later. So. This is my working definition of what censorship is, because I had to devise one for the purpose of and scope of my research. There are numerous and multiple definitions of censorship, but for censorship within the Soviet Union and within the framework of my research topic, this seemed to be the most adequate. And I am framing my research around that as well. So why do I think that it was a censorship incident at all? Because there were 11 performances. Okay, the opera maybe was not good enough, and it was just pulled from the repertoire. What's the big fuss? So the first element, the coercion. During the production of the opera, we can deduce from the protocols of the creative board of the Latvian National Opera that many people who probably wouldn't have much to say in the creative context of a composer try to influence this or that aspect of Felicita Thomson's creative work, well, to the level that they had no business to qualm with. And I will demonstrate a bit of evidence of that. And then that was the coercion aspect. And the censorship aspect, in addition to this pre-censorship, was also the post-censorship, that overwhelmingly negative attitude towards the creative output of Felicita Thomson, and unjustly negative, overwhelmingly negative reviews by Latvian musicologists. And as a result of that, Felicita Thomson didn't produce anything of great significance or importance after she created this opera Pūtvējiņi, and she died in 1969, supposedly in great suffering, and obviously not seen any of her works performed anywhere in Latvia ever again. So there is a fine line between editing. I obtain a couple of scores of the opera, and that's obviously the piano version. On one hand, there's this for the stage director, and on the other hand, on the right hand side, we have the version for the accompanist of the soloists. And you can see that there are some markings, some adjustments, but that's nothing special. It's just what people do well when they mark the score. However, the problem begins when you can see that melodic line on the left-hand side is an unaltered version of this melodic line becomes something very different from that on the right-hand side. The composer, although she had the Latvian nationalist sentiments, she did not want to be too literal in her musical language and use Latvian folk songs in their original form. So she avoided citations, avoided just quoting those folk songs. But those executives or creative people at Latvian National Opera who came in contact with her work were not were at odds with this idea and this approach, so they demanded that she uses the appropriate, the proper way to be ethnic or be nationalist or be, well, to utilize folk material. And there, I would require some graphological analysis, but I need to obtain original writing of her and try to compare it to all those instances, which are numerous in those scores, and then maybe produce something more conclusive in a quantitative and qualitative way as well. So the press coverage of Pūtvējiņi in 1959 and 1960 was extensive, and it was in great opposition to all the rest of the life of Felicita Thomsone, who was obscure before that and was obscure after Pūtvējiņi. However, there were something around 70 mentions of her work, both in Soviet Latvian and foreign propaganda press outlets, which some of them were just literal copies of original articles, and in the exile press. They can help trace me the development of this incident a little bit better. But as you can see, there was a strict divide between the approach of those people who viewed the opera and who reviewed it. This chart is not mine. This is from Aija Kupjanska, whose research is one of the bases of this one. And my results vary maybe slightly with hers, but you can see that on the left-hand side, this sudden spike relates directly to Pūtvējiņi, to blow, wind, blow. And on the right-hand side, you can see the pie chart of how were those mentions of her distributed in Soviet Latvian press. And it was both city, metropolitan press, it was nationwide press, it was regional press, and as I mentioned, exiled ones as well, and we can draw some conclusions from that also. So why was this negative atmosphere surrounding Felicita Thomsone? She was not a member, as I mentioned, of the Latvian Soviet Composers Union. She was not one of them. She was not one of the circle. She was an outsider, an unknown, a dark horse, an unknown figure. So why should she get a preferential treatment? And if some of the composers who struggled to get an opera were not there, why would she get there? Secondly, she was an obscure figure for musicologists, composers, and outsiders of the musical environment as well. For example, in the press releases where she is referred to as a young composer, mind you, she was born in 1901 and the opera was produced in 1960. I believe that they were reverse ageists, those people. That's one version. Or the other version, they had no idea what is her age and who the heck is Felicita Thomsone. And therefore, some of those people got the wrong idea that she is improficient as a composer as well, which was certainly not the case. Now, the problematic family circumstances. Her brother Sigismunds Vidbergs had to flee Latvia after the end of the Second World War, and he lived in exile. Therefore, Felicita Thomsone became a persona non grata by extension, and she probably wouldn't have been accepted at the Composers Union had she tried to get there. And also she would be a non-approachable person for majority of the Soviet executives and Soviet music professionals in the Soviet times, due to they not wanting to get in trouble by extension themselves and somehow endanger their creative lives and personal well-being as well. And yeah, and maybe jealousy and envy also played a factor, but this person whom I just described, she managed to get in opera. Why and how? No credentials, no professional reputation, and she suddenly gets her performance. That's not fair. They might have thought so. And the negative attitude from music critics probably also stems from this general atmosphere surrounding this. The opera did not adhere to Soviet standards of opera because it was a chamber opera. It did not have large choral episodes. It did not have large, extensive arias and ensembles. And in one of the meetings, this criticism was voiced towards the composer composers, and actually composer's husband, Theodor Thomsons, orchestrated the piece, so they were together at the meetings, and she was always silent, and he was speaking for her. That plays into this introvert narrative. And he replied to this criticism, but Latvian farm was never a place of large concentration of people, so there were not so many people. What choirs are you talking about? So majority of the criticism towards the genre and the choice of artistic expression means was unjustified musicologically, because they, meaning the musicologists, were conservative, not only in approach to the libretto, which they had seen, and the performances in theater, and they had cemented this view of how it should be produced, but also towards the music, which by thoughts of many people is far from bad and far from unprofessional. So we also have to talk about Augusts Voss briefly. I'm running out of time, but I will still mention that he was the secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, and he was an ardent internationalist and supporter of the vertical of the party with the center in Moscow, and everybody else following in order and not trying to express any nationalist communist views. And so it happened that Eduards Berklavs, the former secretary of the Central Committee, had been denounced and exiled. Well, he was pulled from this post of secretary before, and all the traces of this supposedly nationalist sentiment in communist cultural life were being trying to eradicate. And Augusts Voss, who was not Latvian but of Latvian descent, he came from Soviet Russia, he proceeded to do exactly that, and in August of 1916, the third plenary session of the Central Committee of the Latvian Soviet Socialist Republic, Yeah, I'm reminding myself that I need to stop soon. He denounced Felicita Thomson as being the worst example of opera and not deserving of any further performances. So why was this opera removed so soon? We cannot discard the idea that it might be a bad work, although my investigation of the score does not suggest that. We have also to remember that although Communist Party wanted the Soviet everyday person to come to opera, they did not do that. They did not need or like opera, especially contemporary one, which had negative connotations in their minds. They even had the anecdote. Did you hear about the terrible tragedy at the Latvian National Opera yesterday? No, what happened? The big candelabra just fell into the viewer audience hall. Oh my God, so many people must have been dead. No, they were showing this Latvian contemporary opera, so nobody suffered from that. So that might have been the case as well. Then the negative press, this denunciation by Augusts Voss, they could have contributed, and the combination of these or maybe some other factors might have compiled together and produced this negative results. So is it a failure for Felicita Thomson or success? I would think in line with Inta Balod and Maija Treile, who recently developed artwork, a scenic work which is related, partially inspired by Felicita Thomson's life story in Putveņi, that no, it is a success, because she still managed, against all odds, to get her work performed. And although it ran for a short period of time, she cemented her position in history. But now I will contradict myself that no, she didn't, because I wouldn't have known about this person hadn't I seen the presentation by fellow researcher Aija Kupjanska. So what I want to do is reinstate this figure of Latvian music to her rightful place in Latvian music history, to give back her voice, her musical heritage, and maybe in future try to research this thing from other aspects, for example, from the feminist theory aspect and from power struggle and power dynamic aspect as well. But future research will tell. It will definitely show up in my dissertation, which is, well, coming soon, hopefully. So thank you very much for attention during this presentation, and I hope it was a bit interesting and informative.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. And we have some time for quick comments or questions. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your cultural broadcast. No, it was really exciting to get to know this person. But you said it was a chamber opera, but the stage was still the big stage, not the white colors.
Yes, exactly. There was this contradiction between her idea about this chamber operatic emphasis, and still the big stage. And actually, some of the criticism did not go her way directly, but in the way of stage director Kārklas Liepāja and scenographer Ruta, for whom it was the first big project at the Latvian National Opera. So I think that rather unjustly this composer was blamed for shortcomings which were not hers to begin with. And yeah, also I told that she was not a Soviet composer in the beginning. She wasn't, because she did not know what was the dominant paradigm in the Soviet times for writing this genre of paramount importance. So she proceeded to write what she wanted, and maybe she did it some more than 10 years before 1960, when the paradigm was even more different than prior to that.
Could you please specify a little bit who those Soviet Latvian musicologists were? Because I do not really think that essentializing helps much in terms when we refer to reviews.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry to not have included that into my presentation, but those musicologists were, for example, the very widely known and important figure in Latvian music, Oļģerts Grāvītis, who coincidentally, in the end of his life, revealed to my colleague, music researcher Orests Silabriedis, in an interview that he held no pride in denouncing Felicita Thomson opera to such extent, because in retrospect it wasn't such a bad opera to begin with. Another musicologist was Silvija Stumbre, a person of lower importance in the hierarchy of the musicological environment of the Soviet Union, but still, and also a bit of a different generation, but her harsh criticism towards the opera was later rebutted by the chief conductor and the chief director of this performance, Edgar Stones, who did a thing he was not known to do. He wrote an op-ed in newspaper Literārās and Māksla. It was December 10th, 1960, where he objected to both criticism of Grāvītis and Stumbre, and also of another musicologist called Birnsons, that's his surname, that they did not provide positive and constructive criticism, instead being so harsh on Felicita Thomson that in addition to being unhelpful, they brought her down, they pulled her down and discouraged from further musical explorations. And again, this is the thing with Soviet musicological environment. When I say the overwhelmingly negative response, this was the whole response. Maybe one more musicologist or music reviewer called Dimants, the first names escape me for now, but I have them written down. He wrote after the premiere a favorable review, and he praised the composer for the very things the later music reviewers denounced her for. For example, he said that her music is nationalist and folk-based in her sentiment, that music flows freely and naturally. And actually, Marģeris Zariņš, another very important figure in Latvian music, and at that time the head of the Composers Union, while they were discussing the opera after the first performance for insiders, meaning nodošanas izrāde. He said that Felicita Thomson is a natural talent and the work is very good. And actually in 1993 in magazine Karoks, his memoirs, partial memoirs, were published, as you are probably aware of, and he very remorseful of the fact that he had not defended Felicita Thomsone back then, because he contemplated, I had the power, I had the agency, which she did not have. I had the opportunity to step in and say that do not be so harsh on this person, because again, taking in account that she was an introvert, she probably took it very seriously, but did not say anything publicly. Yeah? So those were those musicologists. I have them written down, but again, I'm sorry for not mentioning them here.
Okay. Last one.
Just a comment. I was thinking about your the critical reviews and this in terms of the ballet Master and Margarita, what I showed just before, that, you know, the critics, or Bulgakov's, you know, the critics who really slam a work, not because of the work, but because of all the other things. And we have one also famous, or not famous, but female composer who mostly wrote church music. And because of that, her name is actually quite unknown. It's just that because her son was also a composer, Guldar Singh, her name has now kind of came back to the consciousness of musicologists.
Yeah.
Just a comment.
Yeah, and actually, I think this is our duty. I mean, the duty of researchers to try to investigate and bring back those erased and forgotten names, because these people were oftentimes very unjustly criticized and omitted from the official narrative. And I don't think it's, well, first of all, it's very interesting for the researchers. And second of all, I think it's ethically conscious and important.
Thank you again, Edgars. We can continue at the coffee break, and the next presentation will be Saulius Vasiliauskas from the Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore, and his presentation is about the activities of the Vilnius Young Writers section and relations with young Latvian writers in the late Soviet era.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My presentation would be kind of close to the Edgar's one, because I will speak about literature, about institutions in Soviet period. And as you know, if you wasn't a member of such a official institutions, it was very hard to participate in official cultural life. So my presentation will be based on my PhD thesis, which I have defended just 1 week ago. And in my PhD thesis, I tried to reconstruct the history of institutional structures that was made by Soviet regime for controlling young writers. So using the method, the theory of Pierre Bourdieu, the field theory, I tried to understand how such institutional structures works and what place they took in the Soviet Lithuanian literary field. And my presentation split in 2 parts. The first one will be about this institutional landscape, just short introduction. I try to show how I understand that. And I try to make a brief history review of one of the biggest this type of institution of Vilnius Young Writers section. And the second part will be just a few findings about cultural contacts between Vilnius Young Writers section and Latvian Riga Young Writers section. So between relationship between young writers from Vilnius and young writers from Latvia. So let's start. From the beginning of the Soviet period, the authorities were highly interested in the control and education of the new generation of writers. They held conventions for beginning authors and established literary circles, as well as young writers sections and at schools, universities, and editorial departments. Also organized regular writing competitions and camps for newcomers. In addition, in 1948, a special supervisory institution, the Commission for Work with Young Writers, was founded. First and foremost, young writers were trained to become, I quote, workers of the ideological front and forced to fight for the education of young people in the communist spirit. In this presentation, this procedure aimed at controlling young writers and their entry into the literary field is called the Institutional Network of Young Writers Self-Education. Education because the Soviets aspired to create an army of loyal writers, and self because instead of obeying the orders, some beginning writers looked for ways to bend the said network towards a higher level of creativity. So in the screen, you see my attempt to demonstrate this network. It can be viewed as a model that represents certain steps of integration into the literary field in Soviet Lithuania. The first step, school, in this case, the important factors are the role of literary teachers, the existence of literary circles at schools or editorial departments of local newspapers, also young writers competitions, camps, publication, and special columns in press. The second step is studies, literary circles at universities or other higher education institutions, also the cultural climate of the city where studies take place, and the older generation of writers, the authorities in the field in that time. And the third step is related to the Writers' Union, the membership in a Young Writers section, publishing of first book and becoming, if all gets well, a member of the Writers' Union. As we know, this entry model was supervised by the Communist Party and a huge censorship apparatus. The said steps can be seen as a symbolic stage of the initiation into the Soviet literary field, the early stage, the middle stage, and the stage of establishing oneself or the failure to do so. All these stages had to lead forward towards first book. However, fiction publishing in the Soviet Lithuania was monopolized. Episodic self-publishing aside, the only official option available to young authors was to publish their books in the state fiction publishing house, which was renamed Vaga in 1964. Here you can see a list of more or less significant institutional structures, sections, and circles that united young writers in Soviet Lithuania. From them, the most important roles were played by the young writers sections in Vilnius and to some extent Kaunas, also by the less formal literary circle at Vilnius University. In this presentation, I would like to concentrate on the Vilnius Young Writers section that brought together the majority of writers, as well as critics and translators. While trying to reconstruct the historical development of the said section, I based my research on various sources that may be divided into 4 groups. First one is archival documents, second one memoirs, ego documents, third one press publication, and the last specially prepared semi-structured interviews which I made. Now let's go back to the section. Even though the Vilnius Young Writers section operated sporadically in 1940, it really started its long-term activities on February in 1946, when the first list of members was signed, the first chairman and board elected, and the goals discussed. The main components of the section's activities were discussions of creative works and first book manuscripts, organization of literary events as well as trips and attendance of those organized by others, collaboration with senior writers, integration of young critics and translators into the section activities, promotion of publishing and literature in general, ideological training, formal administrative activities. As you see, I try to split into red and blue. Red means that official formal requirements, and I still think they have such an institution have a bright side. I will tell about this later. And the most, from the very beginning, young writers sections became a hoop one had to jump through in order to participate in the public literary life and gain the title of a writer. Every year, the section organized a number of meetings, during them the works of its members were discussed, presentations made, and the writings of authors praised by the Soviet system, for example, Vladimir Mayakovsky, Maxim Gorky, Lev Tolstoy, and others analyzed. Meanwhile, if a first book, a manuscript of a center member received positive feedback, the board used to urge the state fiction publishing house to print it. The main authority of the section, the board, comprised of 9 people, was elected during annual debriefings. During such meetings, the chairperson presented an annual report and, together with other members, discussed plans and tasks of the upcoming year. The work of the section was evaluated from the kind of industrial standpoint by estimating its artistic productions, books and publications per year and assessing its active participation in the literary life. All members received episodic letters from the chairman demanding to provide information about their creativity activities. The most active members of Vilnius Young Writers section during the early Soviet period, Mykolas Luckis, Jonas Avyžius, Antanas Joninas, Alfonsas Maldonis, Regimantas Baltakis, Justinas Marcinkevičius, and others used the section to network and establish themselves in the Writers' Union and in the literary field in general. After Nikita Khrushchev denounced Stalin's cult in 1956, ideological restrictions became looser. Nevertheless, the meetings retained their declarative side, and those who opposed it were punished. For example, the way to first book could become much more longer. In the 70s, after charismatic, bold, and more open-minded writers and critics, new generation came to the section, and the climate changed, and the discussions during the meetings became more vital and more provocative. This, in its turn, renewed the literary life. For example, during one meeting, instead of simply giving feedback about the writings of candidate authors, Vytautas Bložė attempted to raise much wider questions about the expectations of readers and the importance of authors' individuality. Actually, when I was reading the records from those meetings, it seems that not only did the positions of the more charismatic and bolder newcomers enrich the proceedings of such meetings, but they signaled about the inner climate becoming freer and gradually losing its formal performative rhetoric. Following the events in Kaunas in 1972, I mean the self-immolation of Romas Kalanta and the massive protest for the freedom of Lithuania, the efforts to control young writers became more extensive. In 1976, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union passed a resolution called Regarding Work with Creative Youth. The more demanding ideological education was also reflected by the number of section members, which suddenly started growing in the 70s, as you can see. And however, instead of signaling easier access, the increase in the number of members and their average age spoke of the freezing of memberships, delays in publishing first or second books, and difficulties to join the Writers' Union. And I want to add that officially the section should have had writers no older than 35 years, but in practice it also included much more older ones. While discussing the main factors that helped to enrich the meetings of the section, I must point out the role of literary critics. By providing a more comprehensive and deeper analysis of creative works and by giving longer presentations, they brought more vitality and to overall activities of the section. The goal of such discussions, especially during the last decade of the section's operation, was to provide a broader view of the literary field, formulate tendencies of development, question tradition, social positions, and standpoints. From 1983 to 1987, the chairman of the section was Vaidotas Daunys, a poet and an active literary persona who maintained a more problem-oriented and more academic atmosphere during the meetings. Proser, well-known proser Danutė Kalinauskaitė, who joined in 1981, appreciates her participation in the section's activities and thinks that compared to the Writers' Union, the section in that time had more power and strength in the intellectual sense. In 1984, Daunys initiated discussions in the section about the necessity to publish a new almanac of young authors' writings. After 2 years, in 1986, the first issue of Veidai, Faces, saw the light of day. At the end of the 80s, the section's activities became increasingly more fractured and finally stopped altogether. In the middle of political change, the outlook of the literary institutions created during the Soviet period was changing. The young writers sections lost their significance and became irrelevant. Even though the Writers' Union remained after Lithuanian had regained its independence and has been active up to this day, the activities of Vilnius Young Writers section, or any other section for that matter, have not been renewed. And I don't know about situation in Riga, but I have checked just on the Google, tried to find some material, and I found that Riga Young Writers Association still tried to exist after you regain the independence. So if somebody know more about that and could comment after my presentation, please to do that. And now I just want to talk, briefly talk about the relationship the section had with young Latvian writers, firstly with Latvians from Riga. The relations between Lithuanian and Latvian authors have been extensively discussed by Professor Kęstutis Nastopka. According to him, it all started during 2 meetings of writers, the one in Vilnius in 1952 and the one in Riga in 1956, when, I quote, for the first time following the war, delegations of considerable amount visited each other's countries and started closer personal relationships. Former members of Vilnius Young Writers section claim that the communication with the young Latvian writers was one of the most significant activities. It became more active during the 60s and 70s. Writers from both countries organized joint events, trips, and published translations. Translator Arvydas Valionis, who contributed to maintaining this relationship, claims that the first seeds of a collaboration with the young Latvian writers were planted in 1961, when a Latvian language circle was established at Vilnius University. The section helped to develop and accelerate it. I quote, Arvydas Valionis. Later on, when we, the writers of Vilnius and Riga, started collaborating, in my opinion, it was the most incredible period that lasted for about 5 years. We used to exchange groups. We used to go to Riga 1 year, while the Latvians used to visit us the next one. We traveled around Latvia, visited literary spots, writers' museums, attended meetings, read translations. The end of quotation. However, these are traces of an even earlier collaborations between the sections of young Latvian and Lithuanian authors. For example, the Almanac Jaunieji, the youngsters, published in 1957, included the translation of poems by Arvydas Skalbė, Ojars Vacietis, Jāzep Osmanis, Jānis Plotnieks. In the same year, in Latvia, the publication in Padomnių Jaunatnē included the column works of young Lithuanian writers, where the creative works and ideas of Antanas Dilinga, Zita and others were presented. Also in same year, small delegation of Vilnius Young Writers section supervised by Chairman Eugenijus Matuzevičius visited Riga. In 1958, a group of young Latvian authors came to Vilnius, and in 1959, some members of the section traveled to Riga and Tallinn. It's worth to add that funds for such trips had been acquired from the Writers' Union. And the section annual report of 1973 mentions a gift that became a symbol of this relationship. It was a tree branch. And that tree branch wood carving was like a prize for Lithuanian translators who tried to translate something from Latvian. And in 1980, in the journal Nemunas, the writings of young Latvian poets Knuts Kuinieks, Mara Misinė, Mara Zalītė, and Viktor Savotins was published. Yeah, I need to finish. Yeah, 3 minutes. Okay. Skip a bit. There you see some memories. I have collected some memories about both relationship from our Lithuanian writers, because we remember this like kind of very good time. And finally, I think that the biggest outcome of this friendship was 2 collections of poetry by 10 young Latvian authors published in Lithuania in 1983, called Mes atėjome į šį pasaulį, We Have Come to This World, and the collection Ausma dzimusi sirds, published in Latvia in 1984. So I have this collection. If somebody want to check it, I just going to send you. And I still want to share very, very briefly conclusions. In the Soviet-Lithuania literary field, Vilnius section was one of the central institutions that brought young writers together and officially was supposed to educate them. From about the end of the 50s, its participants started paying increasingly more attention to text aesthetics and artistic but not ideological self-education. Membership of the section helped to accumulate symbolic, social, and cultural capital and legitimize the status of a writer. The section maintained active communication with young writers from other republics, especially Latvia, as I tried to show, and Estonia. In order to occupy a more prominent position in the inner hierarchy of the section, newcomers were obligated to earn the recognition of the old guard. That means participants who held more authority to pronounce on what good literature was. Some members of the section chose to be active participants, while others remained passive observers or just formal affiliates. Also, section participants can be categorized into supporters of orthodoxy or heterodoxy, the former trying to preserve the existing order, and the later determined to change it along with nomos, that means rules of the field. The practices in the Vilnius Young Writers section partly regulated, increased, or decreased the participants' illusion, the belief in the meaningfulness of the literary field, and participation in the later. The lack of illusion or its sudden disintegration acted as one of the motives to exit the literary field, in other words, to say goodbye to the way of the writer. Thank you.
Thank you, Saulius. And questions and comments, please? I have one of my own. In Estonia, in the 1940s, end of the 1940s and beginning of the 1950s, but I think in the 1950s also, the young authors, I do not always mean the age, but who had started writing, they were often sent to this oil shale region of northeast Estonia to write about the industry. So where were certain topics young socialist writers should write?
Yeah, I should mention that the more ideological times was in Stalinism, when you need to write about collective farms and so on. They try to learn how to do it, but after Stalin's death, after that Khrushchev speech, the content in these meetings of the section changed the atmosphere, and they trying to put more aesthetics and a bit less ideological.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I just have one short question. Did those young writers and poets especially translated each other's, I mean Lithuanians and Latvians, did they translated each other's poems, or they selected something from the broader context?
They try to choose each other, but I'm not sure. I need to check the books, or the same writers was translated. Yeah, so I need to check, but yeah, so I can't answer because I just forget the content. But in the Latvian one, in the Latvian book, in Lithuanian book, the introduction was written by Knut Skuinieks, and he tried to rethink our cultural change, cultural relationships. So, yeah, I recommend to read that part.
It will be a bit of a provocation. You are very serious in your paper, but I would like to ask about the bohemian side of a young writer's life.
Yeah, it's more, when I started to write my PhD thesis, I of course know that it's more typical to think that the real things happens only in the bars and in the coffees and in the flats of friends. But then I ask myself, but what happens in that formal side of that network? Is that network was only formal, or were there some real content? So that was my question for beginning. That stimulate my research, and I still think that, of course, the Bohemia informal part was very meaningful, but still the meaning, I found the meaning in this formal side part.
Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, I was wondering, during your explorations of those protocols of the meetings, and maybe those joint meetings of Latvians and Lithuanians and vice versa, did you come across some discussions about the harshness of ideological control in both of the countries? Because from what we remember from the Soviet times, the ethnic makeup of the society was quite different in Lithuania, where Lithuanians were more of a dominant ethnic group than in Latvia, where Latvians were highly subjected to the Russification due to all of the influx of Russian-speaking immigrants.
Actually, we have even young Russian writers section, but I can't find a lot of material for that. So I just know that this kind of section was in the structure for just maybe not all the Soviet period, but they try to create another section for Russians. So don't include them in the same, but to make some alternative for Russian writers.
But did they specify that either of Latvians or Lithuanians were more or less harshly subjected to this ideological pressure from the censors, from the older peers and executives of the Writers' Union? Sorry.
I'm not sure if I understand the question well. Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Last one. As I understood, with Estonia, the relationship was not so lively.
with Latvian more lively, but still with Estonian, we meet too. I think Estonia have some relationship with Šiauliai young writers section, some fragments, and yeah.
Thank you so much, Saulius. And we will proceed with music again. Taavis Engelis and Josep Svitols from Latvian Academy of Music, Institute of Literature, Folklore and Art of the University of Latvia. And the title is Music Metaphors in Vaisius of Almanac Latvian Music, published in the 1970s.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I would like to give you a perspective to the 1970s Soviet Latvia through the lens of the musical thought and the metaphors within it. The goal of my paper is to show how the musicologists, the music professionals who were creating the discourse of musical writing of the Soviet regime Latvia, how they were dealing with, or to be more precise, putting their musical experiences on the paper. And when there is a text, a thought about music, there are metaphors. So a brief introduction has already taken place, then a few words on theory, the data gathering process, and some of the results. In my study, I'm extracting data from 2 corpora. Each corpus represents data from the same historical period, but from a different side of the Iron Curtain. And as the title of my paper suggests, I will introduce the results I found in the musical thought in the Soviet Latvian musicologists. That is the data I rely on in this paper. But at some points, I will refer back to the text corpus of diaspora Latvians for insightful details or statistical difference that may add to the discussion of the conference. I will try to be as short as possible, but a few words should be mentioned about the theoretical background and the method I used to gather and sort the data. Conceptual metaphor theory states that metaphors in language and thought are not just literary tropes. Rather, metaphorical concepts have a basis in our physical and cultural experience, to quote Lakoff and Johnson's metaphors we live by. My approach of acquiring the data is what metaphor scholar Gerard Steen has termed as semasiological route, the route in the direction from language data to conceptual structures. Thus, the goal of my analysis is to search for conceptual metaphors in the collected data of figurative speech. Metaphors represent not the language itself, but the life experiences. So when musicologists of the Soviet or other era use metaphors to conceptualize music they have heard or analyzed with the score, what they are describing is not the music itself, but their mental representation of the music. And as we will see, some of those representations are influenced by the socio-political contexts. When talking about future of metaphor scholarship, Raymond Gibbs in the Cambridge Handbook of Metaphor and Thought urges that metaphor scholars should strive for explicitness and verifiability as much as it's possible. In the process of gathering the data, to that I'll devote a few slides just in a moment, and of determining what is and what is not a lexical metaphor. So to tackle shortly the question of what is and what is not a metaphor, I think a part of the data I've collected so far will demonstrate the complexity of the problem. But when it comes to music and music metaphors, and by music metaphors I mean the metaphors we use to conceptualize our musical experience, sometimes it is fairly straightforward to acknowledge that a particular figurative utterance is not a part of a musical domain, the target domain in the context of my topic, but rather it indicates a source domain, a non-musical domain that is mapped on the musical experience. A short example is given by Lawrence Bukowski, where he illustrates how musical descriptions like sour, biting dissonances, sweet, dark consonances, or murky sounds of pizzicato are metaphorical musical descriptions because you cannot taste the notes. The notes are not biting anyone, and musical notes cannot reflect light, thus be light or dark in any way. Therefore, such musical descriptions are metaphorical. To keep it short, I'll explain my methodology with the help of a conventional metaphor that is a pipeline. To find the conceptual structures, I use content analysis. And at the first part of this process, I gathered the corpus, which consists of the music almanacs, yearbooks of musicological essays titled Latviešu mūzika, Latvian music. Sometimes the authors are choreographers writing about the ballet, and a few papers are written by practicing musicians. 6 issues were published during 1970s, and if some spare time is left in the discussion, I can explain why the issue of 1971 is an odd one. Perhaps you can already imagine why, especially after the paper by Edgars. And I've chosen the unit of analysis to be mostly a sentence, like the example sentence on the slide where a depth metaphor is extended in a longer sentence with a semicolon. But when a sentence holds 2 or more metaphors, without a semantic connection, I will split the sentence in separate units of analysis. Usually, these are sentences containing longer enumerations or multiple part sentences that are separated by semicolons or conjunctions such as but, however, and similar ones. Like here, the author describes composer's harmonic language that conjures a fairy tale scene with flashes of seconds and other musical means with a positive emotional balance. But in the second half of the sentence turns to evaluation of composer's stylistic choices with a negative emotional balance. Although one could argue that these 2 parts of the sentence are in a way semantically related. Another exception is a metaphor that is stretched over 2 or more sentences and is sometimes mapped with different overlaying source domains. The opera monologue resembles a calm and deep lower reach of a river. With water gathered from brooks and streams, it approaches slowly and inevitably the end of its course to flow together with waters of the sea. Another example, but with its roots, the genre of choir song is still standing stubborn and firm in its soil, the life of people, their course of work and education, like Antaeus from the ancient Greek legend. This source of power must be taken care of and tended as the most precious quality of the singing tradition. The first step of acquiring the data is coding the metaphor categories. Don't worry if you don't see anything, the category names. I have summary of the table in the next few slides. On the left, you see the units of analysis, and then I code each of them with binary values of 0 and 1. The main part of the content analysis consists of 51 metaphor categories. To them, I've added language and actor-subject categories, 9 of each, and 4 categories of emotional balance. And on the left side are the metadata. Here, more zoomed-in version, the year, the source, the genre, publication, and author for each unit of the analysis. Here, I've written out the categories of the content analysis in the Excel sheet, and I will skip to the metaphor categories just to give a short peek. I've divided the sensory metaphors in 5 separate categories, each corresponding to a bodily sense. And in the lower part of the slide, I've colored out the categories of space, container, and direction as they often overlap. And recently, I'm considering adding a few more categories, that of gender and popular music. And I will leave it for now, and we can return to it in the discussion if necessary. So, to the results. When coding the data, I realized that the Soviet authors used the word evolution with a striking regularity, and I asked myself, is it justifiable to treat these utterances as metaphorical, as a reference in musical context to the Darwin theory? I suggest that in the context of the Soviet musicologist writings in the 1970s, it is with a good reason to interpret the domain of evolution as an important source domain, which is mapped by musicologists on the target domain of music. The domain of evolution, a process where something is evolving over a period of time. And over a period of time, the compositions of the Soviet composers have evolved in the Soviet music or Soviet symphonism, depending on the context. In evolution, the evolving life forms keep the best traits of their predecessors, and similar to that, the Soviet composers keep the best traits of the classical masters, the traits that are, by opinion of one of the authors, and this may come as a surprise, inherently socialistic, writing music that is close to the people. Thus, the conceptual metaphor, Soviet music, is part of evolution. And what is most striking is the quantitative data. Both diaspora and Soviet Latvians speak extensively about the development, attīstība, in musical and non-musical contexts. The word appears quite often, 400 times in diaspora corpus and 500 times in Soviet corpus. However, the word evolution appears 34 times in the Soviet corpus. When compared to the corpus of the diaspora Latvians, they use the word evolution only twice. And the 30 occurrences in the Soviet corpus are collocated with music, musical pieces, and composers. And typical collocations are the evolution of musical genre, musical style, or composer's writing. And like in these examples, the evolution of Soviet symphonism or the genre of Latvian choir ballad reaches one of the glowing culminations of its evolution. Holly Watkins reminds us that we praise musical works for deep emotional impact. We search in music for deep meanings and deep structures. Both of the Latvian corpora are not exception, but the difference lies both in the quantitative data and in the collocations. What's equally true to both corpora when looking for depth in the music with the Latvian word dzīles, a depth synonym with connotations of deep waters, it is always used to conceptualize music. It's only in its figurative sense. But not so with another depth synonym with equal connotations of deep waters, seabeds or ocean beds, dzelme. And this is a positive table because we can see that what unites the Latvians of both sides of the Iron Curtain, it is music. With a lesser quantitative relevance, the diaspora Latvians show interest in deep music, deep sound, deep musicianship, musical depth. They search for deep musical logic and deep musical roots. They register deep musical excitement, which sometimes has an explicit religious collocation. But the collocations of musical depth in the Soviet Latvian corpus are quite different. The most obvious and quantitatively largest collocation is music, artistic musical depth. But the second most frequent collocation is psychology, psychological depth. And I will add that all of these collocations on the screen are found in musical descriptions. A historical context that makes this search for psychological depth in the Soviet author text somewhat contradictory in the Soviet regime is illuminated by Friedrich Geiger. He has noted that depth and sincerity are among the top values used to evaluate musical works, and in their original connotations, going back to Johann Gottfried Herder, depth and sincerity are religious concepts. The results here reflect that generally well-known fact that the main function of the Soviet musicologist was to explain the meaning of a piece of music to the general public. But what is interesting is how they did that. Psychological depth turns out to be one of the main criteria to judge the value of a musical piece, and it is tellingly the diaspora Latvians speak of no psychological depth whatsoever. There is zero data in my corpus. Some examples. In the works by Béla Bartók, the Hungarian intonation is so deeply interwoven in the essence, the texture of the expression itself. And here, another quantitatively relevant source domain in both corpora appears, the domain of textile that is often used to conceptualize the music. Or, as in the example below, the most solid and deep symphonization. The composer has reached a psychological depth. Emils Dārziņš, the composer, has pursued the search initiated by Jurjāns in the sphere of micropolyphony, canonic imitation, stretto, and drone by means of psychological deepening. The Latvian song festival tradition, which excavates its ground ever deeper and wider as a torrent of the spring floods. This opera monologue resembles a calm and deep lower reach of a river. The choral didn't have any national roots in the Latvian folk, contrary to Germany, where the Reformators drew deeply from the springs of creation of the German people. Here, it could be argued that avoti could also be interpreted as the source, not the springs. And two more examples. Intonations, which could be described as the thematic nucleus of the oratorio, have deep roots in the melodies of the folk. It is particularly in the souls of these wretched poor creatures where the sensitive folklorist discovers the deepest sources of the folk's spiritual light. One more comparison table. When the diaspora Latvians talk about translations in a musical sense, that is the fourth row from the end, it is always, without exception, a synonym to musical interpretation. And contrary, a more wide range of collocations for the lemma translate is found in the Soviet Latvian corpus. Only one diaspora writer uses the word decipher to conceptualize music, both at insignificant rate. And along with that, in one example, one of his colleagues describes him as a composer, which is hard to decipher, but no more deciphering in the diaspora corpus. As you can see, again, the quantitative difference in the diaspora and Soviet corpus is quite striking, when the musical thought must be unveiled or deciphered. And you can see in the fifth row the results that the Soviet corpus is packed with musical revelations, atklāsmes, hardly so in the diaspora corpus. The last two rows are also interesting. As I said, the Soviet musicologist translates, unveils, deciphers the musical meanings, but in the text, it is not the musicologist, but the music itself, or the composer that uncovered the hidden meanings of music, as the hidden and decipherable character of the music in the interpretation of music aesthetics in the Soviet era is a given objective quality. Thus, the music becomes as an actor of unveiling its meanings. Some examples. The musicologist wants to decipher how the composer reveals the musical theme. Symphonies, dramaturgy that expresses deep contemplation. In the first symphony, the slow movement expresses the programmatic idea. The folk's intonation serves as a characterization of Russian society's strata and types as unveiling of the social truth. This data is only a little part of my doctoral thesis, where I will extend the comparative analysis, also from a diachronic point of view. In the meantime, I collect the data from the 1960s and 1980s, when the two almanacs were published respectively. So that is all from me. Thank you for your attention.
You, and I'm so sorry for a mistake I did before.
Didn't notice that.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Davis, for your presentation. Entertaining and informative as always. While listening to your research, I recalled a part of my research which I did not voice in my presentation, meaning one of the musicologists who held this negative view towards Felicita Thomson opera. She mentions that we all know that in Latvian folk music, or in Latvian music in general, we need to have warm, heartfelt melodies. And in rebuttal of this criticism, the conductor Edgar Stone says, I don't know what that means, because what is there than the opposition? There's rational, emotionless, and cold melodies that are written by others.
That's a good point.
I mean, how often do you encounter those not so deep, metaphorically speaking, comparisons and descriptions of music, and instead you encounter those, how to say, contentless, or let's say a little bit more figurative and cliche depictions of attempt to narrate a music from Latvian musicologists? Is it a common occurrence, or have you somehow circumvented that?
The key word that I took from your comment is that warm music that warms the heart, that's close the heart, and basically I also code the metonymic relationship of the text, like metonymies and synecdoches, and usually what's a quantitative relevance to the metonymies in those texts are usually related to the body, to human body, like the gesture, like a hand of a conductor or a composer, or the heart of a listener or a musicologist who's analyzing the score. So basically, it's interesting why we think that music must always speak to the heart of a speaker. That's I think worth of discussion. And yes, I can answer that from the data. also, I couldn't show all the categories, but the category of bodily metaphors are quite relevant in both of the corpora. Yeah, and it's interesting to see which parts of the body. And actually, I think they are more relevant in the diaspora corpus. They are more varied, but mostly when the Soviet musicologists are using body metaphors or corporal metaphors to speak about music, they're speaking about facial gestures, about that the music has fresh gestures of facial expressions. It doesn't make sense when I say it in English, but basically it's almost always it's about the face when there are some body metaphors in the Soviet corpus. Yeah. Yes, that's one. Yeah.
One more, or thank you so much, Davis. And the fourth presentation will be by Rita Greenwalde from the Institute of Literature, Folklore and Arts of the University of Latvia. And she will speak about entering adulthood under the Soviet system. The floor is yours.
Yes, my presentation will be on. I do have to press. But sorry, we need your assistance. However, sorry. Okay, hello everyone, yeah, I would like also to share that I'm glad to meet people in person here, and among other things, during these 2 days, I was very impressed of knowledge that our neighbors have of Latvian literature, by the way. I am myself, I'm from folklore studies field, and here I will present an insight into one of the top-down cultural activities of late socialism that pervaded the human life rhythm when coming of age, namely the young people of the age of 18. A young person's transition from being a child to being an adult is a part of most cultures. Either it has religious framing or purely secular nature, this rite of passage is marked as the dividing line between stages of life of different quality. In the USSR, reaching the age of 18 was celebrated with ideological rituals. The celebration of the age of majority, in Russian praznik saveršennoļēcija, Latvian pilngadības svētki, belonged to the Soviet civil traditions performed at semi-official level. Civil confirmation Ilma has been documented in Estonia already in 1920s. Of course, also in early Soviet Russia, shortly after October Revolution. Nonetheless, the official beginnings of the Soviet Union are dated to a later period. Here you can see in the slide. And in 1955, there was an act, the very first act in Latvian Republic, Jaunpils, and it was organized as a substitute to the Lutheran confirmation. In 1958, Supreme Soviet of the Soviet Union announced the last Sunday of June to be a Soviet Youth Day, and the Latvians were set as an example for that. So the official year is 1958, but it starts a bit earlier. However, the celebration in Latvia was not strictly calendric. It was organized also in July and August, and it was a part of anti-religious campaign. Religion, both Eastern and Western Christianity, and also in the republics of Muslim majority, religion was seen by Nikita Khrushchev and his office as an obstacle in the ambitious project of building communism. So we we can see the celebration was in full bloom during Khrushchev's tour, 2 decades under Leonid Brežņeva, and out of inertia also during Andropov's reign. It dissolved in the time of Gorbachev's perestroika. And it is too early to say with certainty, however, based on the written memories and life story interviews, my impression is that after the suppress of the Prague, after the suppress of the Prague Spring in 1968, the reception of this festivity changed significantly. In the early years, it had potential to become an internalized tradition among socialist youth, but after 1968, and we can read it also in scholarly studies, the faith in socialism with a human face was shaken. In the Eastern Bloc countries, the processes towards democracy and liberalization were cut short. On this slide, you can see on this slide, you can see the live events celebrated by socialist traditions, namely Soviet civil ceremonies. They accompanied the Soviet citizens from their birth to death. There are several underlined here near the age of 18. And the army, the real coming of age for boys, was initiation through military service, mandatory for all male citizens aged 18 and up, with a number of exceptions. In the Soviet army, this brutal hazing like Dzedovshchina was systematic and probably also toughened the individuals. I'm telling this just that it definitely contributed to the atmosphere of frustration around coming of age. Time-wise, the civil wedding was very close too, especially in late socialism. Young people married early. Here you can see my sources, basic sources, and the main is from ethnographers' work done in fieldworks in 1950s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, and they have a wonderful collection. And I would love to thank Lilita Vanaga, who assisted me in this. Ethnographer. And a fun side note is, while I did the archival studies, she, who had experienced this celebration herself, kept repeating that there was nothing special about this tradition. Quoting her, it was no big deal for us. And her colleague, Ilza Boldan-Zeļenkova, also ethnographer, has published the most recent research which resonates with my topic. It was published in journal Ethnography and Folklore, analyzing the Latvian ethnographer's role in inventing this tradition. Okay. I find the approach of socialist escape studies very useful. This is a collection of articles I would like to recommend. About a decade ago, the team of socialist history researchers tried to conceptualize the fun of Soviet citizens and in wider sense of Eastern Bloc citizens. In the book, the focus is rather on the places and events. Still, it gave me a lot of food for thought when going through the materials of this celebration. These studies give you a perspective how post-Stalinist regimes became more receptive to ideas, forms of consumption, music and fashions originating in the West, and more responsive to the needs and desires of a new generation of people. The nature and content of people's leisure choices, as much as possible, were regulated by the officials. Still, leisure gave opportunities for expressing themselves more freely. I can give as an example the mass leisure practices were tourism, hitchhiking, wild camping, listening to jazz, dancing to beat and rock and roll tunes, also striving to wear tight-fitting jackets and jeans, symbolizing the liberties of a Western youth. Somehow, these desires also found a place in organized socialist rituals. There were some unregulated escapes as well, mentioned yesterday by Dennis Hanos. You remember, like consumption of alcohol, very widespread. Also, communities of Soviet hippies finding liberty in Oriental physical and spiritual practices like yoga and some more. Well, here I have put together all the elements of the right, which I found over the years, and with the red letters, you can see the stable structures which have stayed, like this core or minimum to the celebration, and it was pretty complex organization, teamwork. Committee of each celebration involved some 8 to 10 members, typically the managers of local cultural life, leaders of collective farms, factories, school directors, and other. The number of participants varied from 3, this is the least I've seen, to several hundred when organized in regional level. The methodology of organizing was developed steadily. A lot of effort was put into bringing Soviet traditions to life. This is a very typical quote. In 1970s and 1980s, many books of instructions and sharing successful experiences were published in Latvian and also in other republics. No, like I do have 2 here. And performances, just one little comment, I could comment on any of these, but to keep it short, performances were local amateur groups, poetry reciters, declamation, guests of honor, and such were involved. It was very typical that Riga theater actors, since they were out of the season in summertime, they participated in these celebrations and joined young people here and there. Likewise, writers and other representatives of noble professions were present. No, a special example I found was in 1966. Ilja Ehrenburg himself came all the way from Moscow to Ludza to take part in the youth celebration. And among these red things, I would say that the most important are the issuing this certificate, which was nothing legal, of course, just like festive little card, and also the vows. Yeah. Well, here just some memories in personal journal, how it all started, and this also proves that yes, in the early stage there was really involvement of the young people and this kind of positive vibe to all, whereas later during stagnation era, it was more like people didn't want to participate so much, the young people, I mean, and it wasn't compulsory. Cultural organizers kept inviting, but not everywhere. Responsiveness was the same, and there are reports on several places like in 4 years we haven't had any celebration because young people didn't want to participate. Well, shortly about the required attributes and symbols displayed in the scenic settings of celebration. Those were 18, as you can see, number 18, candles, sometimes also 18, against the traditional beliefs, banners with ideological slogans like communism is the use of a world, or da zdravствует славная советская молодежь, and so on. Flowers and floral decorations on chairs, presidium tables, stage, vehicles, Soviet flags always, and a certain dress code, white dresses and white shirts, black suits for guys. And these white dresses, you can even see here in photos, it's visual reference to the confirmation in charge. Ethnographic textiles and ceramics are also popular. Let's remember the postulation, socialist in content, national in form. Okay. So the speeches is a topic per se, and I'll just give brief impression on it. I really think I would love to go to analyze the speeches themselves, the rhetorics. But to sum it up, what I've studied so far, the ideological messages were primarily, of course, and they were passed on the young people in the ceremony through these speeches. How much of that was emotionally and mentally absorbed, that is another question. The running motives of speeches were loyalty to the Soviet Union, the fact that the real life starts now, and also farewells to mom and dad, goodbyes to one's childhood, and creepy enough, sometimes toys and swings were involved to increase the emotional effect, like saying goodbye to my teddy bear or doll. And also the pathos of his speeches made me think of some folklore stuff, like Latvian folk songs where the bride is leaving the house of parents and probably won't see them again in lifetime, or in Russian folklore there is this special genre, plach, when the bride also cries or the person at a funeral cries. But maybe it's not surprising, in several cases the speeches were written by the official funeral service organizers in the villages. In a far less cases there is invitation to further studies, intellectual developing of individuals and so. And as the metaphors, the road metaphor is the main one I've observed. It's very typical, and it's very much in the spirit like poetry by Aušras Vācietis, uz lielās dzīves trases, on the big road of life. Okay, the vow, important part. Here you can read the vow. A lot of put into that, and in the text we can observe liturgic-like refrains and repetitions, so it's really connected to these religious experiences I have had before, like here's a question and yes we promise, like in a liturgic prayer. And the commitment was made in public, but in a written form it was given to the Komsomol representatives who, in their turn, promised to take care of the fulfillment of these promises. Well, here are some other memories, and yeah, also in this little quote, you can see along the ideology there was also the fun part, and so it was also a big deal for those people, although Lilita Vanagas didn't approve it. Well, on presence of a youth popular culture of their time. This is just visual, but I'll tell you what I've detected. Popular culture comes into this socialist tradition through music. These are years of restless fame for the composer Raimonds Pauls. So he's number one on playlists, no, in concerts. So number two is poetry, and possibly really loved by young generation of that time. Authors like Aušras Vācietis, Velga Krile, Jānis Peters. Fashion is the third thing I noticed. Dress patterns and topical fabrics, nylon socks and other things. And then the fourth thing, cars, boats and motorcycles, especially in 1970s. A motorcycle was a symbol of freedom for the whole generation. In 1967, Imants Ziedonis published a collection of poems called Motocicles, which gained incredible popularity. In 1975, the film Motorcycle Summer, directed by Uldis Brauns, came out. So this brings me to the consumerism aspect too, and more, yeah, Alexei Yurchak has described, as you probably know, analyzed it very nicely, but there are two things which I noticed in these celebration materials where consumerist aspects come up. Gifts, typically books and flowers were the official gifts, but also fabrics for making clothes, briefcases, bags, and such things difficult to access in stagnation economy were presented. And in the reports, you can read that these consumerist societies, but the organizations for consumers, every republic had it, they also gave a hand and tried to find the best gifts for young people. And another aspect where it shows is treats and refreshments, like Riga champagne, also mentioned the reference to the commodity of deficit conditions of Brežņeva era. And the problems. An interesting part of the document studied are these reports, the problems detected by the organizers. In the reports, they write on a regular basis to the centers of prevention of religion. By the way, it was a regular thing to report how many young people still attend Baptist parish meetings and such. And here I have put together like the most often mentioned things. You can see that it wasn't truly a success story and the struggle was real. Among them also passivity of the youth. Well, and to conclude, in the Latvian Republic, entering adulthood during Khrushchev's rule and under Brežņeva inevitably included his offers to undergo secular initiation through this tradition, which I outlined here. The celebration of age of majority was fusion of Soviet ideology, implicit atheism, and entertainment, reflecting socialist escape strategies practiced in the Eastern Bloc countries. The difficulties in maintaining this Soviet civil tradition arose from relatively low interest among people and the unconvincing identity of a celebration. And this identity, I didn't have time to mention it. It shows up like school graduation is right where, and youngsters have bought suits and dresses for that thing, and this other organized here is just some side effect or byproduct of that summer. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions? I have just one comment from Estonia. In Estonia, still the student of high school or gymnasium, in the last spring of their school, and I think before they start their finals, they have 1 week or 1 day, it depends on the school, when they put on clothes like little children and bring with them those teddy bears and dolls and play like they are small.
It's called the last bell or something. In Latin we have this yes, but it's in settings of school, right?
Yes, and I think it's in Estonian even tutipäev, tutinädal, tutis where pink little girls have in their hair.
Oh, okay, that's so funny.
Something
and it's still ongoing, yeah?
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah, no, well, childhood never expires, so to say, but this fact that these are kind of young adults, and they are celebrated like young citizens, and right there are also these dolls and this and that. To me, it felt really just like manipulative. Probably the message was towards the parents, they should be sorry that children are leaving the house or whatever. I think that context is a bit different than Estonian, but yeah, toys are used now and then. Yeah.
And in Norway, I think that this tradition was not very popular in Estonia, but I think I do not know which tradition you are speaking about.
But in articles they describe it was, but I don't know how popular. Probably it really wasn't popular, but how somehow Latvians did celebrate it pretty well, I would say, even if these organizers complain that it's not so well celebrated. I would say materials show the opposite, like It's pretty big thing.
I think I don't know.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Questions?
Thank you for the very interesting presentation. Just one small question, if I may. Is there any evidence in those materials you used, perhaps in the ethnographical records and so, about the popularity of this particular tradition of entering adulthood? Was there any difference if one is to speak about the popularity of this tradition among the rural population and the population of cities and towns, the urban population? Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. That's a good question. First, popularity was measured really by organizers themselves, and the statistic data were how many people participated or how often and so. But as to the urban spaces and rural spaces, I haven't seen, how to say, summarizing records or something, but I've noticed that those aren't really the big cities so often. Those are villages and conglomerates of villages. Yeah, so my idea is like kind of a little bit provincial thing, but simply maybe ethnographers didn't go to Riga to document these things. We do have Liepāja, Valmiera. Yeah, well, yeah, but I don't have an answer. Actually, it's something really to find out. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your very enticing presentation. Now I understand and have some answers to my childhood questions when I came visit my grandfather in rural Latvia, and I noticed those billboards, smallish billboards with Pilngadības svētki, those celebrations of adulthood, and I thought, what does that mean? Where does it come from? Now it connects together. And my question in regard to that is, have you explored also this residual effect of celebrating this tradition, quote unquote, after the fall of the Soviet Union? Because I noticed some elements of this in early 2000s. What about you? What did you collect data about post-Soviet period?
That's also another good question. Thank you very much. I tried to go through the press records and also on internet, systematically seeing what has been done after that. And to my shame, I need to say that tradition still goes on here and there, and but it's really like Daugavpils, and I almost thought it would be great to interview those organizers, because I think they are driven by some sentiment of a time past. So yes, it's going on. I've seen that Lauris Reiniks, singer, popular in Latvia, participated, and kind of the same formula on the stage, and I believe without any Soviet content. But on the big, how to say, picture, no, it really stopped. And interesting transition moment is this perestroika time, shortly before the collapsing of Soviet Union. That's the time when we do have folklore groups involved, for instance, in Liepāja or somewhere. They start kind of taking role of that, and quite naturally that Soviet stuff falls away. I've noticed this really liminal space, but after 1990, nothing that you could see in press like widely announced or something. Yeah, thank you for good comment.
Thank you. I think we are out of time.
Thank you very much, everyone.
But you can ask Rita the questions during the coffee break. I want to thank all the presenters for their fascinating presentations and for this lively discussion. Thank you.
Bet Rita, kad runāja, viņai viss bija kārtībā. Es nezinu,
Strīmā bija citām.
Nē, bet tas viss bija. Es neko nedzirdēju.
Tagad te nedzirdēju.
Jā. Jā. Tā ir citā skatījuma.
Skaties.
Es tieši višķi noguši.
Viss taču. ir, bet viņš tagad neskanēs. Es slēgšu katru reizi skaņu. Jā, es nav jāspēšu. Un kad ir tas video, tas ir trešais. Nu, es nezinu, es labāk būtu optimāli, no šajienes pieteikt cilvēks, jo bija kamerā redzēs. Visi stāv kaut kur tur parasti.
Sākam nelīdz. Man vajadzētu redzēt, kā bet es varu stāvēt, jā.
Bet, nu, katrā gadījumā trešajā. Bet trešais ir tas video, kad noiet otrais. Tad tā prezentācija iet uz priekšu. Varbūt jūs varat atnākt, tas var parādīt. Tas tāds nav. Beigsies. Un tagad ir šitais, tas ir tas video. Man liekas, jau uzspēju vienreiz postu. Jā, nospēju šitā. Laikam iznāk ar šeit, divas reizes, un tad viņš skatas. Un pēc tam attiecīgi uzlaiks. Uzspēju tā tālāk, pēc video. Pēc ir nākam. Nu, ja kas es atslēgšu. Nāc cilvēki, pēdējais prezentācijas priekšu savējās.
Ok, viens viss ir.
Tas viss ir salikts vienkārši. Tas ir vienkārši salikts.
Tas ir atspēlēs. Tas nav viens. Tas ir atspēlēs. atgāja skubumos, lai cilvēki man šobrīd, man liekas, ka viņš ļoti
Welcome back to the conference, and it's my privilege to chair this concluding session of this event. And the first to speak is the historian Martišiūtė-Linartienė from the National Library of Latvia, and he will talk about socialist reality as represented in literature.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for invitation and for the possibility to take part in this conference. What I would like to talk about today is really, as the section chair already said, it will be a perspective from the point of view of historian if we are approaching some episodes or some particular events in the so to say, in the youngest history of Latvian literature of the 20th century, and considering the middle or late Soviet period. The subject of my presentation is, as you can see, a little bit poetic one, At the Doorstep of Stagnation, and it will be about two novels of Latvian writer Alberts Bels. One novel, The Investigator, that was published in the year 1967, and the other novel called Insomnia that was completed, that was written in the 1967, but was never published until the year 1987. So 20 years later, it was published in the censored version, in the cut version, so to say, and only in the year 2003, the novel Insomnia was published in the full version, as you can see also the cover of the book on the right side of the presentation. So on the left there is the cover of his first novel, The Investigator, and the second one, The Insomnia, in Latvian original version, so only in the year 2003. When we are talking about this period that could be said as really could be approached really as a being at the doorstep of the so-called stagnation era in the Soviet Union, then really the period around the year 1968 that was already mentioned in the previous presentation, and I believe also in some other presentations during the whole conference. The period of time around the year 1968 is really a significant one if we are talking about the events and about the situation in the Soviet Union in general, and also in the so-called Baltic republics in particular. In this case, what considers the present paper and this presentation, in this case, it was really that around the 1967 there was reaching, so to say, a top of possibilities of the allowed critics of the Soviet regime, so to say, in the Soviet Latvia, because this novel, the first novel that was published by Albert Bells in 1967, really touched upon several subjects, several thematics that were later on not used so widely in the Soviet Latvian prose, in the Soviet Latvian literature. And here in the year 1967, it was, so to say, the last point where it was still possible. For instance, there were passages in his first novel about the Soviet deportations in 1949. There were passages about the split of the nation during the Second World War and the conditions under where the Latvian population was split into, so to say, into fronts or into parts. So one part taking, so to say, the Soviet side, and the other part that was mobilized in the Nazi Wehrmacht and so on. And these were the subjects that were not touched so clearly and so openly in the novels that were published also by other authors later on in the 1970s until the middle of the 1980s. So from that point of view, it's also interesting to say a little bit more about the contents of the novel, The Investigator. And here you can see also some information, some additional information about the writer himself. So Alberts Bells, born as Jānis Cīrulis in the year 1938, started actually his literary career writing short stories and completing some books of those stories in the 1960s, and The Investigator was his first short novel to appear in this period. He also has told about the circumstances when the novel was written. So it was composed in the 1965 to 1966. And the plot of the novel goes on as the biographic telling of one sculptor who, in the final stage of the novel, decides to destroy his own works because he has made a conclusion that those works have not been suitable enough for the current situation, and that he himself, the sculptor himself, has not been honest enough against himself and against the society he's living in. And as I mentioned already before, that there were several topics among his recollections and his reflections on the current situation in the late 1960s in Soviet Latvia. There were also some reflections about the historical experience of his generation, yes, because as well as the author himself, the protagonist of the novel, the sculptor, is also around his 30s. To say a few words about the context of the age and the period when those novels appear, we can see, of course, we can use, of course, some visual images like those posters we can see on the screen that tell us a little bit more about the changes in Soviet society in general, because the middle of the 1960s there is still a little bit unclear situation, because the Khrushchev period has ended already in the late 1964, but 65 to 67, 68, until the already mentioned Soviet invasion in Czechoslovakia, this is a period of a few years of a little bit unclear situation from the ideological point of view and from the point of view what will come next, what will be the next step in the Soviet development. Will it be a more stress on the building of communism? Will it be more stress on other events like building a kind of socialist welfare state, what we actually see on this far right poster on the screen, that counting to the Soviet enthusiasm, which is depicted in the left part of the screen. Yes, the Soviet youth enthusiastic taking part in the building of the communism. Then, of course, the motive of the social industrialization is still very important for the ideological ideological narrative. But as the result of all those efforts, there will be a kind of socialist welfare state, which is also depicted on the poster here, and also the inscription or the annotation of that poster in Latvian says that national welfare is and the growing of national welfare is the highest highest goal of the Soviet economic policy. Yeah? So a kind of promise that everyone will be satisfied in his or her economic needs in the socialist country. And this is also a motive that is somehow reflected in the novels, in both novels of Alberts Bells, because he is writing and he's criticizing actually the process when Soviet society is becoming a kind of consumer society. Even in the late 1960s, it comes apparent, and this kind of critics that was explicit in his first published novel, in the Investigator, it also was included in the unpublished novel Insomnia. Yes, and this motive he was also working on in his early 70s, in his writings of the publications of the early 70s. Just a few more pictures to show the images of the age. Those are coming from the album that was called Soviet Latvian, published in 1970. And also there are those the presence of those two motifs is quite clear, because from the one side there is still a narrative that is calling for Soviet youth to take part in the building of communism, and on the right side you can see also a kind of a little bit other kind of Soviet reality that is perhaps a bit more closer to the Western standards of popular culture or the everyday life. To speak about the context of the writings and novels of Alberts Bells in the 1960s, it's also necessary to mention another author from Estonia, and the author that was called Ann Vetema, and his short novel Monument. That came out already in the early 1965, and there are some interesting similarities and parallels in the plot of the novel when compared to the novel of Bells, The Investigator. Yes, and starting from the fact that the protagonists of the two novels are both sculptures, and maybe it's also a kind of narrative typical for this part of the age, because sculpture is, of course, he belongs to the not to the academic circles but to the artistic circles of the society. But building a sculpture in the Soviet Union is, of course, every time a kind of work that is connected to ideological needs and ideological things, and this puts the author of the sculpture, the sculptor himself, in the very very interesting position. So it's in both cases, in both novels, there are young men who are doing their professional work, being as sculptors, but this leads to them to the conflict with the society, who is gradually stepping into what we call later as the stagnation period. And we can catch those motives in both novels of Ann Vetema and Alberts Bells in both cases. The novel The Investigator was noted positively by some literary criticists, Latvian literary criticists in exile, in particular by Juris Silinieks, who published a a bigger review article on the writings of Albert Bells, on his short stories, and also mentioning his novel The Investigator. And here are some quotes taken from Silinek's article to show what was the understanding on the things Albert Bells was writing about in his literary production. And even Juris Silnieks also mentioned looking from totally different perspective from the West to those texts of Albert Bells. He also noted this, as he writes here, a shameful stamp of sameness and lack of self-consciousness that is typical for the modern man, and not only for the modern man in the Soviet society alone, but as Silnieks put it in his review article, this is a common thing for both political systems during the Cold War. Yes, the modern man is becoming a problem for himself. And this was somehow mentioned also by Albert Bells in the late 1960s. And finally, to the other novel, The Insomnia, which was recently translated and published also in English, and get some interesting attitudes from the readers. This novel was forbidden by the Soviet censorship already in the 1968-1969, and there were several problems for the author. I will tell a bit more in the next slide about it. To quote Albert Bells himself, telling about the context of The Insomnia and abandonship for the publication. And of course, as a novel, it was composed from two, so to say, from two parts. From the contemporary narrative, speaking about the people living in contemporary Soviet Latvia in the 1967-68, and also there was a kind of historical fiction composed into this roman, and another storyline telling about the Baltic Crusade in the 13th or 14th century approximately. Yes, and as Albert Bells has put himself in several interviews and writings about his novel Insomnia, that maybe this comparison between the situation in Livonia in the 13th and 14th century and the situation in Soviet Latvia was actually the problem for Soviet censorship institutions and authorities, that they catch it as the comparison between the Soviet occupation and the situation in the 13th century, when the local nations lost their freedom in the popular view, as it was interpreted already in the historical narrative of Latvia. And the case ended up with a criminal case that was raised against the author in the 1971, and with some conclusions that were made by special expert commission about this this novel that came to the conclusion that this is a purely anti-Soviet text that should never be published in his present way. To conclude, one should also take into account the context once again, why it was possible to publish The Investigator and it wasn't possible to publish the Insomnia. Here we can switch to the publications and to the research made by scholar Madar Everson already in the some years ago about the Latvian Soviet Writers Union and the so-called Palace Revolution that took place in at the top of the Latvian Soviet Writers Union in 1965, and for some years there was a possibility to speak more openly about the current problems of the society in the middle of the 1960s, and it appears to me that The Investigator was really a mark of the age, and this novel somehow reflected the possibilities to criticize the existing regime and the existing constellation of political and economical factors in Latvian society in the 1960s, in the middle of the 1960s. And this was it because Insomnia already went one step further, and there was no possibility for this to be published to publish the novel in its original way. And as the author Albert Bels has said also in an interview, in a press interview in 2013, that he never intended to write a novel that could never be published in the Soviet system, but nevertheless, this came out to be so. And what is interesting from the historical point of view, that nobody openly spoke with the author, with Albert Bels, that he was prohibited to publish the text, but he was, so to say, warned by obviously the Soviet Secret Service that there will be more problems for him and also for his family if the manuscript will go out in public in some way. And so, nevertheless, in the December of 1968, when the case with the novel Insomnia was still actual and still not completed, not finished, Bels came out with a speech among the top leaders of the Latvian Soviet Writers' Union on a meeting when he turned to the question of the censorship in open way, and actually called for the abandonship of the censorship in the Soviet Latvia or the Soviet Union in general. Yes? And it, of course, maybe somehow influenced or affect the case with his novel Insomnia. As a historical paradox, one could say that finally, 20 years later, Bels also was in terms to publish the Insomnia in somehow censored or cut version in the magazine Kārkla of the Soviet Writers' Union, but that will be perhaps another story, how to cope with the conditions of the Soviet existence already after the end of the so-called era of stagnation. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Martin, both for the interesting paper and for observing the time limit. Do we have any questions? Yeah.
Thank you. I try to be short, but the paper was very interesting. One literary context is, I think this paper confirms that we really can speak about Soviet modernism. You spoke about existentialism.
Yeah.
Existentialism in Bels involved Vetema. Well, the question might be broad, but to cut it short, can you think of what Bels read apart from Vetema and what authors had an influence on him? That's one question. Another question. There is a booming field of gender studies right now, and we had yesterday wonderful papers by Johanna and by Zita and others. And it's somehow in last years, we get an impression that it's women's writing that really delving into everyday life, everyday realities, and so on and so on. For you as a historian, do you see also this level of everyday realities also in Bels, which are conceptual novels, but still are this everyday level present as well?
Thank you very much for both questions. I'll try to answer in one set to both of them. Because it's very interesting to make a deeper research on what could be the influence for Bels to write the novel. I'm not sure that he was aware of what Vetema was going to publish in 1965, because the Latvian translation of the so-called Book of the Small Novels came out, if I'm not wrong, somewhere in the early 1970s, 72 or 73. But I think that one can speak here, answering your first question, one could speak about really about some kind of zeitgeist or some kind of ideas floating in the air about that time, because they are taking the possibility to build the Soviet socialism with a human face until the year 1968. And from the historical point of view, there were, of course, slight but very important differences between the situation in Soviet Estonia and Soviet Latvia in the 1960s, because when we are reading the Estonian present historiography, then there is a kind of expression about the golden 60s. And in that period, yes, it was nothing like that in the Soviet Latvia after the end of the local national communism in 1959. So from the ideological point of view, the situation in Latvia is a little bit more complex. To publish the things like Bells was going to publish, and what he succeeded with the first novel, The Investigator. And this also somehow explains why he didn't succeed with the second novel. But he did succeed with the third novel, which you can see mentioned on the screen, The Cage, that came out already in the 1972 as a book, and before that was published in the periodicals. And this is maybe, I guess, the first question. The answer to your first question is somehow connected to the spirit of the age. What considers the second question, it is also quite interesting. Yes, this is about writing about the everyday life, and when I started to think about the present day's paper, one more idea came to my mind, but I never managed to check it out completely, so I left it outside of the presentation. But in the 1960s, in Latvian was published a small novel by French author Georges Perec, The Things, one of his most popular novels. And this novel was previously published in 1965 in the Russian translation in Moscow. So this maybe could leave some traces among the writers also in Latvia, and maybe affect somehow also Bells, because this is about the becoming of consumer society in France, in the Western society in general. Yes, and here are also some interesting parallels how Bells describes what is going on in Soviet Latvia in the late 1960s, and what Georges Perec wrote about becoming a consumer society in France in the 1960s as well. But this is only, at the present stage, this is only a guessing. And there's not enough proof to say that there was really an influence and it was sketched somehow. But I guess it is worth to see a little bit deeper in this, and to see also the connections you mentioned in your question.
Thank you. Any more? Yeah, we have to move forward, and the next speaker, thank you, Martišiūtė. And the next speaker is Ilza Ļaksa-Timinska from the Institute of Literature, Folklore and Art, and she has a very intriguing title of her paper, Linking Together Renaissance and Socialist Realism. Please.
So yes, hello. I'm currently working on my PhD thesis dedicated to Latvians in the Soviet Union in the 1920s, 30s, and in particular, the focus of my research is prose texts. So in this presentation, I would like to show how these 20s, 30s Soviet Latvian authors were perceived and integrated into the process of Latvian literature of the early Brežņeva era and mostly in Khrushchev era. So, yes. First of all, I would like to briefly outline the context of Latvians in the USSR in the 1920s, 30s. During this period, approximately from 160 to 180,000 Latvians lived in the USSR. The Latvian diaspora in the USSR had a little contact with the people of Latvia. But in spite of that, a separate, unique Latvian culture was created. There was a network of Latvian schools, technical schools, periodicals, theaters, publishing houses, etc. Most Latvians had migrated from the territory of Latvia at the end of 19th century and at the beginning of 20th century. Mostly Latvian peasants who migrate to buy a cheaper land in various areas of the Russian Empire after the end of serfage. They moved both to nearby regions such as Pskov region and the territory of present-day Belarus, and they move also to the outskirts of Siberia and so on. It is important to understand that the part of the diaspora formed by migrant Latvian farmers and their descendants were mostly apolitical. After the founding of Latvia in 1919, they remained in the USSR not for political reasons. Most likely their interest and understanding of the cope and revolution and the change of political regime was minimal. But rather they hoped that after a war, the usual rhythm of their life would be restored. So returning, or for many of them going for the first time to Latvia, would mean leaving home and seemingly stable life. The other part of Latvian diaspora is a minority. They were Latvians who sympathized with the ideas of the revolution, so they deliberately stayed in the USSR. They were revolutionaries of 1905 who had long held high positions in the party hierarchy. Also the so-called Red Riflemen who helped to strengthen Soviet power in the Russian Civil War. It must be understood that the Latvian educational and cultural processes in the USSR in 20s, 30s were led by this second part of diaspora, the politically engaged part. A very important part of development of Latvian culture in the USSR played the Latvian Culture Society Prometheus. Prometheus began to operate in the 1920s, being able to develop over the time. And for example, in 1963, it hired 800 workers. They were employed in 8 industries and for trade, shops, markets, and most of the profits went to the development of Latvian culture. Primarily, the society functioned as a publishing house. Both fiction and school books were published. Also, they published children magazine Jaunie ceļi, newspaper Krievijas cīņa and Latviešu zemnieks, literary art and criticism magazine Celtne. Also, from 1934 till 1937, they published Latgalian magazine Cēņas karūgs. So publishing was the main thing that Prometheus done. But with the help of the Prometheus, also the Latvian theater Skatuve, the Moscow Latvian Central Club, Soviet Latvian writers, musicians, artists were supported. In essence, person who worked to make and to develop Latvian Soviet culture were associated with Prometheus. As well, I'll probably know, in 1937-38 in the USSR, the so-called national operations were carried out where the Latvian diaspora was also repressed. Of course, during Stalin's repression, a self-sufficient, financially stable and independent corporation like Prometheus couldn't be ignored. It should be noted that the liquidation of Prometheus took place in 1937 before the orders for national operations were signed. Respectively, the destruction of Prometheus was a starting point for other nationally related operations. And in these repressions, the entire board of Cultural Society Prometheus, many Latvian writers and artists, as well as almost all employees of the theater Skatuve from Moscow, were shot at the Butova landfill. In fact, with this liquidation of Prometheus, Latvian cultural life is completely paralyzed. Those cultural workers who were not directly associated with Prometheus were arrested a little later under the guise of national operations. So almost all Latvian Soviet intelligence in the culture field was shot or at least sent to the Gulag. It's a short history of Latvian diaspora. And if we return to the Renaissance metaphor presented in the title of my report, it can be said that in 1938, the classical period of socialist realism ended with the death or deportation of the first Soviet Latvian authors. And until the destalization period, there was the Middle Age, where these classics of socialist realism were forbidden and forgotten. So later, Kārlis Preis, a Latvian literary scholar, was one of the first to publicly break the silence about the Latvian Soviet diaspora of 20s, 30s. In fact, Preis also belongs to the Soviet Latvian diaspora. He lived in the USSR in this time period, but he worked as a teacher in Chechnya and Georgia. He wasn't in the center of Latvian culture, and he wasn't linked with Prometheus, so he wasn't repressed during the Latvian operations and other Stalin's repressions. And in 1954, he published a reflection on the Soviet Latvian writer Artūrs Kadekis Groznyis in the magazine Karoks. It must be said that this was, of course, on the one hand, a bold move to actualize the period erased from consciousness. On the other hand, he cautiously chose to write about an author who had died before Stalin's repression. I'm sorry. However, the article is not so important as a description of Kadekis Groznyis and his works, but at the beginning of it, Preis outlines the way how to perceive Latvian Soviet authors. There is quotation, and the most important thing is in bold, where he said that we have to follow their example, the best Latvian Soviet authors of the 20s, 30s example. In essence, this article, Preis constructed a universal formula for how all 20s, 30s Soviet Latvian authors should be perceived. And he said that they were fighters and revolutions heroes. They were the pioneers of Latvian socialist realism and should be treated as a model. They are classic, and they are the best part of our literary history. A little later, during this destalization phase, all repressed writers were rehabilitated, and it was possible to openly talk about them. Kārlis Preis, of course, was one of the most visible promoters of Latvian Soviet authors of the 20s, 30s. But many other literary scholars also joined. For example, Hugo Rukšāns, Benits Smiltiņa, Bronislavs Tabuns, Jānis Čakars, and many others. In the late 50s and early 60s, active popularization of the authors began. Books were published, reflections were written, biographies were researched, contemporaries and acquaintances were sought. The only thing no one talked about was the cause of their death. It seems a bit even comical that, for example, in the history of Latvian literature published in 1959, one chapter was dedicated to the revolutionary authors. There were subchapters for 13 writers, and most of them died in 1937 or 38, and all of chapters ended with the same sentence, died in 1937, without further comments. In essence, all authors were represented as the founders of socialist realism, and they were described by the words revolutionaries, fighters, heroes, pioneers, classics. One would think that interest of Latvian Soviet authors could fade after the first wave, but it continued in the second half of the 60s and 70s. And it by continuing to cultivate the idea of them as a benchmark of Latvian Soviet literature. For example, Jānis Niedra writes in 1970, the writer must really study the history of the revolutionary movement of his country and peoples and become immune to various fashionable, innovative directions. Strong fighter characters as heroes of literary works are very much needed today to educate society. In this way, Niedra not only called for learning history, but basically he invited to imitate authors of classical period of socialist realism. By saying classical, I mean Stalin period of socialist realism. Basically every article and reflection on Latvian Soviet writers of the 20s, 30s is summarized as to why they are important and what can be learned from them. Indirectly, this literature became a propaganda tool to combat the development and modernization of literature. Despite the fact that this literature has never been integrated and naturally developed with the rest of Latvian literature, during the period of stagnation, there was active attempts to make it a part of the history of Latvian literature, perfect starting point from which to move forward. It was lost paradise of Latvian Soviet literature. This was further reinforced by the various memories of 1920s, 30s. For example, the writer Edward Salenieks, who also in the 20s, 30s worked for Cultural Society Prometheus, but was departed rather than killed during the repression, most likely because he was born in the Latvian colony in nowadays Belarus and did not enter the USSR as a Latvian revolutionary. Wrote memories in magazines. In 1967, he published a book, Memories Tā viņi strādāja, about Latvian writers and publishing house Prometheus. Also many other surviving contemporaries published in the periodicals memories about this time, and all stories were mostly covered with like a romantic veil about the time of struggle and heroism of the past. However, the issue of repression was still not directly discussed. For example, in his 1968 reflection on Linards Laicens, who was shot in 1937, Viktors Līvzemnieks concludes, news of Linards Laicens and his members for their journeys in the Soviet Union is poor, as it was difficult years for Soviet people. End of the quote. A little more directly, Pēters Baugis said in his 1967 article in the magazine Karogs, you can see that he thought that the start of Latvian Soviet literature is 1940, but then he realized that it's not true, but he also don't directly say what happened with these authors and why this period of the silence was almost for 20 years. Another interesting aspect is a critique of literary works from this time period. It didn't follow from literary trends in 50s, 60s, or 70s, but it was based on the critics by contemporaries from 20s, 30s. Exactly the same mistakes were called out. Soviet critics of 20s, 30s were even quoted. The main criticisms were a lack of conformity with the settings of socialist realism, too little polarization of heroes, abandonment of the aesthetics of realism in general, too much immersion in personal feelings on revolutionary themes, and so on. To sum up, it could be said that Latvian Soviet authors of the 20s, 30s, and their work underwent a renaissance from the late 50s to the late 70s, and they had finally become quite uncritically heroes, pioneers, and classics of the genre. With their popularization and glorification, as well as republication, the idea of classical Stalin's socialist realism returned in discussion. And I would like to end with rhetorical question. It's hard to understand, was it really a renaissance or just an anachronism? Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I have my own question, and it's regarding your doctoral study. Does it entail also a comparative perspective? I mean, diasporas of other Baltic nations in Soviet Russia, or you don't deal with this? If there were any,
but I'm not sure. Maybe colleagues from Estonia and Lithuania could help. Was there a big population of Lithuanians and Estonians in the Soviet Union in 20s, 30s? Because I think it's a more Latvian thing, because Lithuanians was under different historically in the Russian Empire. They don't migrate so much to the Russia, and also Latvians were more
revolutionary.
Yes. So I don't know. Do you have a diaspora?
In about 1900, there were about 100,000 Estonians living in St. Petersburg, but I think they mostly came home when the War of Independence ended, and there stayed the same kind of writers, and there was a publishing house publishing this, I don't know how to say it, communist literature. some things have parallels, but I don't know how many Estonians were living in the Soviet Union during the 1920s up to 1940s.
Thank you, but it's interesting perspective to look in.
Okay, thank you, Ilse. I was thinking about this 1937. You said like it wasn't mentioned how actually this happened and so, and I'm wondering, was it really like lack of information, like among writers they didn't know, or was it this kind of elephant in the room that you aren't allowed to mention, but this is like that? And another additional question is, so when was it revealed? Only after independence, yeah? This fact of shooting them down?
I'm the first question. I'm pretty sure that everyone knew what happened. Just didn't directly talk about it, but I think in 80s all people talk very about it very freely, but in 70s, I think in the late 70s, this information wasn't covered anymore.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Not question, but addition from Lithuanian history. So from this historical time, I think that there were a group of named proletarian writers, and they were in Russian, and they have a group and a magazine, and they published their creation. So what connections with Soviet Union writers? I don't. It must be checked. I don't know today, really. Yes, they were, but of course, yes, and some writers from them were very, not very, but were talent, and they knew very well. But the conflicts between proletarian writers in Russian as a real proletarians and in social democratic writers, where in Lithuanian, there were some conflicts. Yes. So a little bit situation.
Latvian Soviet authors of 20s, 30s said that Latvian social democrats who lived in Latvia was not real proletarian, and they.
Yeah, thank you, Ilse, and thank you for the questions. And our next speaker, unfortunately, is not present, and we will enjoy the video presentation. And so we are returning to our beloved Zoom conference mode. So the author of the next paper is Sandra Zīrule from the University of Latvia, and her presentation is about Literature Library Society Memories of the 1970s.
There has been an ongoing link among the book library reader, and the 1970s is no exception. Because the ideal Soviet person must have a broad view, diverse interests, and a desire to learn, and the library is considered to be an active agent in these processes at this time. Almost any officially published book is put in a library. That is one of the main links between society and literature. The library, as an official institution, and the work carried out in the libraries is subject to the requirements of the age, governments, and ideologies. I tried to reveal the most interesting accents of public libraries, or as they were called at the time, mass libraries, in relation to the reader literature society, how they were influenced by the ideological and political climate, and whether these impacts introduced significant changes in the relationship between literature and the reader. I have used the methodological materials of the libraries of the time, officially library statistics, the results of reading studies in the 70s, and I have interviewed several librarians and library managers who have worked in public libraries at that time. Most of all, I tried to find out what library collection and their usage statistics were, and what literature was popular at the time. At all times, people have read texts that provide knowledges of things that are important to them. So the content of reading shows the expectations and interests of a particular society or time. As the functioning of libraries has been documented, this is one of the ways to study public sentiment and informative needs. Some post-Soviet articles and studies shows that libraries were one of the most important tools of Soviet ideology, propaganda, and educating society at this time. And here some quotes, for example, about absurd tasks in libraries and special meaning of literature propaganda. On the other hand, interviews with former library employees show that there have actually been two levels of activity, the official and the daily levels of work. One of these levels provided matching, job planning, reporting, and testing activities. The other, informal level, depend on the personality and understanding of the librarians and focused on getting the readers the best and most interesting literature from what was available. For example, a few quotes from interviews. Respondents say, the paper suffers everything. Why not write it? We suggested literature what he, the reader, wanted. We imposed nothing to anyone. A special story is about the notion of propaganda that causes negative association in a historical context. Looking at the collections of methodological materials and articles all the time, it appears that this concept has been applied freely in the library sector without a particular politically ideological hue, labeling what is known today as the promotion of literature. And here are some quotes, for example, to improvement of reader service and literature propaganda, or literature propaganda in field of sports. What literature came to the public's disposal, and what was the intensity of its use? What can the library statistics of 70s tell us today? We can't be entirely convinced of the credibility of statistics, but the trends are visible. These statistics show the reader activity, the average annual number of documents loan, the average number of books per one reader in both district central libraries in cities and rural or village libraries. Interestingly, in regional libraries in the 70s, the number of readers and loan are rising, while the average number of visits and books per one reader is falling. On the other hand, in rural libraries, all indicators show a steady, stable rise. Here you can see the structure of the public libraries collection by various fields, highlighting top 5. I have highlighted fiction and social political literature because they were the main contenders at this time. Fiction formed the bulk of the collection. Social political literature was in second, third place. Arts, sports, medicine, geography, and nature sciences have also played an important part. At the end of 70s, children's literature appears on this list of leaders. Here you can see which kind of literature has been loaned most to readers. There is the fiction in the first place. Social political literature in the second and third place, and arts, sports, natural sciences, and technical literature are also demanded by readers. In the late 70s, children's literature comes to the list. This not mean that there has been no children's literature in the past, but there are possible changes to the classification of literature in libraries. On this slide, you can see the intensity of the usage of the certain fields of the collections, highlighting top 5. It is interesting that here the literature are sorted in a different order. Those sectors that had the largest stock and the largest loan are at the bottom of the list. Fiction is only in the 4th or 5th places, but socially political literature in the mid-70s had even fallen out of the top 5. Most of all technical, arts, sports, and other fields of sciences or branches are used. These figures show some dissonance in statistics and the practical mood of the public. The library collections was culturally diverse and dominated by fiction. Fiction allowed wide choices at this time. There were available Russian classics, the works of Russian, Soviet and Soviet republics, the work of best others abroad, and diverse Latvian original literature. Un šeit. Of the studies carried out between 1978 and 1980s is building readers' demand in libraries. The introduction of the study shows that readers' requests are extremely diverse at this time. Here is also an indication of the factors that influenced readers' demand and choice at the time. And we can see their librarians, booksellers, relatives, friends, colleagues, literature propaganda in libraries, literature exhibition, for example, or other literature-related products, mass media, and book itself and its presentation. Respondents of interview point out that the trend of building private libraries has not stopped in the 70s, and the people trusted their acquaintance for suggestion of readers' choices. The most popular works and other reading materials named by respondents in their memories, especially Latvian and foreign authors, show that the choice of Latvian readers does not overly justify the expectations of Soviet ideologists. In the next slides, we will see a summary of the results of the most popular reading material obtained in the interviews. Here we can see most popular press that shows that readers was in a life abroad and world at all interested. Most popular book series. It should be noted here that quite a large part of the book of these popular series, they are classified in the collections belonging to social political literature, such as history and social events, biography of famous people, philosophy, history of religion, tradition of peoples, and others topic. This also gave some impact to the loan of social political literature. Here we can see individual authors which still live in memories of respondents. Most of them are Latvian original literature. One of respondents told that it was era of Imants Ziedonis. Here we can see Russian authors. Respondents' answers while interviews on Russian literature shows the most inaccuracies in naming authors and their works. Authors of the nations of the USSR, just 5, and respondents told that popular was Lithuanian, Estonian, Belarusian, Ukrainian authors. Asia was not popular, and one of respondents said sleeping part of collection, it was called. Foreign literature, here we can see that most of authors are classics. And one of respondents said these books never stayed on the shelf. Favorite topics. In first place, of course, we can see love. Respondent says eternal subject. Ancient times, history, war, theater actors, and travel descriptions, of course, detectives, adventure, and hobby literature. And the 70s are also the time when such direction of library work as reading management was rising. It is understood as the action of the reading managers to clean up a culture of reading content using different forms and methods of literature propaganda, taking into account both the subjective and society reading interests. This method in post-Soviet studies is recognized as a violation of readers' privacy and limiting their choices. Respondents denied this and said they had used this method to take care of the quality of reader service on a personal level, to get them to know the latest literature, to recommend reading according to the interests of each reader. One of respondents emphasizes it was the same privacy violation as Google Now today. In order to preserve and promote loan of social political literature, VT methods were used. For example, a respondent told by handing out requested fiction book only together with a book that is less in demand, and a technique called law with tractor among colleagues. If accepted that the ideology of libraries was provided by and specially completed collections together with active propaganda work, then statistics and interviews show a situation where both of these components have actually been used to promote reading and the quality of reader service, using all resources available at that time. Despite the use of statistics, the study has a subjective background, since the mechanism of data gathering for official statistics and the nature of working with readers depended on the personal attitudes of librarians and on their convictions. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandra, for this presentation. Okay. And but if you don't disagree, we are not going to comment this paper or ask any questions, as the author is not here to respond. Let's move to the next paper. So our next speaker is Victoria Jonkute from the Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore, and she will be dealing with role of memory during the transition period of the late 1980s.
So, dear colleagues, I would like to thank for the opportunity to be here with you all today, and to come back to Riga and National Library of Latvia after quite a long break. And I was writing my PhD studies here, at least a part of it. So therefore, I am going to share some insights and ideas which came to my mind during the recent years. So thank you for the staying till the end, and I hope you have patience to listen the last presentations. So, as you can see, I emphasize the term memory in my title, but generally my topic covers the experience of time or time regime. And reading cultural press, we can follow changes in temporal orientations. I mean transitions from the past reflections to future reflections, or vice versa. Sometimes they are dialogical, sometimes quite dialectical, and the tendency to reflect time or the past is quite usual, and maybe wouldn't make us being surprised, but the used historiosophic expressions are quite characteristic. And I will start with a short introduction to the main concepts using some contemporary texts and associative images. And children or teenagers' reference material was especially illustrative and played an important role in formation the future citizens. And I have made an improvised triangle of temporal elements or temporal phenomena which were important during the transition period, and which were interacting during, let's say, 5 years of the period. And most of them probably are quite clear, but I think I should add a few comments on 2 of them. So by term presentism, I mean fatalic events of the 1980s and the historical time of that period. And I learned the term futurist ontology, which usually defines post-Soviet conditions and crisis of progress ideology and bright future. And there can be various and many theories of time perspective. This time I just included one of them, which seems quite actual for me and quite relative to the transition period. Mainly it's the same 3 elements. It's past, present, and future, with different colors, or how to say, like emotions pattern. And the transition period was a hopeful time full of expectations, and contemporary movies and text contain numerous references to the future. And space exploration, technology, and fantastical adventures were always included in a Soviet vision of the future. Maybe you also could see that looking to these examples. And also here we can remember, I guess, also zoopoetics, and probably the dog Laika was one of the favorite one. And also a famous movie based on a book, Guest from the Future, made by Pavel Arsenov or premiere in 1985, is one of the great examples. It tells a story how the Soviet boy Kolya finds himself in 2084 and meet robot Werther. I hope you can see the robot and the boy. And the robot Werther, who is an administrator in the Institute of Time. And Werther helps Kolya to see the future, visit Cosmodrome, and return to his era. And meanwhile, in the United States of America, American director of Lithuanian origin, Robertas Zemeckis, in cooperation with Steven Spielberg, and became famous for his movie Back to the Future. And there were a few series of the movie, and it acquired the cult status and earned more than $300 million. And the main character was also boy traveling in time. And so you can see that the term is future, like the main term is future, and generally the idea traveling in time was quite actual during the time, or in the beginning of the transition period. And we can find much more such examples. And in the end of 1980s, there still was a temporal sensibility based on a belief in the progressive development of society and politics. But after the Chernobyl disaster, the idea of happy future and progress had been collapsed into a liminal and in-between state characterized by considerable hunger for ideology and future projects. And the transformation period was named as a crossroads, the pathological liminal in-between state, and it was defined as a huge hunger for ideology and the future projects, vacuum, emptiness. And in 1989, Lithuanian semiotician essayist Algirdas Julius Greimas suggested some ideas about Lithuanian future for the political leader Vytautas Landsbergis, and however his suggestions did not get any attention at that time and was seen as an utopian, and was published only after 7 years. There is some associative images for my talk. So yeah, I choose like to illustrate the present of that historical time, or fatalic present. We could define that time as a time when there is when the future or the past is not so important, but really like people are living in present day and in historical events or historical and present regime. And there is another example, which also I would name like a presentism. And as you see, there is a boy standing in the Baltic Way. And one more last example, the image from Berlin Wall. Also, the boy is participating in the history. And of course, all those events were tightly connected to past and memory, but still the present was more active and actual. And one of the key tasks that emerged in the end of 1980s was the search for authentic memory and the filling in of historical interruptions. In the Lithuanian and Latvian culture press, the transition materialized as a reconstructive transformation dominated by narratives about the past. And therefore, there was an impulsive shift from the future regime to the past, and from the progress ideology to the generation of memory. And we can find some reflections as a historiosophic dialogue. And here is like also illustration of returning time or returning symbolical returning events from Lithuanian main square. And I began with the desire to speak with the dead. The famous phrase of American literature historian Stephen Greenblatt was paraphrased a few times in the text of some Lithuanian and Latvian authors. For example, the famous Lithuanian poet Marcelijus Martinaitis titled his book of poetic and essays Papir from the Graves of the Dead. And the documentary novel Examination by the Latvian writer Anita Liepāja symbolically conveyed the motif of exhuming the dead as a recalled memory. And there are more comparable examples. A large amount of documentary literature, historical publications, memoirs, biographies were published now. New organizations and societies of cultural heritage curation had been established. A wave of monument money had arisen amongst many other initiatives. And the cultural press distinguished itself by memorial communication rituals, motif of returning, preservation, or restoration. And there were various kinds of returnings, and the periodicals were full of memory topics. What are we looking for, wandering among the shapes, silhouettes that are reflecting in the deep of memory? What do we try to hear when we are listening to the echo of silent voices? Why we are worrying about what is no longer there? A Lithuanian prose writer, Valdas Papievis, raised essential questions poetically. And here you can see the quotes in English and the quotes in the original language, and also the photo from the period or the time when it was said or when it was published. And what answers were suggested by other authors in cultural press. In words of Lithuanian prose writer Saulius Šaltenis saying, "We have been protected and are protected by the past. It will be our rest and shelter. The past is spacious and safer, without impressive oppressive uncertainty like our present and tomorrow. It was claimed even after regaining independence. Lithuanian poet Marcelijus Martinaitis suggested quite similar explanation, defining the past as a protective space to hide or run away. And you could also see the motif of dead people, or just past inhabited by the dead ancestor, the same as or similar as Stephen Greenwald. And there were some critical reflections, mainly by the authors of the young generation or emigration. For example, Lithuanian art critic, photographer Virginijus Kinčinaitis criticized the memory boom, naming the Lithuanian cultural policy conservative and futurophobic. And after independence, even Martinaitis was more skeptical and noticed that tendency of memory sometimes is too paranoid. And when will the past pass? Asked he in the beginning of 1993, and stating that the present has finally started. So what I find interesting in that they use such abstract terms like the present, the past, the future. Even the topic is not the same or not about time, but generally like they are quite popular. And we could find analogous reflections in Latvian culture press, as Latvian philosopher Ella Buceniece, reflecting fatalism and cultural determination or theology, has noticed we often transfer cultural theology, the future, to cultural archaeology, the past. And but there is some kind of fatalism that the past itself will bring the future. And the other example could be Latvian literature critic Ausma Cimdine, who discussing Latvian literature tendency and use the term present continuous. The movement from the present to the past becoming a peculiar archaeology of consciousness, which gives a feeling of present continuous. And reading Lithuanian and Latvian culture press, I have indicated 10 interacting discursive functions of reconstructive memory in the cultural periodicals. I will comment them shortly. So the first is communicative informational, which I mean cultural press as an open public sphere, a mass communication channel or medium. Various discussions were developed or on memory-related issues, list of documents, letters, and other sources of exiles and people who disappear in the diaspora were published. The second is ontological or metalinguistic. We could choose maybe different terms, but the idea is memory-related reflections as a form of symbolic secondary existence, ritualistic practice of mythologization, absolute timeless past existence in the forms of memory communities. And the next one is reproductive mimetic function, which is the culture of previous revival and statehood culture, communicative memorial rituals of the media, and continuity of traditions, actualization of the interwar heritage. And the next one is testimonial, and which means testimony of experience in the past, pursuit of historical social justice, especially memory of deportations. And the next one is identity-based, which means constructions of individual socio-cultural identity, writing of self-biographies. And functional pragmatic, which means heritage reconstruction, actualization, and structuring of the past. And the other one is ethical or moral, which basically means conflictual moments of transnational memory, motives of victimization, and discourse of guilt, and problematic cases of interaction between collective memory and national identities, the division between the culture of commemoration and social memory. And next one is emotional therapeutic. It's quite similar to ethical or moral function, but which means traumatic memory, self-reflections, and or memory as a therapeutic alternative of past history. And social mobilizing function probably is quite clear, like development of communities and collective identities, integration of society. And the last one is political or ideological, which means competing memories, memory politics, and positions of power of the Lithuanian and Latvian national minorities. And I would like to share like conclusions, or just maybe the main statements from the presentation. So I would say that they are the transition period of the late 1980s was a multi-temporal historical era, and time appears to be an agent of change, and the period was strongly tied to the past and memory, and there was some change in time regime and historicity. So thank you for your attention.
Victoria, you were dealing with quite a spacious topic, to use the words from your presentation. Do we have any questions? Yeah, Martin.
Thank you very much indeed. Just a slightly remark, not merely a question. What would you say when it all started in our cultural periodicals in Lithuanian and Latvian? After 1985, 87, or a little bit of chronological space? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Like strict chronological boundaries are always complicated, and basically they don't exist. But here I choose the beginning as 86, like Chernobyl event. Yeah, and the transition period is defined by this chronological limit, at least in Estonia or in Lithuania as well, I guess in Latvia also. But surely, for example, in my PhD research, I took a revival period, and which is 98 and 88 and 92. But yeah, I also got some questions about chronology and so on.
Yeah. Any more questions? How about today? Are we less focused on the past?
Yes. Oh, sorry?
What about the present moment? Are we less focused on the past?
Yeah, I would say, of course, less, but at least in Lithuania, it's still very problematic, and we still lack reflections of present days in literature or culture. So somehow the present is missing. Of course, we need distance or other things. It's quite usual process, but still, yeah. But also it's quite paradoxical because like revival movement or modernity, but we still choose to reflect past even after regaining independence, like the Martinaitis said in 93, that already now the present are starting. So even he said like the chronology, like the years of that.
That's a philosophical question. When does the present start? Okay, thank you, Victoria, very much. And yeah. And the last to speak is one of the protagonists of this conference, Jānis Oga, and he will talk about stories about history.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your patience. The last paper is here. Check the time. So my paper is based on studies on relations between the most popular and recognized Latvian prose writers, known as the Soviet intelligentsia, and the occupation regime in the middle and the late Soviet period, from 1968 to 1991, that partly overlaps the stagnation period. And let me shortly remind you the time frame and some concepts I have chosen for my ongoing project. So that partly overlaps the stagnation period from 1964 to 1982, a popular and convenient term to describe the era of Leonid Brežņeva, which lasted until Mikhail Gorbachev came to power in 1985. The American researcher Kathleen Partey wrote that a, quote, close reading of the literary process in post-Stalinist Russia and probably during the entire Soviet era makes it clear that in many ways the role of the text outweighs that of the individual writer, end quote. However, during the period of stagnation, the role and choices of an individual writer became more visible and identifiable. Latvian literary critic Dace Udre has emphasized that, quote, the 70s and the first half of the 1980s was a completely different era compared to the period of Stalin. Like other peculiarities characterizes the period from the mid-1950s to the 1960s, end quote. And this is in line with the opinion of the Dutch researchers Dina Feinberg and Artemi Kalinowski that, quote, the political, public and scholarly debate over this period in Soviet history is often wedged over the lines of pre-crisis or pre-renewal. It also has been stressed that, quote, when the Soviet Union collapsed, despite Gorbachev's reform and attempt to modernize the country, stagnation became the primary explanation of the failure of the Soviet socialist project, end quote. In my research, the usual focus has been shifted from dissidents to writers recognized both by official critics and readers. The power of the word and literature as a communication channel in the Soviet occupation system is at the center of my study. The historian Dina Bleyer has written that historians and other researchers should continue to uncover, quote, uncomfortable topics such as changes in the value system of society under the influence of the Soviet regime, the relationship of certain groups with the Soviet government, how and whether society was able to influence the Soviet regime, end quote. The historian also admits that reducing the problem to collaboration, quote, moves the problem to a simplified level, because cooperation with the occupation regime is by definition evil. And this approach ignores the fact that the Soviet regime also had a certain ideological appeal, at least in its early days, end quote. And here you can see an overview on selected writers for my study. And I have selected writers who were born between 1910 and 1938, and relatively speaking represent 3 different generations. So writers who had already grown up before 1940, the next one, writers who were teenagers until the 1940s, and writers who were children in 1940 and whose view of the world was formed during the Soviet period. The question is, can we compare 2 or more writers, their lives and choices they have made? And should we compare them, especially if they represent different literatures? And Jan Kross and Zigmunds Skuiņš, the Estonian and Latvian writers, came to my mind, mostly because of different practices of celebration of their birthdays. So we celebrated Jan Kross's 100th anniversary last year with exceptionally wonderful exhibition here at the National Library of Latvia. Unfortunately, due to COVID, quite a few people probably saw it, but there were a lot and still is available wonderful stuff online, including an essay by our colleague and today's presenter, Mārtiņš Mintaurs. Check on the internet if you have a possibility. I think it's in Latvian only, or is it also in English? It's in English also. And these both writers, they are prominent prose writers who, according to the stated above, also represent 2 different generations. This paper reflects on parallels and differences in 2 short stories dedicated to history, or historical short stories written by Kross and Skuiņš at the turn of the 1960s and the 1970s, when Baltic writers were engaged in quest for identity and history-based roots. It should be stressed that they have hardly met during their active years, only in few gatherings between Latvian and Estonian writers' unions. As we know, Jan Kross was born in 1920 in Tallinn. Then he studied law at the University of Tartu and was arrested first by the Germans, then after the war by the KGB. And in 1954, he returned from the labor camps and internal exile in Russia, where he spent his time as a political prisoner. Kross first became widely known as a poet and began writing prose in the later half of the 1960s. Skuiņš was born in Riga in Ilduciems in 1926, and his parents were relatively poor workers. After Latvian occupation by Soviet Union in June 1940, Skuiņš joined the pioneer movement, so-called, and together with Latvian youth delegation visited Moscow in the summer of 1940. In August 1944, Skuiņš was drafted into the German army as a Luftwaffenhofer, and he was sent to Germany. However, he saw no action, and in January 1945 was hospitalized. And later he was interned in the camp together with many Latvian Legion soldiers, and was among those Latvians and displaced persons who decided to return to Soviet-occupied Latvia in 1945. Different stories, similar achievements. Both of them did not join the Communist Party. The state prize of the Latvian SSSR goes to Skuiņš in 1965. The similar state prize of the Estonian SSSR goes to Kross in 1977. Kross becomes People's Writer of the Estonian SSSR in 1985. The same year, Skuiņš becomes Tautas Rakstnieks, or the People's Writer of the Latvian Soviet Republic. As you can see, both writers have complex love and hate relationship with the occupation regime. Due to the limited time, I will not provide a creative biography of Jan Kross. It's probably widely known. It's just important to focus on the Estonian scholar Epp Annos's, what she has written about Jan Kross, and also Squinch. We may say, and others of their colleagues from the post-colonial theoretical point of view. And I'm quoting, over the course of his extensive crosses, the colonial mission was at least twofold. He presented historical figures, Estonians, importantly, who were active subjects of history, foregrounding their important contributions in science, arts, or politics, and in this way fostered national pride. In addition, his characters provided readers with models for addressing ethical questions while operating within a colonial regime. End quote. So it is important to remind some of Squinch works. As our colleague Ruta Kurpniece already mentioned in the morning session, Squinch is one of the most outstanding and popular Latvian writers in the second half of the 20th century. And beginning in the mid-1950s, he and other prose writers of his generation restored the connection with so-called pre-war Latvian literature. His works have been published in about 7 million copies in more than 20 languages, including Estonian, also some books, fewer books in Lithuanian, also Russian, and his novels Nakedness and Flesh-Colored Dominoes have recently been translated into English. For example, Squinch novel The Bed with a Golden Leg, also translated into Estonian, is one of the most essential Latvian novels written in 1980s and the most popular, with a total print run of 195,000 copies. Moving to the case study of Kross's and Squinch stories, it must be said that in short fiction during the stagnation era, in comparison to novels, there was an immediate resonance with the celebration of historical events, highlighting and rehabilitating key figures of these events. For example, the centenary of the first Latvian Song Festival inspired Squinch to draw attention to the pastor and writer Juris Neikens, who was the initiator of the Song Festival tradition. Neikens was turned into a protagonist in Squinch's short story Neikens iet uz Roperbeķiem. Neikens goes to Roperbeķi, 1973, first published in the popular magazine Zvaigzne on 20th of June 1973, just 2 weeks before the opening of the Latvian Song Festival dedicated to its centenary. Print run of the magazine was 117,000 copies, so it was read by at least 800,000 people at that time. The short story was later included in the collection of short stories and travelogues, and also published among the best Latvian short stories in the collection, published in 1996. Translated into Estonian in 1983, unfortunately not into Lithuanian, also not in Russian or English. 2 years later, if we speak about writers' actions beyond their creative work, Squinch, together with the sculptor Andrejs Jansons, illegally organized a monument to Neikens in the Umurga cemetery. And the caption of the monument said, "Father of the Latvian Song Festival." It had been engraved in the monument and had been covered with sand for at least the next 10 years. And Squinch also wrote a foreword to a new edition of Neikens' short fiction. Journalist and poet Johan Valdemar Jansen, one of the organizers of the first Estonian Song Festival in 1869, is a character in Jan Kross's story The Swivel Chair Hour, Stunde grozāmkrēslā, latviski, written in 1971. Moreover, another Kross's story, 4 monologues on St. George, was written in connection with the with the anniversary of the outstanding Renaissance artist Mihails Sitov, who used to live in Estonia. The period between 1967 and 1972, when both stories had been written as a literary scholar and editor of the Latvian newspaper Literatūra un Māksla, Jānis Kaspars admits, quote, was a time of the sharpest contradictions, conflicts and dramatic conflicts, when neo-Stalinism came under total attack and the movement of resistance in literature was suppressed, end quote. As it was said, the story The Swivel Chair Over examines a controversial figure of Jansen, the father of Estonian language journalism, one of the organizers of the first Estonian Song Festival, and one of the founding fathers of Estonian nationalism. Cross reflects that from Jansen's son's point of view, and Jansen's son is a censor himself. He reflects on Jansen's Estonian newspaper Postimees, also Jansen's daughter, a poet Lidia Koidula, on Baltic Germans and independence of a creative person. It is known that Jansen was accused of secretly receiving large financial subsidies from Baltic Germans, supposedly for serving their interests, not that of the Estonian people. And these accusations damaged Jansen's reputation and put him on a black stain for a long time in history. And it is worth to mention that few years before publication of the story in January 1969, the decision of the Central Committee of the USSR increased the responsibility of the editors of periodicals for the ideological content of publications, delegating it from the Central Literature Board or Glavlit to the sections of the Central Committee and editors of periodicals. As Raimonds Briedis has stated, quote, the responsibility was placed on the shoulders of editors. They became censors, and holding in a state of tension full of ignorance and fear seems to be one of the conscious and unconscious tactics of censorship in the 1970s, end quote. And in the cross story, Jansen the Elder censor's self-reflection appears in the text as equally applicable to Estonia in the turn of the 1960s and the 1970s. For example, and I'm using non-literal translation, as it was hard, unfortunately it was hard to find the book translated into English and published in Moscow by Raduga in 1983. Thank God we really can't complain. Every now and then we hear that the lords of the night are blaming us. Well, of course, for the fact that we have printed works by some hotheads in our newspaper. And we also hear that these hotheads are blaming us in the same way because we have cut off their tail feathers before printing their work. But this is a completely natural phenomenon in this world of our Lord. Or give God what belongs to God, give the emperor what belongs to the emperor. Or power would not be power if it did not control the spirit. No editor has ever had free hands. And I have to doubt if anywhere else. Or if it is claimed somewhere that there is no censorship, then they are pathetic lies, end quote. Cross writes in 1971. Also, criticism of Estonian nation can be found in the text like, quote, we must reckon with the envy of the servant, which is very common to our dear nation, end quote. Cross declares that it is easy for storyteller or any other person to despise anyone who makes compromises to get something tangible. Initially, the publication of the story was delayed for a limited time. It was also criticized, but soon afterwards it got praised with a Douglas Prize for the short fiction. And thanks to Cross's story in the history of Estonian journalism, Jansen's name has been rehabilitated since then. Juris Neikens was an important writer and public figure in the 1850s and 1860s, declaring moral and economic development of the Latvians. He promoted education, daily work, and faith in God. And after the Second World War, his achievements were silenced due to his religious and other beliefs. Since early age, he had enjoyed the support of Baltic German pastors, and Neikens has convinced that the Latvian emancipation path would end with integration into Baltic German society. As Māra Grudula has stated, a decisive role in Neikens' rehabilitation was played by Skuiņš story Neikens Goes to Roperbeķi, as well as interest about the Latvian Song Festival in its centenary and in the history of the Latvian singing tradition. Skuiņš story deals with the topic of coexistence of Latvian and German Baltic culture, as it also influenced the writer's private life. Neikens' wife was German. To address this topic, Skuiņš had to add an ideological note to the first publication of the story, and I'm quoting, "Tracing the events of cultural life in Latvia 100 years ago, we have to face Juris Neikens' rather contradictory personality. The purpose of this literary depiction is to more truly reveal Neikens' human tragedy, about which unfortunately little is known. It is all the more necessary because the forces that tried to use Neikens' misunderstanding of historical development of their advantage 100 years ago is still running. The fraternity of reactionary Baltic German organizations in the West, with some circles of Latvian bourgeois immigrants, is no secret. This dissidents of the former barons of Vidzeme and Kurzeme not only release picture albums with their coats of arms, but still have not given up hope of continuing their historical mission," end quote. Likewise, in Cross's story Reflections on National Identity, also criticism about Latvian nation can be found in Skuiņš story. For example, "Where should I escape from my blood? Where should I escape from what I hear with every heartbeat, what I see through closed eyelids, like lightning light as the brightness of the sun?" Or, "So this is how they usually answer, half whisper, as if with the last breath, eyes lowered with back bent," end quote. Anita Roškalna has wrote that Skuiņš usually portrays people in changing time and social situation. In his novella, Skuiņš focuses on characters close to his own age, end quote. And it's curious that Juris Neikens was born exactly 100 years before Skuiņš in 1826. The story ends with Neikens' death from sunstroke or heart attack at the age of 42. At the time of the creation of the story, Skuiņš is only slightly older than Neikens. Perhaps it is also the author's fear of aging, death, and it also resonates with his novel Man in His Prime, from the same period, published in 1974, about a middle-aged man. In the novel, there is an episode in which the author talks to the protagonist of the novel. And I'm quoting, "Did you finish your novel?" the protagonist asks. The writer Skuiņš alter ego replies, open quote, "Almost. Other works rushed in the middle. I had to write about Neikens. Actually, it is the same. It turns out that a man in his prime, it's an eternal problem," end quote. So conclusion would be that in their stories, Jan Kross and Zigmund Skuiņš are engaged in dialogues with their heroes, asking them to answer questions that concern the authors themselves. Artist's identity in a colonial situation, compromises, collaboration and conformism, relations with contemporaries and power structures, middle-life crisis and aging. Thank you very much. That's it for that.
Yeah, thank you, Jānis. Questions and comments? It was a coincidence, or were there any influences, both Kross and Skuiņš writing about the fathers of the song festivals? Kross's work was published earlier, but not translated before 1973 into Latvian.
I think it was translated and published in Russian in 1973, but I don't think so that Squinch read it. It's just this coincidence with these anniversaries of both song festivals. That's how they react to it.
Yeah. Martin.
Once again, thank you very much. And once again, not a question, but a comment. It just reminds me about the last sentence of the story. Nacon goes to Roper, but everyone has to bury his own cross. That's the end of the story. But maybe there could be some more comparisons with another short story of Zygmunt Squinch about Stender, Johann Gottfried Stender. You know this Sunākstas elegy, because it's written in totally different stylistics actually than the one you were talking about.
Yeah, this is very interesting question. Thank you, because actually these, as I mentioned, for Jan Kross, these stories somehow started the new period, new era in their writing. After being a poet, Jan Kross started with these short stories, with the Eyes of Cleo, and afterwards continued with his world-famous novels, historical novels. Squinch continued writing novels about contemporaries, but also wrote a play about Jan Steinhauer, from the 18th century, about Stender, old Stender Martin mentioned, and actually he was planning to make a collection of short stories about historical persons, but never did that. Another play would be mentioned, Hello Dear Blaumanis, about Rudolf Blaumanis in 1978, and also somehow he decided to make it broader. He wrote a historical novel, at least two. The previously mentioned The Bed with a Golden Leg and Flesh-Colored Dominoes from 1999. And there are also some episodes with writers, artists, wonderful pages about Aspasia in the novel Flesh-Colored Dominoes, and Blaumanis in another novel. So he continued to be interested in this topic, but of course was not so, well, let's say, so disciplined as Jan Kross, who dedicated most of his capacity into wonderful historical novels as a genre.
Thank you. Any more thoughts? Yeah.
Thank you, Jānis. And sorry if I missed that. Did they ever meet and exchange thoughts, like in person?
Squinch, well, he's 95 now, but he very rarely tells actually about, speaks about meetings with other artists. He said that he has met him once or twice, but they haven't exchanged any letters. And yeah, so there are no direct contact.
Yeah, thank you. So if there are no more questions or comments, I would like to thank all the speakers of this session and all of you present here for this active and friendly atmosphere. And thank you, organizers of this conference. And I think I have to give the floor to them for some concluding remarks. Eva?
Yeah, in my opening remarks, I expressed hope to have a heavenly good conference. And after these 2 days, I think we had all the components. We had exciting presentations. We had very attentive and responsive audience. And I think we have really friendly atmosphere. And it was sunny at the opening, and it's sunny right now. So I'm really happy. And I think it's time to give symbolically this Olympic
torch of organizing a conference of Baltic literary scholars to the Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore. So luck in these 2 years.
Thank you very much. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, participants. And these 2 days were so full and bright, and so it's a good example for us. And after 2 years, I'm inviting you to Vilnius, to Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore, and invite your friends, invite your colleagues. So I think that after 2 years, we will meet each other and have good conference, and we'll stay as friends, as colleagues, and this all Baltic literature traditions will be optimistically received, and to have a good future. So thanks, until next conference. Paldies!